Chapter 4:17. After saying that, the old man glanced at Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to ask, he said, "Kid, you can call me the Flame Venerable." Flame Venerable. Su Yan originally wanted to search for information about these mythical figures in his memory. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything. After all, Su Yan's memory was too limited. Looking at the Flame Venerable, Su Yan also wanted to know how such a powerful figure like him had fallen. How strong was the world in the past? Why was it so depressed now? Senior. Su Yan wanted to ask the Flame Venerable. However, before he could ask, the Flame Venerable waved his hand and interrupted him. "Kid, don't ask about the past. With your current strength, you don't have the ability to know. On the contrary, it won't do you any good if you know." Oh. Su Yan was a little disappointed when he heard the Flame Venerable's words. However, he still accepted it. Su Yan remembered that the Buddha Venerable had already told him about these things when he had received the inheritance of the Buddha sword sect. Okay. The Flame Venerable nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Su Yan didn't ask any more questions. Of course, he also noticed Su Yan's disappointed expression at the same time. He smiled and said, "Kid, although I can't tell you what happened in the past, I can tell you that the Qian territory didn't have the 5 counties and the Zheozhou continent in the past." What? Su Yan's eyes widened when he heard the Flame Venerable's words. In Su Yan's memory, the entire Qian territory was divided into the Zheozhou continent and the 5 counties. The Flame Venerable already knew about the current situation of the entire Qian territory from his conversation with Su Yan. Therefore, he understood Su Yan's surprise. However, when he saw Su Yan's surprised expression, he smiled and said, "Kid, don't be confused. When you reach a certain level, you will know that what you need to do now is to quickly improve your strength." When Su Yan heard the words of the Flame Martial Highness, he could not help but feel displeased. He cursed in his heart, "Do I even need you to say that? Who doesn't want to improve their strength quickly? Do you think it's easy to just talk about it?" The Flame Venerable looked at Su Yan's disappointed expression and laughed again. "Kid, don't you want to obtain some benefits from me?" Benefits. When Su Yan heard the words of the Fiery Venerable, his eyes lit up. The moment he looked at the Fiery Venerable, his eyes became even more scorching. "Senior, are you intending to?" This was not the first time Su Yan had received the power of remnant souls. He was well aware of how miraculous that power was. If the Flame Reverend were to bless him, then he, Su Yan, simply could not believe what kind of realm he would step into. First order of radius, second order of radius, or even dragon transformation. As Su Yan thought about it, his face was filled with excitement. However, this excitement was extinguished in less than half a breath's time. The Flame Venerable looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Kid, don't think too much. If you want to obtain my power, you will still have to pay the price." These words instantly extinguished the excitement in Su Yan's heart. This shocked Su Yan even more. Looking at the mysterious look of the Flame Venerable, he asked embarrassedly, "Senior, what price do I have to pay?" "Kid, don't be anxious. Since you are fated to encounter my flame formation and have passed it, it means that you and I are fated to meet. I will not harm you. However, in order to not be disturbed, I have set up many traps in my burial ground. Now, even I am unable to break these traps. Therefore, if you want to obtain my power inheritance, you will have to break through these traps." Traps. When Su Yan heard what the Flame Venerable said, he was stunned. Then, he calmed down. After all, Su Yan knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If it was so easy for him to obtain the power inheritance, Su Yan would be a little worried. After calming down, Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. He looked at the Flame Venerable and said, "Senior, tell me. What are the traps?" When the Flame Venerable saw how confident Su Yan was, his admiration for Su Yan increased. He nodded and said, "All right, follow me." As he spoke, the Flame Venerable led the way. Su Yan did not hesitate. The moment the Flame Venerable walked out, he followed him. Very soon, the two of them arrived at a place. In this place, there was nothing in the surroundings. There was no mystery to speak of. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at the Flame Venerable and asked, "Senior, this is..." The Flame Venerable naturally knew what Su Yan meant. He smiled and said, "The danger is always in the calm. Don't underestimate this place. You will know when you walk forward." Oh. When Su Yan heard what the Flame Venerable said, he couldn't help but nod. Then, he followed the Flame Venerable and walked forward. However, after taking a few steps, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. It was exactly the same as when Su Yan stepped into the Divine Dragon Abyss. Boundless fog surged over. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. "Lad, actually, the moment you encountered the flame formation, you have already activated the mechanism of my tomb. Right now, this is the first mechanism. I have named it the Great Spirit Formation. If you want to pass through this stage, you must defeat all the spirits that appear later on." While Su Yan was feeling shocked, the Flame Reverend explained to him. Spirit Formation. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Then, he put away his previous calmness. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate slowly. A ray of light surged in his eyes as he walked carefully in the fog. Swoosh! Just as Su Yan took a few steps forward, there was suddenly a clear sound in the fog. When Su Yan heard the sound, his body shook. Then, he quickly jumped up and took a few steps back to avoid the attack. When Su Yan stopped, he saw the appearance of the thing clearly. It looked neither human nor ghost, like a floating cloud. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. He patted his storage bag and took out the Ghost Howl sword. When the Ghost Howl sword was taken out, there was an instant burst of shrill ghost howls. At the same time, Su Yan quickly circulated the cultivation method in his body. He waved the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. Instantly, the Ghost Howl sword released a black fog. The black fog turned into a ray of light and directly attacked the spirit. With a loud bang, the specter was directly shattered. Su Yan smiled slightly and said, "Is that all? Kid, don't be happy so early." Before he was happy, he heard the Flame Venerable floating in the air say, "What?" When Su Yan heard his words, he was stunned. While he was in a daze, the specter that he had just destroyed suddenly exploded, and with a bang, it turned into countless specters and directly pounced on Su Yan. "What's going on?" Su Yan was suddenly shocked and quickly retreated. However, just as he retreated, the spirits instantly entangled and directly surrounded Su Yan. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws and pounced on Su Yan. Although there wasn't much spiritual power fluctuation. However, Su Yan could feel that the moment these spirits floated over, there was a faint trace of power. Su Yan knew that this power wouldn't cause him any harm. Of course, it wouldn't cause him any harm. It was just one spirit. What about thousands of spirits? Enough ants could kill an elephant. When Su Yan saw the densely packed spirits surrounding him, his scalp suddenly went numb. He didn't dare to be careless. The sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and the Ghost Howl sword in his hand swept out. Instantly, a ray of light swept out like a wave. Bang! Bang! These sword lights collided with the spirits and instantly burst out a series of loud sounds. Countless spirits exploded under Su Yan's sweep. When the Flame Sage saw this scene in mid-air, he couldn't help but nod approvingly. Not bad, not bad. The attack speed and power are strong enough, but it's not enough. when the flame sage's voice sounded. The broken specters instantly exploded, turning into countless specters once again. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, 100 turned into 1,000, 1,000 turned into 1,000. No matter how many spirits Su Yan destroyed, the number of spirits increased countless times. Su Yan's scalp instantly went numb when he saw this. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that these spirits were never as easy to deal with as he thought. They couldn't be killed. Moreover, if they were killed, they would become even more. There was simply no way to deal with them. Su Yan could only dodge and keep dodging. However, there were simply too many spirits. Just as Su Yan dodged, he was surrounded by another group of spirits. Moreover, these spirits were extremely fast. The moment Su Yan was surrounded, he was also surrounded. "Senior, how do we kill these spirits?" Su Yan couldn't help but ask the flame sage in a hurry. However, the flame sage was pretending to be asleep and didn't care about Su Yan at all. This made Su Yan a little angry. This mechanism was clearly set up by him, but why didn't this old man tell him the secret to passing through this stage? Su Yan's anger also ignited the fighting spirit in his heart. "I don't believe that I can't break this formation today." Su Yan roared and his body suddenly leaped up. The sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly and the ghost howl sword in his hand danced. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body continuously flowed into the ghost howl sword. Suddenly, the black ghost howl sword surged with countless rays of light. The rays of light instantly turned into countless blades that revolved around the ghost howl sword. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan roared and the ghost howl sword in his hand instantly slashed towards the spirits. Bang! 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 Countless swords rained down on these ghosts. In an instant, the entire ground started to tremble. Countless rays of light burst out. Chapter 4:18. Bang! Right after the words of the flame reverend left his mouth, the spirits that had been struck down by Su Yan's torrential rain of pear blossoms immediately leaped up and scattered. They were revived once again. Furthermore, there were tens of times more of them than before. Su Yan didn't care about the flame sage. He looked at the spirits that were resurrected in front of him and felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, Su Yan was even a little angry. Of course, although he was angry, Su Yan knew that he had to remain rational and calm. With Su Yan's current strength, he could at most use the torrential storm of pear blossoms twice. That was already his limit. But now, it was obvious that the torrential storm of pear blossoms was useless against these spirits. Even if Su Yan used the torrential storm of pear blossoms, it wouldn't help. Instead, it would only increase the number of spirits. Looking at the densely packed spirits that were surrounding him, Su Yan simply put away the ghost howl sword and stepped on the sword dragon to avoid the attacks. That's right, Su Yan chose to delay. Since he couldn't afford to provoke them, why couldn't he just hide? Moreover, Su Yan believed that since the flame sage said that this was a mechanism that led to his burial place, there must be a way to break it. While Su Yan was dodging, he was also secretly observing these specters, trying to find a way to break this specter trap. However, these spirits were floating around and there was nothing around. There was no flaw at all. Moreover, these spirits weren't slow. If Su Yan didn't have the blood dragon pupil, he would have been caught by these spirits. Even so, Su Yan found it more and more difficult to dodge. After all, Su Yan had used up a lot of his spiritual power from the previous attacks. No, I have to find a way to break it. Otherwise, I will definitely die here today. Su Yan frowned and quickly jumped up. He tried to rush to the highest point to look down on the spirits. However, as soon as Su Yan moved, bang, suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and those ghosts suddenly became berserk. They constantly pounced on Su Yan, and their speed was several times faster than before. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked. Brat, stop your pointless struggle. Since it's come to this, I'll tell you. These ghosts of mine can't be defeated, and they don't have the slightest flaw, unless you can endure their attacks. Just as Su Yan was feeling apprehensive, he heard the flame supremacy beside him speak. Endure their attacks. When Su Yan heard the words of the flame reverend, he was immediately stunned. Following which, a glint surged within his eyes as a cold smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Can I endure it? Immediately, Su Yan stopped dodging and allowed the ghosts to attack him. These specters were not strong, and their attacks were not strong either. Their strength lay in their numbers. As the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. When one specter pounced on him, it was fine. However, as more and more specters pounced on him, Su Yan suddenly felt a great pain in his body. Originally, Su Yan's body was only that big. Even if all the specters attached themselves to Su Yan's body, they would only cover his entire body. However, these specters were extremely strange. As they continued to stack on top of each other, the pain that Su Yan felt became more and more intense. As more and more specters pounced on him, Su Yan's originally slightly good face immediately turned ferocious. Even though he had gone through so many hardships, Su Yan couldn't help but let out a cry as he was being devoured by thousands of specters. The flame supremacy looked at Su Yan's painful expression and there was no change in his expression. Instead, there was a slight smile, as if the hardships that Su Yan was going through had nothing to do with him. Su Yan once again let out a tragic roar. The muscles all over his body began to twitch as if his entire body was about to explode. This pain surpassed anything else. Moreover, the specters were still increasing and stacking on top of each other. The pain was also increasing. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, his mind was a little dazed under this immense pain. He even regretted coming here for no reason. Why did he have to get involved in this mess? He was the palace master of the Monster Palace and the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. What did the destruction of the 5 counties have to do with him? He should have stayed in the Monster Palace and thought about how to open the 10,000 demons ancient tree to increase his cultivation. But now, why did he come here? Why, under the waves of intense pain, Su Yan's consciousness became more and more blurred, and he even began to hallucinate. When the flame supremacy saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, it seems that you are still a little weak. Just as the flame supremacy finished speaking, Su Yan, who was about to faint, suddenly let out a murmur. When the flame supremacy heard Su Yan's murmur, a ray of light suddenly surged in his eyes. No, I can't die here. Absolutely not. Under the waves of intense pain, Su Yan gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression and murmured in his heart, No, I can't die here. Absolutely not. Who am I? I am Su Yan. I am the palace master of the Monster Palace and the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. How can I be defeated by some mere specters? No, absolutely not. Su Yan murmured in his heart and suddenly let out a roar. Bang! With a loud bang, countless rays of light burst out from his body. The frosty rays of light penetrated Su Yan's entire body and enveloped him. Bang! 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 Under this, the specters attached to Su Yan's body let out a series of loud noises and then exploded. Plop! In the meantime, Su Yan also fell to the ground and panted heavily. When the flame supremacy saw this, he was stunned at first and then laughed. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a strong defense. Not bad. Su Yan panted heavily. When he saw that all the specters around him had disappeared, he was relieved. His entire body went limp and directly lay on the ground. At this moment, the flame supremacy came in front of him. When he saw the flame supremacy, Su Yan was shocked. This was because the Flame Supremacy had just said that there was more than one such mechanism. Right now, he had exhausted all of his spiritual energy and did not have a trace of strength. He was afraid that any one of them could end his life. Not to mention, he did not know what kind of mechanism he would face next. "Ha, little brat, don't be afraid. The mechanism that I set up is not that humane. Since you have passed this stage, you will receive the reward for this stage." When the Flame Paragon saw the panicked expression on Su Yan's face, he smiled and said, "Reward." When Su Yan heard his words, he was stunned. At this moment, countless white specters suddenly appeared on the ground. Su Yan was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge. However, right now, he had exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Even with the blood dragon pupil, he could not outrun these specters. Could it be that I can't escape this tribulation? Su Yan could not help but bitterly smile. He could only let these white specters pounce on him. When these specters touched Su Yan's body shook. Su Yan was startled for a moment before his eyes lit up. Spiritual energy, this is spiritual energy. Su Yan was overjoyed. What he lacked now was power. Immediately, he did not care too much and sat down cross-legged. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and absorbed the power of these white specters. The Flame Supremacy was standing beside Su Yan. He had seen Su Yan's change of expression just now. Seeing Su Yan's current appearance, he smiled again and said, "Boy, I have already said that you will receive the reward after passing this level. Why are you still so panicked?" Su Yan was completely intoxicated by the power at this moment. He did not answer the Flame Supremacy's words. Instead, he constantly circulated the cultivation method in his body to absorb the power. In the flame mist just now, Su Yan had reached the peak of the 8th stage spiritual sea realm. He even touched the bottleneck of the 9th stage spiritual sea realm. It was a pity that the power disappeared, so Su Yan could not break through the 9th stage spiritual sea realm. Su Yan was disappointed in his heart. Now that he encountered this power again, Su Yan naturally would not be polite. "This time, I will definitely break through the 9th stage." When Su Yan absorbed the power, his eyes emitted a sense of determination. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly. All the blood vessels in his body opened up. 9th stage. 9th stage, the moment the power entered, Su Yan could clearly feel that the blood vessels in his body were expanding and his spiritual sea was expanding. Under the continuous absorption of power, Su Yan suddenly let out a cry. Bang! With a loud sound, a ray of light burst out from Su Yan's body and rushed to the sky. A wave of power spread out. Su Yan's entire body leaped up in an instant. With a shout, he waved his hand, and a wave of pure energy rippled out. 9th stage spiritual sea realm, is this the strength of the 9th stage spiritual sea realm? Su Yan clenched his fists and his eyes emitted a light of excitement. When the cultivation method in his body circulated again, the power had disappeared. Su Yan could not help but feel a little regretful. Alas, it seems that the power needed for each level is greater. Such pure power only helped me to reach the 9th stage spiritual sea realm and could not advance any further. Su Yan felt a little regretful. The Flame Supremacy's figure suddenly floated over. Looking at Su Yan's expression, he scolded with a smile, "Kid, you should be content. So many people spend decades to reach the 9th stage, but you achieved it in just a moment. You are still not satisfied." Chapter 419. The surrounding waves were too fast. Moreover, Su Yan was still stuck in them. Countless waves pounced on Su Yan at the same time like ferocious beasts. His speed was as fast as lightning. Even though Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he couldn't be faster than them. Am I really going to die here? Su Yan stood there and bit his lips. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I have to calm down. Calm down. Since the Flame Supremacy said that this is a test of intelligence, then there is definitely a way to break through it. Su Yan looked at the waves that kept surging towards him, and simply gave up on resisting. He knew clearly that with such a powerful attack and such a fast speed, there was no way he could resist it. He had no power to resist at all. He could only calm down. Only by finding the loophole of the formation would he have a chance to survive. These waves of attacks were like thousands of soldiers and horses charging towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan remained calm and composed. There was not the slightest change in his expression. Only his eyes were constantly blooming with that resplendent radiance. When the Flame Reverend saw Su Yan's calm expression, he couldn't help but sigh. With such a determined mind, you are going to die here. What a pity, what a pity. The Flame Reverend looked at the waves pouncing on Su Yan and shook his head in pity. When he saw that the power of the waves was about to pierce through Su Yan's body, the Flame Reverend felt even more pity. He also knew that Su Yan would not be able to avoid this tribulation. Sigh. The Flame Reverend shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to leave, a loud bang was heard. Su Yan, who was surrounded by the waves, suddenly leaped up. His eyes glowed brightly and he waved the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. The Ghost Howl sword continuously surged with strong spiritual power. As he waved his hand, bang, the first wave that attacked Su Yan's body immediately exploded. When the Flame Reverend saw this, he was stunned at first. Then, he laughed out loud and said, "Good lad. I didn't expect you to be able to see through the flaw of the illusory ocean formation at the very last moment. So that's how it is, that's how it is." When Su Yan, who was surrounded by countless waves, saw that his attack was effective, his eyes involuntarily surged with excitement. This time, Su Yan no longer had any worries. This was because he had found a flaw in the formation. Looking at the surging power, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face. Under this smile, Su Yan really admired the ability of the Flame Reverend. He was actually able to come up with such a complicated formation. If it wasn't for his experience and knowledge, coupled with his calmness, he might really have died here today. "Break for me." Su Yan roared and the spiritual power in his body burst out. Bang, bang, as the power in his body burst out, the waves around him were constantly broken. The waves were pushed out one after another. The power of the waves turned into an attack and was instantly broken. At the same time, after the waves were broken, they suddenly surged and turned into waves of power. With Su Yan as the center, they surged into his body. Power. Su Yan felt the fluctuation of power around him. His eyes suddenly surged with excitement. With the experience just now, Su Yan naturally knew that this was the reward for breaking the formation. Su Yan naturally did not have the slightest bit of courtesy. He immediately sat down cross-legged and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly followed. Su Yan's cultivation speed was much faster than others. Furthermore, under the crazy circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, the surrounding power instantly formed a whirlpool and drilled into Su Yan's body. Sphere of precepts, sphere of precepts. Feeling the pure power around him, Su Yan's eyes instantly bloomed with excitement. At the same time, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body instantly sped up. Especially when he felt the spirit sea in his body constantly expanding, Su Yan's heart was even more excited. Sphere of precepts. Thinking of this, Su Yan's face showed an unconcealable excitement. This was the realm that many people in the 5 continents dreamed of. This was the symbol of a generation of experts. Many times, Su Yan had fantasized about stepping into the sphere of precepts and comprehending the power of precepts that belonged to him. This moment was finally about to be achieved. How could Su Yan not be excited? Sphere of Precepts, Sphere of Precepts. As Su Yan thought about it, a look of longing appeared in his eyes. This was especially true when he came into contact with the barrier of the Sphere of Precepts. Su Yan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Only the cultivation technique in his body continued to circulate. However, just as Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was circulating madly, Su Yan suddenly felt that he could no longer absorb the surrounding power. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Su Yan could clearly feel the fluctuations of the surrounding power. However, he could not absorb it. This surprised Su Yan. Step into the sphere of precepts to be a martial artist. Suddenly, Reverend Flame's voice drifted into Su Yan's mind. Then, Reverend Flame appeared before Su Yan. Step into the sphere of precepts to be a martial artist. Su Yan was not surprised by Reverend Flame's sudden appearance. Reverend Flame had always been here. Moreover, Reverend Flame's strength itself was mysterious enough. Therefore, Su Yan was not surprised by Reverend Flame's appearance. Instead, he muttered to himself, thinking about what Reverend Flame meant. Originally, Su Yan thought that since Reverend Flame said so, he would definitely explain it to him. However, Reverend Flame did not. Instead, he chuckled and said to Su Yan, "Kid, not bad. You were actually able to break the flaw of the illusory ocean formation at the last moment." Right now, Su Yan was most concerned about what Reverend Flame said. How could he be in the mood to discuss this with him? However, Su Yan thought that every expert had their own strange temperament. He was worried that if he ignored Reverend Flame, he would get angry. Therefore, when he heard Reverend Flame's words, Su Yan controlled his temper and smiled. "Senior, I was just lucky." Lucky? What a lucky move. Reverend Flame naturally knew that Su Yan wasn't lucky. To be able to see through the flaw of the illusory ocean formation at such a crucial moment, how could that be a lucky move? One must know that the illusory ocean formation wasn't just an illusion. It also tested one's intelligence. If it wasn't for Su Yan seeing through the principle of the illusory ocean formation at the last moment, Su Yan would have already died here. How could he be standing here right now? As the one who set up the formation, Reverend Flame was all too clear about the difficulty of breaking this formation. Therefore, Reverend Flame was more and more appreciative of Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan's absent-minded appearance, he immediately understood the distress in Su Yan's heart. He laughed, "Kid, don't be troubled. Although there is pure energy here, you have already entered the peak of the spiritual sea realm. If you want to break through the sphere of precepts, you must comprehend your own sphere of precepts." Sphere of precepts. When Su Yan heard Reverend Flame's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he was enlightened. Looking at the pure energy that was floating around him, Su Yan couldn't absorb it at that moment. He instantly felt that it was a pity. "Kid, I didn't intend to give you any pointers initially. However, as you have broken through 2 of my traps, I will tell you about the real world of martial artists now." Just then, Reverend Flame opened his mouth and said to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Reverend Flame's words, he was stunned. The real world of martial artists. Wasn't the world that Su Yan was in at the moment the world of martial artists? How could there be a real world of martial artists then? Although Su Yan didn't think that he knew everything in the world, at least he had stayed in this world for such a long time. Although he didn't know much about the world of experts, when it came to the world of martial artists, Su Yan felt that he could understand it. Therefore, when he heard Reverend Flame's words, Su Yan was a little unhappy. How wise was Reverend Flame? He could see Su Yan's unhappiness at a glance. However, he didn't care about him and said, "In the realm of martial artists, from the spirit-gathering realm to the spiritual sea realm is only the sphere of precepts. Gathering the power of heaven and earth as one, turning the power of heaven and earth into one's own power, you can say that you have stepped into a new world of martial artists. You can open a new world of martial artists. Su Yan was stunned once again. He wanted to ask Reverend Flame what he meant by that. Just as he was about to ask Reverend Flame again, he heard Reverend Flame say, "Kid, let me tell you something. Only when you step into the sphere of precepts can you truly open a new world of martial artists. Your path of cultivation has just begun. The path of cultivation has just begun." Su Yan suddenly smiled and said, "Senior, what you said is too far-fetched. You should know that the sphere of precepts is enough to be considered an expert. How can you say that the path of cultivation has just begun? An expert." When the Flame Reverend heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, what a joke, what a joke. I didn't expect that a mere square circle state could actually be considered an expert. What a joke, what a joke." The martial artists in the 5 counties were very clear about what the sphere of precepts represented. Su Yan had been working hard for this. Now that he was about to step into the sphere of precepts, he was being criticized so badly. Su Yan was naturally unhappy. When Reverend Flame saw Su Yan's expression, he naturally knew what he was thinking. He was a little disdainful. However, when he thought of Su Yan's description of the Gone Border continent, Reverend Flame understood. He sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh, kid, I can't blame you for this. In fact, even I didn't think that the entire Gone Border would be so desolate." Reverend Flame raised his head and looked at the sky. "Kid, in view of the strength of the next test, you have to step into the sphere of precepts. Let me tell you what a true world of experts is." Chapter 420. When the memory entered Su Yan's mind, he was first at a loss, then he was shocked. The moment he sank into this memory, a raging fire suddenly erupted. The raging fire was like a snake, soaring under the sky, almost competing with the sun between heaven and earth. Among the thousands of fire snakes, a person stood proudly, looking forward. He just stood there, but it was as if the whole world was rotating with him as the center. It was as if he could lift the sun and the moon. In front of him, there was a person in black. This person had a gloomy and dark aura around him, giving people the feeling that he was the weeping of ghosts. Even though Su Yan was only a bystander in this memory, he could still feel the terrifying aura rising between the two parties. Just this aura alone had probably exceeded the limits of what he could bear. Is this a real powerhouse? Just by looking at his face, he knew that the person standing in the flames was the Flame Supremacy. As for the person opposite him, Su Yan also felt a trace of familiarity. He should be the Devil Sect powerhouse. The confrontation between the two parties had already caused countless storms. The raging fire and the black demonic aura were all swept into it, forming an extremely terrifying vortex of destruction. When the vortex was at its thickest, the confrontation between the two parties finally began. If it wasn't because he was reading the memory, Su Yan definitely wouldn't have been able to see the movements of the two people clearly. Because the power of the two parties could no longer be described with common sense. To be precise, whether it was the Flame Supremacy or his enemy, their every move seemed to have begun to merge with the world. Suddenly, Su Yan remembered the Flame Supremacy's words, "Gather the power of heaven and earth as one, turn the power of heaven and earth into one's own power." Is this a battle between powerhouses? Su Yan was in a daze. It wasn't the first time he had fought with powerhouses of the area. However, whether it was Lei Wanjun or the other powerhouses of the area, none of them could compare to the two parties in this memory. They were all powerhouses of the area, but the gap between them was so big. When they raised their hands, the sky danced wildly. When their fists landed, it was as if the entire spirit sea followed. Each and every move of his contained immense might. It was as if he had grasped the entire world in his hands. The two sides clashed once again. This time, even if Su Yan were to concentrate, he would not be able to comprehend the power within it. Enter the perimeter, form the heavens and the earth, condense the 6 mountains. The so-called perimeter was to use one's body as a circle and the heaven and earth as a square. The perimeter was horizontal, and the heaven and earth were in one's heart. The powerful cultivators of Fengyuan can condense 6 layers of mountains, and each mountain is a stage. If the 6 mountains are condensed, the heaven and earth will be formed. While Su Yan was still in shock, the voice of the Flame Reverend rang out in his mind once again. Every sentence was deeply shaken into Su Yan's heart. This is the memory of when I fought with the Devil's Sect elite when I was in the 6 heavenly mountains. What do you think of my strength then? He is extremely powerful and domineering. I'm afraid he is not inferior to a Dragon Realm elite. Su Yan said directly. Such power was already the most powerful power he had ever seen. Ha 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 ha. The Flame Reverend laughed wildly. Then, he suddenly stopped and said, "Nonsense. A Dragon Realm elite is an existence that can kill a real dragon. The power of a real dragon is difficult to control. If this is all you have, wouldn't you be a laughingstock? I have already said that the perimeter is the beginning of cultivation. You said that there are only a few Dragon Realm cultivators in the Qian realm today, and that a perimeter elite can become the leader of a sect. Humph, let me tell you, that was only a duel when I had just entered the cultivation realm. Back then, there were as many perimeters as dogs in the Qian realm, but it is definitely not something you can imagine. Just the Buddha sword sect alone has more than 1,000. What? Ho Yi was shocked when he heard the Flame Reverend's words. More than 1,000 perimeters. If all the experts of the Shangqian Fengyuan gathered together, it would be a terrifying force. Wherever the sword pointed, it would be invincible. Shocked. The Buddha sword sect was famous and glorious back then. Was it a lie to say that the sword was out of the Buddha? The Flame Reverend said slowly. Speaking of this, there was actually a boundless yearning in his words. Su Yan could naturally feel the reverence in his words. The Qian realm is actually so strong. Just the Buddha sword sect alone has more than 1,000 perimeters. Then, the entire Qian realm must be countless. No wonder the Flame Reverend said that. That is the world of the truly strong. Unknowingly, Su Yan's blood began to boil. He had been searching for the pinnacle of the sword all his life. If he could be born in such an era, he would be able to fight with so many experts. The current me is still too weak. Su Yan muttered to himself. However, there was no decadence or confusion in his eyes. There was only determination. In his previous life, he was a sword saint. In this life, he would definitely stand at the top of the mountain and look down on all heroes. Now you know what the world of the strong is. The Flame Reverend looked at Su Yan and asked with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Su Yan naturally understood. He also knew that the world of the truly strong was probably even more powerful than he imagined. Senior, you said before that you would help me reach the boundary of square. Please guide me. At this moment, Su Yan had become extremely respectful. Any expert should be respected, not to mention this old man in front of him who had given him pointers. Not bad. You are humble and polite. I like it. This old man has already said that if you want to enter the next stage, you must reach the boundary. Otherwise, not to mention passing through the next stage, you will be crushed to death by the world energy that is as heavy as a mountain once you enter. But, do you know how to reach the boundary of square? The Flame Reverend asked directly. Before Su Yan could open his mouth, the Flame Reverend sighed softly and said, Fine. Since this old man has already said so, I will give you some pointers again. As soon as he finished speaking, another spiritual light appeared and imprinted itself into Su Yan's mind. As the spiritual light entered his mind, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He focused all his attention. Suddenly, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. The blazing serpent spread its wings and flew. The boundless sky seemed to have been occupied by the blazing serpent. Su Yan understood that the blazing serpent was formed by the flame-reverend celestial form. In the boundless flames, a figure stood calmly. It was the flame-reverend from back then. Su Yan immediately understood that it was when the flame-reverend had attacked the boundary of square. The flame-reverend, who looked calm, was the source of the flames. Beneath his feet was a boundless ocean, an ocean of flames. This is the flame-reverend spirit sea. It's really terrifying. The vast spirit sea was filled with flames. Facing such a spirit sea, even Su Yan had to admit that the flame-reverend was powerful. He had reached the 9th level of the Sea of Souls realm not long ago, and his spirit sea was boundless. However, compared to this spirit sea, he was still far from it. The power of my spirit sea is already strong. After reaching the 9th level, I can already rival a 3rd level expert of the boundary of square. However, facing the flame-reverend in such a state, I will definitely lose. For him to be able to become a reverend, he is indeed talented. However, my spirit sea has just been condensed and he has already completed it and started to attack the boundary of square. If we are at the same level, Su Yan will definitely not lose to him. Su Yan's expression became more serious, but he was even more focused. He focused all his attention on the flame-reverend. The flame-reverend directly projected the scene of him advancing to the boundary of square into his mind. This was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. At this moment, the blazing fire spirit sea was churning non-stop. Above the sky, thousands of blazing serpents suddenly started to descend. The blazing serpents were the celestial form. At this moment, thousands of blazing serpents actually rushed into the spirit sea. He wants to merge the celestial form with the spirit sea. Is he crazy? Su Yan was shocked by this. To actually use the celestial form to attack the spirit sea, this action was simply crazy. The celestial form and the spirit sea are clashing. No, the power of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth as a square, one's body as a circle. Merging and connecting will form a circle. I understand now. To be able to gather the power of heaven and earth as one and transform it into one's own power, one must be able to accommodate the power of heaven and earth. When the celestial form and the spirit sea merge, one can build a world within one's body. When the world within one's body is formed, one can use one's body as the center and connect with heaven and earth. Once the boundary of square is formed, one's every move will have the power of heaven and earth. Brilliant, this is really a brilliant plan. Su Yan suddenly thought of this point, and his mind immediately surged. He finally understood what the true boundary of square was. Only then could one be truly powerful. Even if Lei Wanjun and the others were at the boundary of square, he could still deal with them. Now that he had reached the 9th level, he was even confident that he could defeat Lei Wanjun directly. This was because his own purple spirit sea could condense such a huge amount of power. However, at this moment, he knew that although Lei Wanjun's power was strong, it was not perfect. He had the power of square, but he did not have the will of square. If the flame supremacy attacked, even if it was only at the boundary of square, his terrifying realm of merging with the will of heaven and earth could make him have no way out. Even if he was riding on the sword dragon and had the support of the purple spirit sea. Even if he had the powerful sun-colored glazed sword and the torrential pear blossom storm and other all-creation battle techniques, he was still not a match for Lei Wanjun. This was the strength of the true boundary of square. I understand now, I understand now. In order to achieve square, one must first form heaven and earth, then manifest the celestial form and merge with the spirit sea to form a square heaven and earth. This is the key to entering the true boundary of square. After understanding this point, Su Yan immediately felt comfortable in his heart. He only felt that there was a powerful aura rolling continuously in his body. Chapter 421. Oh. You have figured out the crux of the matter so quickly. Ha, let me see how far you can go. The Flame Venerable muttered to himself. Ha, let me see how far you can go. The Flame Venerable said softly. And at this moment, Su Yan had already made his move. Since he wanted to achieve the strongest celestial form, he had to make his spiritual sea reach the most perfect state. Only then could he achieve the strongest celestial form after fusion. If it was before, he would feel that he was already very strong. In the spiritual sea realm, he was able to cross realms and fight against experts like Lei Wanjun. However, after seeing the memory that the Flame Venerable pointed out, the slight sense of superiority in his heart had long been shattered. He knew that if he were to fight against the Devil Sect people in the Flame Venerable's memory, he would definitely not be able to win. He would not even have the chance to escape. At this moment, he was facing the experts from the Devil Sect. It was a matter of life and death. He could not rely on luck. First, condense the celestial form, then expand the spiritual sea, and finally merge the celestial form. Su Yan had a plan in mind and started to act. There was extremely pure spiritual qi here. The reason why he could not absorb it previously was because he wanted to use the spiritual qi to break through the celestial form realm. However, he had already reached the spiritual sea realm. If he wanted to break through the celestial form realm, it would be impossible to rely on the spiritual qi here. Hence, he could not absorb it. But now, he used the power of the celestial form and used the spiritual qi to extract it. The celestial form realm is divided into the sun, moon, and star realms. However, when the Flame Venerable used it earlier, he had already turned the celestial form into a raging fire serpent. This is definitely not an illusion technique, but the condensation of the celestial form's power. Since the Flame Venerable could do it, there is no reason why I, Su Yan, can't do it. Rich spiritual qi suddenly gushed in and Su Yan's celestial form power was activated. This energy was misty, but it was extremely powerful. It was much stronger than ordinary people. However, Su Yan knew that his opponent was not ordinary. This level was not enough. The Flame Venerable turned the celestial form into a raging fire serpent because he was good at using fire. Raging fire is the Tao in his heart. The Tao in my heart is not raging fire, but sword. With the conversion of his beliefs, Su Yan's aura became even sharper. In his previous life, he single-handedly became a legend on Earth. In this life, he struggled bitterly and staggered, and he relied on a sword to forcefully carve out a path of survival. Therefore, the sword was his will, his Tao. My path is the path of the sword. My path is the path of the sword. My celestial manifestation is naturally the sword. As his voice faded, the power of the celestial manifestation in his body suddenly circulated. The power of the celestial phenomenon devoured countless amounts of spirit qi and slowly began to transform. When the power of the celestial phenomenon manifests into a sword, it means that it is forging a sword. Suddenly, the sword forging technique that Ugly Uncle had taught him in the past flowed into his mind. Cho Bo spent his entire life forging swords, he gave it his all, he was practically born for the sword and died for the sword. His path of swordsmithing was naturally broad and profound, but Su Yan had not had the chance to study it in depth due to his several life and death situations. When he was in Chaoshi village, due to the dissipation of spiritual energy, he didn't have the motivation to research. But at this moment, the method to forge the sword was so clear. However, Ugly Uncle was forging the sword in his hand, and Su Yan was forging the sword of the celestial phenomenon. The aura became stronger and stronger, and so did the sword will. Even the Flame Supremacy was shocked when he saw this. What is this lad trying to do? He's really taking an unconventional path. If this continues, he might really be able to make something out of it. It's a good choice to let this lad inherit my legacy, hee hee. Su Yan's sword will was already extremely dense. The endless celestial manifestation continued to spiral, and a majestic divine sword gradually took shape. Once the sword was formed, Su Yan felt that his sword will was suddenly clear, and his artistic conception was elevated again. The sword was originally a fearless weapon. Cultivating the path of the sword made one fearless and full of fighting spirit. The resurrection plan of the devil's doctrine, the mysterious canal, and the Buddhist sword sect were all like invisible mountains that pressed down on Su Yan's heart. Although he was still fearless and courageous, he had to admit that there was a shadow in his heart. But as the celestial manifestation sword was condensed, the dark clouds in his heart were torn apart, and all his worries were cut off. Sword cultivators like us have to move forward courageously. All the difficulties and obstacles are just the stones that make my sword sharper. Celestial manifestation sword will condense. Su Yan suddenly shouted, and the will in his heart evolved, turning into a sword will that condensed in the air, and gradually merged with the celestial manifestation sword will. The celestial manifestation sword will has been formed. Next is the spirit sea. At this moment, Su Yan was like a sword that had just been unsheathed. His sword will was dense and sharp, and it was time to expand the spirit sea in one go. The spirit sea was the sea that contained the spirit. It contained spiritual energy and made one stronger. The level 9 spirit sea was the evolution of the spirit sea. Although my spirit sea is strong, it hasn't reached its limit. I don't believe that the purple spirit sea only has this power. Moreover, it could reach level 12 in the spirit realm. Can't it break through level 9 in the spirit sea realm? Thinking of this, Su Yan directly focused his mind, and used all his strength to activate the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual. The Virokana-colored glaze sword manual passed down by his father was the foundation of his cultivation. At the beginning, he wanted to use the spiritual energy to break through the limits of the spirit sea and reach the realm of circumference. But now, he knew that this was ridiculous. Now, he was going to use this incomparably pure spirit chi to refine his spirit sea and cause it to evolve. Virokana-colored glaze. As he continued to activate, the sword will in his body became extremely hot. In an instant, the spirit sea was boiling. Su Yan was completely submerged by the boundless spiritual energy. But Su Yan's brows stopped at this moment. Because in the next moment an extremely terrible situation appeared, and that was the depletion of spiritual energy. The activation of the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual became more and more urgent, and his whole body was shaking like a raging fire. The violent power continued to rampage, and the fiery sun began to burn his meridians. The pure spiritual energy was swallowed into the spirit sea in one breath. But there were still no signs of the spirit sea evolving. Oh no, I thought that the pure spiritual energy here was endless, but it's dried up now. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, my spirit sea can't reach its peak. Su Yan was unwilling. He already knew that if he chose to enter the realm of circumference now, the success rate would be above 70%. But he was unwilling. He wanted to be the most perfect version of himself, because perfection represented power. The Flame Venerable had been paying attention to Su Yan's changes. Is it a deadlock? Even though his talent is outstanding and he is an unconventional person, this place has undergone several thousand years of changes. Even with the support of the Great Array, the spirit chi has become thin. Even I didn't expect him to be able to absorb the spirit chi to such an extent. Now, he can only choose to merge the celestial form with the spirit sea. Fortunately, he can already become a realm of circumference master now. The Flame Venerable felt pity in his heart. The spiritual energy here was indeed dense. He thought that this spiritual energy was enough to support Su Yan's cultivation, but he still underestimated the terror of the purple spirit sea. Even with so much spiritual energy here, it couldn't truly fill the spirit sea. If the spirit sea couldn't be filled, how could he advance? But what made him feel gratified was that Su Yan could absorb so much pure spiritual energy, which was already very heaven-defying. If he entered the realm of circumference, he wouldn't be any worse than he was in the past. The spiritual energy has already dissipated, so my spirit sea can't reach perfection. Do I just give up like this? No, there must be a way. If I didn't know this, it's fine, but since I know, I can't give up. There's only one chance. Su Yan's thoughts were firm, and he didn't have any thoughts of wavering. It was all because he wanted to become even stronger. It was all because his previous thoughts had cleared up, causing his heart to become even more determined and persistent. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The so-called spirit sea is the sea that contains spiritual energy. Now that there's no spiritual energy, I still have spiritual swords. This idea was really unconstrained, but once the idea appeared, he didn't waver at all. Because Su Yan knew that there was only one chance. Red separation sword case, out. Su Yan roared, and suddenly, the red separation sword case shone brightly. As the light bloomed, a strong sword aura gushed out. Even the flame supremacy was shocked by the sudden arrival of the sword intent. Where did he get such a strong sword essence? At this moment, he was really inexplicably shocked. Then, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. A group of flying swords suddenly flew out from the red separation sword case. The Flame Venerable took a rough look and found that there were more than 10,000 flying swords. Ha ha ha, what a strange kid. I understand now. He wants to extract spiritual energy from the spiritual swords to fill his spirit sea. Good, this is really an unconventional move. Amidst the Flame Venerable's long laughter, the 10,000 flying swords actually fell into Su Yan's spirit sea. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit sea exploded with boundless aura. The strong power rose directly, and vaguely, it made the Flame Venerable's mind tremble. Amazing, really amazing. If this kid doesn't die, he will definitely be an outstanding person in the cultivation world. To be able to make him my successor, wonderful. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit sea finally started to change. When the 10,000 flying swords entered his spirit sea, the terrifying spiritual energy soared. At this moment, Su Yan felt a huge impact. It was a soul-tearing pain, but Su Yan endured it with a smile, because he knew that the more pain he was in, the more he would gain. Such pain wouldn't be in vain. Chapter 422. 10,000 Swords Merging Spirit, Spiritual Ocean Evolution, Go! Su Yan shouted. A powerful and terrifying force erupted at this moment, and a majestic mountain-like aura was formed. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with endless joy. His spiritual ocean had finally begun to evolve. The powerful swords trembled continuously, and 10,000 swords hummed together. If not for the array, the humming of the swords would have pierced through the 9 heavens and shocked everyone. And now, Su Yan was about to reach the 10th level of the spiritual ocean realm. 9 was the limit, and breaking through 9 was defying the heavens. He had reached the 12th level of the spirit channeling realm, which was enough to defeat all life's soul cultivators. And now, he had reached the 10th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and his battle prowess was incredible. If Lei Wanjun were to fight with Su Yan now, he would definitely be defeated by Su Yan. And it would be a complete defeat. The Scarlet Parting Sword case finally fell silent. Only the Heaven-Punishing Divine Sword and the Scorching Sun Divine Sword remained in the case. The Divine Swords had their own dignity, and even Su Yan couldn't make them sink into his spiritual ocean. This time, his Sky Phase Sword and Spiritual Sword Ocean had finally formed. Seeing this, even the Inferno Venerable couldn't believe it. He did it, he actually did it. He actually did it. There are still people who can break through the 9th level of the spirit channeling realm, but his spiritual ocean actually broke through the 9th level. This brat is a monster. Ha ha ha, I like monsters. Even at this moment, Su Yan didn't stop there. Because at this moment, he was using the 10,000 swords to enter his spiritual ocean to break through to the realm of circumference. Celestial phenomenon, spirit sea fusion. He shouted in a deep voice. His voice reverberated in all directions. The entire formation shook because of this shout. And at this moment, Su Yan's aura had reached its peak. The scene of the Inferno Venerable breaking through to the realm of circumference replayed in his mind. That kind of fiery serpent descending from the sky and the spiritual ocean of flames rushing to the sky shook his soul deeply. And now, it was finally his turn. 10,000 swords chime, sky phase soul movement. Su Yan moved again, and the sword chi swept out. 10,000 swords rang in unison, and the spirit sea surged. Such a terrifying power was constantly vibrating at this moment. The spiritual ocean is round, and the sky is square. This brat actually started to break through to the square and circle tier in one go. Good, he's decisive as expected. Breaking through from the 8th tier of the spiritual ocean tier to the 9th tier of the spiritual ocean tier in one go, and then directly breaking through to the square and circle tier. This brat might not be unparalleled in the future, but I'm afraid he's unprecedented. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was at its peak. The mysterious and unfathomable power of Radius finally began to reveal itself. A mysterious and unfathomable feeling immediately appeared. If there was a word to describe this feeling, it would be control. Although he hadn't mastered the power of Radius, he could already feel the feeling of control. He finally understood what the Flame Venerable meant, and also understood how powerful a true Fengyuan master was. This is a true expert, and I will eventually become one of them. The dense sword chi grew stronger and stronger, and the power of 10,000 swords was activated at the same time. With such power, even a giant mountain could be directly crushed into pieces. Under such power, Su Yan's realm suddenly soared. He was like a ferocious beast, directly breaking through the layers and layers of obstacles. The square and circle tier in his body, success. At this moment, the square and circle tier in his body was finally achieved. Sword chi surrounded him, and his eyes moved. Su Yan only felt that at this moment, he was unprecedentedly powerful. Finally reached the square and circle tier. If Lei Wanjun wasn't wrong, this should be Yunhe's goal. Now that I've already reached the square and circle tier, I wonder what Yunhe will do next. After achieving the square and circle tier, although Su Yan felt powerful power, he didn't let his excitement get to his head. Being powerful wasn't arrogance, but control. Controlling the enemy, and controlling oneself. Let's not care about this for now. Let's first get the Flame Venerable's power inheritance. Su Yan calmed himself down. He knew that now wasn't the time to care about other things. The most important thing now was to get the Flame Venerable's inheritance. This was the fastest way for him to quickly become an expert. He barged into the formation, but he still didn't know the fate of Lu Fei and the others. Yunhe's figure was like a fog shrouding him. Senior, I've already reached the square and circle tier. Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and a shocking light directly shot out. This light turned into a cold light and directly entered the formation. The grand array still did not have the slightest bit of change, but Su Yan could see this grand array much more clearly. However, the clearer it was, the more shocked he was. The strength and horror of this formation was far beyond his expectations. At this moment, there was suddenly a flame in front of him that sped towards him. This flame was blooming with extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to kill him directly. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't panic at all. His palm grasped the void, and the shocking celestial sword appeared in his hand. Senior, since you want to test me, you should use some of your true strength. Su Yan laughed heartily, and the shocking celestial sword in his hand drew a simple and direct trajectory in the air. It was clearly a sword shadow that seemed to disappear in an instant. However, at the moment when the sword shadow was about to disappear, a sword aura suddenly bloomed. The sword aura was like a startled swan, and with an unstoppable force, it directly went towards the flame. This flame was extremely hot, and it condensed endless flames. It was formed by extremely terrifying power, and it could probably incinerate a spiritual sea realm expert in the blink of an eye. Even if it was Murong Fu, when facing this flame, it would be extremely troublesome. A moment of carelessness and he would be seriously injured directly. However, at this moment, the sword aura flashed and cut directly into the flame. Such a terrifying flame actually dissipated directly, as if it had never appeared. Ha ha ha, good. What a shocking sword chi. Su Yan, you have really made me see you in a new light. With such strength, you do indeed have the qualifications to pass through my final stage and obtain my inheritance. The Flame Reverend's voice was heard again. In actual fact, the fact that Su Yan had condensed the state of circumference was also one of the tests. If Su Yan couldn't condense the state of circumference, or if the state of circumference wasn't strong enough, the Flame Reverend wouldn't give Su Yan the chance to do so. However, the Flame Reverend was obviously very satisfied with Su Yan at the moment. Now, you can enter this old man's final test. However, even if you are extremely powerful now, you still need to be mentally prepared because this final test is incomparable to the previous ones. The Flame Reverend laughed, causing Su Yan to feel somewhat uneasy when he heard that. However, just then, there was another flame that appeared in front of him all of a sudden. However, this time, the flame didn't come to attack him, but turned into a huge door. Although he was still standing outside the door, he could feel an extremely profound power that was transmitted from within. Such a powerful and terrifying power made his entire body tremble. Such a strong power. Merely the aura that came from it made me tremble. No wonder the Flame Reverend said that I had to reach the state of circumference to enter it. Su Yan thought to himself. If it had been before, he might have flinched in the face of such a terrifying power. However, he definitely wouldn't do that at the moment. On the contrary, it made him look forward to it even more. Without any hesitation, he barged in directly. Just as he stepped in, there were countless flaming serpents that flew towards him. In his memory, he had already seen such a flaming serpent before. Until then, he still couldn't forget the scene at the very beginning when the serpents flew in the sky. Such a strong and terrifying power had deeply shocked him. When he faced the flame-soaring serpent head-on, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure. The moment he appeared, the thousands of flaming serpents looked at him directly. The feeling of being surrounded by a pack of wolves was so eerie. Moreover, the danger of the flaming serpents was far greater than that of a pack of wolves. In the next moment, the flaming serpents let out an extremely horrified sound in unison, then charged towards Su Yan directly. Su Yan's entire body trembled in fear. This voice had actually caused his entire body to stop moving. Spiritual shock. He immediately understood that the sharp howling sound was the terrifying spiritual shock. Fortunately, he had already achieved the state of circumference and condensed the celestial phase sword to form the myriad sword spirit sea. Otherwise, the sound could have taken his life. Return to energy, sword chime. Su Yan shouted firmly. In an instant, the sound of the myriad sword chime resounded, immediately suppressing the strange and terrifying sound of the countless flaming serpents. This is the manifestation of the Flame Reverend celestial phase. Then, I'll use celestial phase to deal with celestial phase. Su Yan's eyes flashed, then a sword shadow suddenly condensed in his hand. The sword shadow landed in front of Su Yan, immediately making Su Yan's aura surge. Sword Dragon. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and controlled the celestial phase. His entire figure turned into a stream of light. Wherever the stream of light passed, all the flaming serpents were destroyed one by one and then dissipated. The flame venerable is so powerful. After such a long time, these flaming serpents are still so powerful. It's hard to imagine how earth-shattering his cultivation would be if he was still alive. The power of a venerable is indeed difficult to control. Even though Su Yan stepped on the flying dragon and his sword moved endlessly, he still couldn't kill all the flaming serpents. The flame venerable's celestial phase and spiritual sea have long merged. If that's the case, it's unrealistic to want to kill these flaming serpents. Could it be that the key is the flames sea below? Su Yan suddenly understood the key to passing this stage. Chapter 423. In an instant, the sword light flashed. A powerful sword aura suddenly appeared. This was the first time that Su Yan had truly activated the power of circumference. The moment this power appeared, it seemed that the surrounding sea of flames began to tremble. That unprecedented sword light directly rushed into the sea, stirring up endless waves of flames. The waves of flames swept over as if a monstrous palm was directly pressing down. If he was hit by this flaming palm, even the current Su Yan would not be able to survive without losing a layer of skin. However, at this moment, he had activated the Tianxiang sword to the extreme. The sword dragon under his feet had already been activated to its fastest state. Just as the sword aura cut a huge hole in the sea of flames, he had already rushed into it. The fierce waves of flames also directly pressed down at this moment. The terrifying impact of this power almost shattered everything. At this moment, Su Yan had already rushed into the sea of flames. The moment he entered the sea of flames, the power of circumference in his body had already begun to circulate. Streaks of sword shadows circled around him, finally forming a shield that covered everything he had. I really didn't expect that sword aura would have such a wonderful use. Since that's the case, this move shall be called the sword shield. With the power of the sword shield, the pressure on Su Yan directly decreased. It was at this moment that an overwhelming pressure came crashing down on him. The pressure fell on his body, and the sword shield kept shaking. The sword shadows were also constantly trembling, as if they were going to dissipate and disappear at any time. Why is there such a terrifying pressure? Could it be that the flame snake and the sea of flames from before were not the final test? Su Yan was already in his heart. This terrifying impact was actually much more violent than before. It was simply like an extremely terrifying monster. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Su Yan, you guessed right. This is the real test left for you. That was the voice of the flame venerable. The moment this voice sounded, two rays of light suddenly enveloped Su Yan's body. Su Yan looked in the direction of the light and discovered that it was actually a huge stone statue in front of him. The stone terracotta was huge. Just its eyes alone were bigger than his body. In front of this stone terracotta, he was like a pitiful ant. The entire stone terracotta statue was covered in greenish-brown moss. What made Su Yan even more fearful was that even this seemingly unremarkable moss seemed to possess an extremely strange power. Su Yan, this stone terracotta is the manifestation of my true body after my death. It is both a test and to prevent enemies from desecrating my body. My true spirit is within this stone terracotta. If you want to obtain my inheritance, you will have to barge into this stone terracotta and find my true spirit. This old man's power is no longer enough to send you another message. If you want to obtain the inheritance, then enter the true spirit. The voice of the flame venerable sounded. At this moment, his voice was different from when he was outside. That powerful voice also contained a great amount of divine might. The final test. Then, Su Yan, will give it a try. Su Yan did not hesitate. He immediately activated the sword dragon and charged towards the stone statue at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, his blood dragon pupil blossomed with a demonic radiance. It reflected layers of blood light and directly landed on the stone statue. His gaze seemed to be like a dragon's shadow. Then, everything about the stone statue was under his control. The blood dragon pupil actually evolved. This is really a pleasant surprise. But it's also good. The more powerful I am now, the more confident I will be in the future. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a ball of flame burning in the stone statue's heart. What a strong power. It's as if that's a raging flame. I'm afraid that's the stone statue's core and also where the flame venerable's true spirit is. Su Yan was excited. He had finally discovered the location of the true spirit. Then, the next step was to directly barge into the true spirit. But just as he approached the true spirit, the greenish-brown moss suddenly fell from the stone statue's surface and pounced towards him. Oh no, this is no ordinary moss. This thing can absorb the power in my body. I can't be careless. Su Yan's blood dragon pupil completely understood the strangeness of the moss. Under the moss, there were spots of black light. They were like terrifying tentacles. If he was careless and was contaminated by such things, he would definitely not have a good ending. He continuously waved the celestial shock sword in his hand. Streaks of sword chi directly rushed towards the moss. The sword chi was magnificent. Everywhere it passed, all the strange moss was destroyed. But before Su Yan could relax, he suddenly felt an even more terrifying pressure directly coming towards him. He raised his head to look and saw a gigantic palm coming down on him. This palm was definitely not an illusion of power. It was the palm of the huge stone statue. Damn it, that stone statue can actually move. He finally understood the meaning of one of the words of the Flame Venerable. The so-called "to prevent the enemy from desecrating his body" was naturally a terrifying means of attack. As such a huge palm was waving, it was as rapid as a gust of wind. There was no sign of it stopping. The impact of such power gave Su Yan a strong sense of danger. He dared to believe that if he were to receive such a blow, he would probably be killed immediately. What a great Flame Venerable! Even the stone statue that he turned into after his death is still so powerful. 10,000 sword spiritual power, fully activate. At this point, he could no longer care much. He directly activated his boundless spiritual power and poured it into the sword dragon. The power of the 10,000 sword spiritual sea poured out, allowing the sword dragon to possess boundless power in an instant. With such a violent power, the sword dragon's speed reached an unprecedented level. Its entire body turned into an illusion. Under the protection of the sword and shield, it directly charged towards the heart of the stone statue. Everywhere it passed, the countless strange moss creatures were all exterminated. Charge! In the nick of time, the huge palm just happened to sweep over his head. The powerful and violent airflow almost directly affected the trajectory of his shuttle. Finally, he approached the stone statue. At this moment, the surface of the stone terracotta began to glow with intense flames. These flames seemed to have originated from the flames of hell, bringing with them a strong aura of death. Streaks of flames intersected with one another, eventually forming a net of fire. Su Yan was not afraid at all. Since I'm already here, how can I, Su Yan, give up? Flame Venerable, Su Yan, will definitely obtain your inheritance. At this moment, Su Yan was like a desperate gambler. He did not care about the consequences at all and directly charged into the fire net. The deeper he went, the stronger the terrifying pressure became. The scorching aura was extremely terrifying. The sword and shield that he condensed with sword aura actually began to gradually melt at this moment. He deeply understood that if the sword and shield were to completely melt, he would have to face this terrifying power directly. At that time, it would be hard to say whether he would live or die. Scorching Sun Divine Sword, help me break the formation. At this moment, Su Yan was already in a dangerous situation. If this continued, he would definitely die. At this moment, he could only try to activate the power of the two divine swords in the Redly Sword Casket. Only the power of the divine swords could help him break out of this dangerous situation. The heaven-destroying divine sword was too strong. Even with his current square circle state, he could not activate it at all. However, the scorching sun divine sword responded to his call. Su Yan directly took out the scorching sun divine sword. This sword was made by Cho Bo with all his effort. It already had the body of a divine sword, but it did not have the will of a divine sword. It could only be considered a semi-finished product. However, even if it was only a semi-finished product, it was qualified to be called a divine. Naturally, its power was extraordinary and unimaginable. At this moment, he activated the scorching sun divine sword. The divine sword hummed softly and shone brightly. Su Yan only felt that his spiritual power was continuously gathering towards the scorching sun divine sword. It was as if he was not the one activating the divine sword, but the divine sword was devouring his power. It is indeed a divine sword. Even if it is only a semi-finished product, it has such terrifying power. If it was not for the fact that I have achieved square circle state, my spiritual power would have been sucked dry by it. However, at this moment, this sword is the key for me to break into the stone terracotta figure. Since this is the case, I will stake it all on this one throw. At this point, not only did he no longer have any scruples, but he also directly channeled all his power into the scorching sun divine sword. After receiving the channeling of Su Yan's power, the scorching sun divine sword's divine light suddenly rose and bloomed. The intense radiance of power was simply terrifying. The terrifying blazing light was actually enough to compete with the radiance that surged out from the stone terracotta figure's body. Under the impact of such a terrifying power, layers of ripples started to appear at the stone terracotta figure's heart. At first, the ripples were very gentle and even had a sense of superiority. However, later on, the ripples became denser and denser. In the end, it actually formed a whirlpool. Su Yan was in the middle of the blazing whirlpool. He gritted his teeth and forcefully charged into it. Open! Su Yan roared and channeled all his power into the scorching sun divine sword. Whing! A terrifying sound was heard. The whirlpool's power had reached its limit and finally shattered under Su Yan's attack. The dense moss was like a vicious wolf that smelled blood and charged towards Su Yan. However, before the strange moss could get close, they were all killed by the terrifying shockwave. The layer of greenish-brown on the stone terracotta figure's humongous body faded away at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Such power could be said to be terrifying. It was also at this moment that Su Yan disappeared into the whirlpool. At that moment, after experiencing such a dangerous situation, he finally charged into the land of true spirits. Plop! With a dull thud, Su Yan directly fell. It was clearly dark below his feet, but it was as if he had landed on the ground. Chapter 424. You really surprised me. You actually made it here. It was the voice of the Flame Venerable. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at the figure standing in front of him quietly. It was a figure that was made up of flames. Standing in front of him, the first thing he felt was the oppressive power. The power was very heavy and gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. In order to charge into the stone statue, Su Yan almost used up all the spiritual power in his body. His condition was so bad that it had never been this bad before. It was even more strenuous to bear such a power. Senior. Although his whole body was weak, Su Yan still struggled to stand up. His gaze fell on the other party. Although he had already seen the Flame Venerable in the memory, when he saw his real body, Su Yan still felt an uncontrollable oppressive power. He knew that the oppressive power was not displayed by the Flame Venerable on purpose. It was a natural oppressive power. Although the flame venerable was already dead and he was only left with a remnant soul, the power of a powerhouse was still oppressing him. The feeling was like a commoner seeing an emperor. It was a natural reverence for a powerhouse. That said, even under the might of this power, Su Yan still stood up. He looked straight at the flame venerable. Even if he was facing an existence that was stronger than him, Su Yan would still stand straight and face the other party. You're indeed much more outstanding than I thought. It's really not easy to be able to make it here, the flame venerable said with a smile. At that moment, he was only left with the soul that was condensed by the flame. Su Yan could feel that the flame was extraordinary. It was probably because of the uniqueness of the flame that the flame venerable's soul could survive until now. It seems that you can feel it, the flame venerable said to Su Yan again. Indeed, the flame on Senior's body seems to be extremely extraordinary. It is also because of the existence of this flame that Senior's soul has been able to survive until now, Su Yan said directly without hiding anything. At such a young age, your eyesight is not bad. You are right. This flame is the Scarlet Spirit Fire. It possesses extraordinary power, especially in the aspect of the soul. The reason why this old man can survive until now is indeed because of the power of this Scarlet Spirit Fire. The Flame Exalt's voice was calm. After that, he continued, unfortunately, I'm still going to die. If you hadn't arrived just in time, I'm afraid all of my abilities would have vanished into thin air. The greatest misfortune in this world is that a hero is past his prime. For him to be able to become a supreme expert, he could be said to be an unparalleled expert with great power. If he could survive until now, he would probably be the #1 person in Gone Realm. But now, he was facing death. Moreover, judging from his tone, he was facing eternal oblivion and complete death. Senior, why is that? Su Yan asked in surprise. Since he had lived for 8,000 years, why did he have to face death now? It's nothing. I've been in the formation for 8,000 years. I'm tired of living. The Flame Exalt sighed softly and continued, you have to know that it's impossible for there to be water without a source in this world. Even though the Scarlet Spirit Fire is powerful, it's impossible for it to exist out of thin air. Even though this flame has allowed my soul to be preserved, it's constantly devouring my spiritual energy. Su Yan sighed in his heart. He immediately understood what the Flame Exalt meant. The Flame Exalt's soul resided in the Scarlet Spirit Fire, and the Scarlet Spirit Fire used the Flame Exalt's soul as nourishment. In the end, the Flame Exalt's soul was still the foundation of its existence. However, the Flame Exalt's soul was just too powerful, which was why he was able to last for so many years. Originally, I was in a state of tortoise hibernation. Hence, the depletion of my spiritual energy was extremely weak. However, your arrival this time allowed me to see the hope of passing on my power. Hence, I woke up straight away. As soon as I woke up, the burning of my spiritual energy naturally became more intense. At this moment, I'm already at the end of my rope. As soon as the Flame Exalt finished speaking, Su Yan's heart trembled. If he hadn't appeared, the Flame Exalt might have been able to live for a longer time. However, at this very moment, his life was about to come to an end because of him. Senior. Su Yan didn't even know what he should say. Su Yan, this is the choice of this old man. Why do you have to act like a little girl? In this world, there is no one who can live forever. Moreover, asking this old man to continue living like this is even more painful than death. The Flame Reverend directly said. Su Yan, since you've come all the way here, I'll naturally fulfill my promise and pass on my power to you. If you feel uneasy, then inherit my power properly. Don't let my power go to waste. You have to remember what I said. Gone territory definitely shouldn't end up like this. The future is in your hands. The Flame Exalt's spiritual incarnation looked straight at Su Yan. Su Yan saw a tinge of determination in the Flame Exalt's eyes. It was a sacrifice and also a dedication. Senior, don't worry. As long as I, Su Yan, am alive, I will definitely take responsibility and make Gon territory stronger, Su Yan said straightforwardly. Alright, there's not much time left. I won't waste any more time. Accept my power of passing on my power. At this very moment, there was a flash of light in his eyes. Then, the Flame Exalt in front of Su Yan began to change. A spiritual shadow appeared from the Flame Exalt while the Flame Exalt floated in the air quietly. Su Yan, the last bit of my soul will enter your body, and then I will pass on all of my inheritance to you. As for this Scarlet Spirit Fire, after you have inherited my inheritance, you can subdue it. Now, relax your mind, he said directly. Su Yan took a deep breath and calmed his mind down. He knew that this was the most crucial moment. All his previous efforts were for this moment to accept the power of passing on his power. If something were to go wrong, everything would be in vain. Suddenly, his body trembled because the Flame Exalt's spiritual incarnation had invaded his body. Su Yan, there will be pain when your spiritual incarnation enters your body. However, you have to understand that you can only accept my power of passing on my power if you can endure the pain. This is also my final statement. The Flame Exalt's voice became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. At this very moment, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless at all. His mind was completely empty. Gradually, many things began to appear in his mind. There were scenes of the Flame Exalt's battle, as well as many comprehensions and experiences regarding cultivation. Is this the Flame Exalt's inheritance? Su Yan was moved. He knew that the elder was drifting away from him. As the inheritance continued, Su Yan's entire being was sublimated. His power naturally couldn't increase directly, but his spirit and temperament were changing. At this moment, the pagoda sword hummed softly, and a sword whistle was heard. Su Yan suddenly furrowed his eyebrows. It was also at this moment that a bright light burst out from his eyes. Old fart! He roared furiously, and the great colored glazed sword scripture was fully activated. A raging power that was as scorching as fire surged at this moment. He gathered all of his mental conception at this moment, and he wanted to resist the spiritual power that was surging into his body. You damned old fart, how dare you try to take over my body? He roared again. You actually noticed something. No, it's because of the pagoda sword. You brat, I wanted to let you die peacefully, but since you chose to resist, I can only let you know what the pain of the world is. The Flame Exalt, who was supposed to be exhausted and unable to speak, spoke again. This time, his voice was extremely vicious, and it was completely different from before. You damned old fart, how can it be so easy for you to take over my body? Su Yan gritted his teeth, and his voice was almost squeezed out from the deepest part of his throat. The Flame Exalt was right about one thing, which was that the pain was truly the most extreme in the world. Su Yan had been fighting all this while and had already endured too much pain. However, he had never felt such a degree of pain before. The power that had entered his body wasn't meant to be passed on to him, but to erase his soul. The pain of erasing one's soul was comparable to stabbing one's heart, and it was more terrifying and intense than skinning one's skin and pulling out one's tendons. If I didn't enter your body, it wouldn't be so easy for me to take over your body. However, you've already exhausted all of your spiritual power to enter the stone figurine, and you allowed me to enter your body so easily. I've been sealed here for more than 8,000 years, waiting for this moment. Do you think I'll give you a chance? Hand over your soul obediently, and I'll give you a quick death, At this moment, the Flame Exalt's voice was as frightening as an owl's. This strange and terrifying method of taking over one's soul was like that of an evil spirit. Old fart, you're from the devil's sect. Su Yan endured the pain of his soul being stripped, and his entire body trembled, but he still shouted directly. Hee, you're smart, brat. I'm one of the 8 protectors of the Devil Sept, the Ghost Flame exult. I just didn't think that I would be able to take over your body today, the successor of the Pagoda Sword Sect. Ha, this is great. 8,000 years of hatred, and I'm finally going to get some interest. Spirit Realm 12th Layer, a Purple Spirit Sea, and the Sky Phase Sword and Myriad Sword Spirit Sea. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Brat, I'll take your body. Chapter 425. Cave. Intermittently, a strange and ear-piercing sound rang out, as if it was the sound of doomsday. This sound tormented Su Yan's soul. He was already under a terrifying pressure, and now it was being tormented by this sound. Su Yan's soul had already begun to waver. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that he would really die here. Damn it, old man, you want to possess my body. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. At this moment, Su Yan knew that he had reached a critical point. If this continued, his soul was afraid that it would dissipate. This venerable Gue Yen was really cunning. From the very beginning, he had planned everything step by step, extremely meticulous. The moment Su Yan stepped into the array, he had already begun to use his own methods. Moreover, as Su Yan progressed step by step, this venerable Gue Yen had always been helping Su Yan. He had even sent a memory of the battle with the Devil Sex experts into Su Yan's mind, making Su Yan believe that he was a righteous person, and not a demon or evil ghost. Under his guidance, Su Yan had advanced from the 8th stage of the spiritual ocean realm to the 9th stage, and finally stepped into the boundary of the boundary, becoming an extremely terrifying expert. Unfortunately, in the end, all of this was a wedding dress for others. This Reverend Gue Yen was truly as cunning as a fox. He had calculated step by step, allowing Su Yan to raise his strength to the peak, but at the same time, consuming his spirit energy. Then, he directly entered Su Yan's body to possess him. At this time, Su Yan no longer had any strength to resist. However, Su Yan was absolutely unwilling to be schemed against like this. A sword cultivator had a resolute character, and Su Yan was even more so. Along the way, he had never compromised. At this time, how could he be willing to be possessed? Even if he died, he would not be willing to do so. Even if I, Su Yan, die, I will not compromise with you. Although his soul was trembling from the pain, Su Yan did not intend to give up. Hee, what a boastful brat. What qualifications do you have to fight me now? Venerable Gue Yen sneered. He was in existence at the Supremacy Realm. Back then, he had dominated the Qian realm. Even though he had fallen and only his soul was left, his strength was still not to be underestimated. Moreover, before this, he had used all his means to exhaust Su Yan's strength. He could not think of any reason to lose. Blood Dragon Pupil, Dragon Soul Dance. At this moment, Su Yan's spiritual energy was completely depleted. Even if he wanted to use the divine sword, it was already impossible. At this moment, the only thing he could rely on was the Blood Dragon Pupil. At this moment, his eyes began to flicker with a demonic light. The bright red light began to tremble, and 2 dragon shadows could be faintly seen in his eyes. You have a lot of secrets. Venerable Gue Yen was shocked when he sensed the strange movement in Su Yan's eyes. At this moment, he could feel an extremely frightening power coming from it. Vaguely, the dragon shadows began to roar in a low voice. A muffled roar rang out. Hearing this sound, Venerable Ghost Flame immediately became cautious. The opportunity before him was something he had been waiting for countless years. If he failed at this moment, then everything would be in vain. Previously, in his conversation with Su Yan, there was at least one sentence that he did not say, and that was that his soul had truly become extremely weak. If he didn't succeed in seizing the body this time, then he could only vanish into thin air. Therefore, this was his only chance, and he would not give up. So what if you still have secrets and trump cards? I'm a venerable one. He knew he could not delay any longer, or a long night might bring more trouble. With that, his soul power suddenly became heavy again. Following that, the red spirit fire also headed towards Su Yan. Let your soul be burned by the red spirit fire and be completely annihilated, Venerable Gui Yen suddenly shouted coldly. At that instant, the red spirit fire shone brightly. Su Yan's soul was already in great pain. At this moment, it was even attacked by the violent power, causing him to almost collapse and tremble. Ah! A painful roar was heard from the deepest part of his throat. His soul was already under tremendous pressure, and at this moment, the scarlet spirit fire started to burn. This caused Su Yan's entire body to shake. The terrifying pain almost caused him to faint. Nonetheless, Su Yan knew very well that if he fainted now, he would be in a deep sleep and would be completely dead. Blood Dragon, swallow this old dog's soul. At this moment, Su Yan directly used his own soul as a guide to completely activate the Blood Dragon's eye. As Su Yan's soul power surged in, the Blood Dragon in his eyes seemed to have obtained a new life and directly woke up. At first, it was only a faint roar, but later on, it became as loud as muffled thunder. The roar made Venerable Gui Yen feel uneasy. Die! He suddenly shouted, then he activated the red spirit fire with all his might. The ghost-like flame kept trembling, and in the end, it sounded like an evil spirit was howling. Under such a violent power, Su Yan became even more miserable. Su Yan had struggled on the line between life and death countless times, but this time was definitely the most painful. His soul was burned and annihilated, and this kind of pain was not something that an ordinary person could bear. Even so, he still activated the Blood Dragon and wanted to perish together with Patriarch Gui Yen. You want to perish together? Dream on, die! Patriarch Gui Yen decisively shouted, and his roar was like a clap of thunder. It directly attacked Su Yan's soul. Although Su Yan's willpower was firm, at this moment, the feeling of drowsiness had become heavier and more obvious. He was afraid that in the next moment, he would completely walk into the abyss of death. Little ghost, once your soul is destroyed, that Blood Dragon will also become mine. This old man will inherit everything you have. This is your greatest glory. Patriarch Gui Yen finally began to laugh. At this moment, he was only a step away from victory. However, at this moment, his voice came to an abrupt stop. It was as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. It should have been the happiest moment, but it was replaced by endless fear. What the hell is this? No, don't. Under his control, the red spirit fire was about to disintegrate Su Yan's soul. But at this last moment, Su Yan's soul actually shone with a golden light. The sudden appearance of this golden light made Venerable Gui Yen let out an extremely painful howl. Compared to Su Yan's howl, it was much heavier and more terrifying. All of a sudden, his soul became unstable. Even the scarlet spirit fire became illusory at this moment. There was no trace of terrifying aura at all. Good chance. As soon as Venerable Gui Yan's soul was released, Su Yan's pain was directly reduced. He originally thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect that at this moment, there would be a sudden turn of events. He only felt that the golden light directly shot out from the depths of his soul, and then landed on Venerable Gui Yan's soul. Venerable Gui Yen immediately let out a wail, and his whole body trembled non-stop. Even the deprivation of his soul was directly released. Taking advantage of this time, the two red dragons suddenly showed their might and directly roared. The dragons raised their claws, and an extremely terrifying trajectory flashed, and then suddenly landed on Venerable Gui Yan's soul. Damn it! This scene came too suddenly, and Venerable Gui Yan did not even have time to react before he was directly counterattacked by Su Yan. He only felt that he was living a life worse than death in an instant. Then, the dragon claws descended and hooked his soul directly. The mighty dragon's might directly suppressed him. If it were any other time, he would not care about such dragon's might. But at this moment, the dragon's might was so fierce, and the terrifying power was simply terrifying. Especially that golden light, it was simply a fatal blow to him. What exactly is this thing? This old man is unwilling to accept this, unwilling to accept this. His mournful howl resounded throughout the dark space, but under the dragon claw's soul hooking, his soul was already powerless to resist. Roar! The two red dragons directly roared, and then suddenly coiled, directly tearing Venerable Gui Yan's soul apart and devouring it. After the two red dragons devoured Venerable Gui Yan's soul, they gently danced around Su Yan's body, then suddenly roared and returned to Su Yan's eyes. These two red dragons were originally released by Su Yan at the cost of his own soul to perish together with Venerable Gui Yan. Now that they had devoured Venerable Gui Yan's soul, they did not hurt Su Yan at all. Instead, they returned some soul power to Su Yan, allowing his soul to recover to its original state. Of course, this was not what Su Yan was most concerned about. Because at this moment, all of his attention was focused on that golden light. The golden light shone like a golden dragon boiling, and also like the setting of a scorching sun. The boundless radiance gradually dimmed, and in the end, it turned into 4 large golden words, Regal Sword Technique. It's actually the Regal Sword Technique. Su Yan was extremely shocked, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart when he saw these 4 words. In his previous life, he was able to become a peak sword saint because of this Regal Sword Technique. He only cultivated the first 2 sword techniques, and he became a sword saint of his generation. He would never have thought that after transmigrating, this mysterious Regal Sword Technique would follow him to this world, and it was hibernating in his soul. Chapter 426. Supreme Sword Moves. These 4 words seem to have boundless magical power. Su Yan looked at these 4 words and his entire person was stunned. When he obtained this peerless sword manual in Kunlun, the trajectory of his life also began to be rewritten at that moment. Once upon a time, in order to comprehend this supreme sword moves, he forgot to eat and sleep and almost abandoned everything. However, even if he forgot everything, he could only cultivate the first 2 moves. As for the content after that, he could not even understand it. However, even those 2 moves had already made him the most powerful expert in the previous world. He was titled as a sword sage and no one could compete with him. Supreme Sword Moves is a divine book from my previous life. I thought that after I transmigrated, this Supreme Sword Manual had left me and I felt quite regretful. However, I did not expect this book to follow me and even hide in my soul, saving my life at this critical moment. Su Yan was pleasantly surprised. Perhaps no one would be able to understand this feeling. This Supreme Sword Manual had long become his obsession. He had transmigrated to this world. Although he had obtained his father's legendary, great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, and cultivated a sword art that was even stronger than his previous life, but in his heart, this grand supreme sword moves was still the strongest sword scripture in his heart. He thought that he had lost it, but at this moment, he found it again. Moreover, it saved his life at the most critical moment. This naturally made him feel very excited. Supreme Sword Moves, Supreme Sword Moves. It actually followed me to this world. It is indeed not an ordinary thing. No, I was already dead, but I borrowed a body in this world to come back to life. I'm afraid this is the credit of the Supreme Sword Moves. Su Yan's mind was full of thoughts. He should have died and disappeared in that world. However, he miraculously came back to life in this world. Transmigration was a mysterious thing. Without the guidance of an extremely terrifying force, it was impossible to succeed. Moreover, just now, the Supreme Sword moves had displayed an extremely powerful force. Just a golden light was enough to suppress Venerable Gui Yen. In the end, it gave the blood dragon the opportunity to devour his soul. At this moment, the golden light became even more intense. The intense golden light had already begun to infect Su Yan's entire soul, and that kind of warm energy filled Su Yan's entire body. That kind of faintly emitting aura actually surpassed the Great Sun-Colored Glass Sword Sutra. Regal Sword Codex, Regal Sword Codex. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly cried out in surprise. This was because the original 4 words of the Regal Sword technique had become the Regal Sword canon. Although it was just a change of 1 word, in reality, there was a huge difference. Back then, Su Yan had only been able to learn 2 sword moves after exhausting his entire life. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn more, but that he simply couldn't do it. Because those 2 sword moves were all he could see. But at this moment, the exalted sword move finally opened a new chapter. It was no longer just a sword move, but a sword manual. The so-called Sword Codex was a collection of mental cultivation methods, sword intent, and sword moves. Unknowingly, Su Yan's belief began to move along the mysterious and unfathomable cultivation path recorded in the Regal Sword Mantra. His body also began to slowly form an inexplicable cyclone. This bit of aura was extremely weak. If not for Su Yan's soul condensing at this moment, and all his attention focused, it would probably not have been easy to discover. But this bit of aura was filled with endless mystery, and it was completely different from the aura produced by the Great Sun-Colored Glass Sword Sutra. Although it was weak, Su Yan vaguely felt that even the Great Sun-Colored Glass Sword Chi was somewhat afraid of him. As expected, the Regal Sword Canon is indeed a supreme divine item, possessing unimaginable power. At this moment, all the haze in Su Yan's heart was swept away. Although he had almost died and was possessed by someone. But in terms of benefits, it was definitely not small. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, from the spiritual sea realm directly to the Fengyuan realm. Although Venerable Gui Yen had deceived him, Su Yan had to admit that his guidance was not the slightest bit false, allowing his cultivation to soar directly. Of course, it did not mean that Venerable Gui Yen was being kind. From the moment Su Yan entered the formation, he had already regarded Su Yan as his own body. Since it was his own body, naturally, the stronger the better. Reverend Gui Yen, you only have yourself to blame. You can't blame me. However, I'll be taking this scarlet ghastly spiritual fire. Reverend Gui Yan's soul was devoured, but the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire was preserved. Su Yan knew that this world was incomparably mysterious. Not only could human experts cultivate to an extremely terrifying level, but there were also demon experts who could fly in the sky and burrow underground, almost omnipotent. There were also many spiritual objects of heaven and earth. This scarlet ghastly spiritual fire was one of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Spiritual objects of heaven and earth, all of them were extraordinarily precious and priceless. Even though Venerable Gui Yan's cultivation was at the venerable realm, but without the support of the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire, he would have fallen and been annihilated in the torrent of time. From this, it could be seen that this fire was extraordinary. The scarlet ghastly spiritual fire originally belonged to Venerable Gui Yen, and there was even a trace of his soul within the fire. Although Venerable Gui Yen was already dead, the soul imprint would not dissipate. Perhaps because Venerable Gui Yen was unwilling, the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire was actually constantly struggling, and could even go berserk at any time and directly burn Su Yan to death. If it was in the past, Su Yan would not be able to subdue the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire even if he used all his strength. However, the present was different from the past. At this moment, Su Yan had truly stepped into the realm of perimeter. His body was a small world. Not only that, but he could also directly operate the universe with himself as the center, erupting with unimaginable power. With such strength, the dragon blood ice fire dome was enough to firmly suppress the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire that had already lost its master. At this moment, within the dragon blood ice fire dome, the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire was still constantly erupting, unwilling to yield. Under the suppression of Su Yan's radius, the remnant soul within the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire had indeed become much weaker. However, it was still stubbornly resisting, and could not be directly destroyed in a spurt of energy. Today has already come to this point. Scarlet ghastly spiritual fire, you will definitely be subdued by me. Venerable Gue Yen is already dead, how can you be so stubborn? Su Yan shouted decisively. At this moment, the supreme aura that existed in his body suddenly directly came out of Su Yan's body, and directly entered it. Supreme immeasurable, profound spirit suppression. Those few words flashed through Su Yan's mind like lightning. In just an instant, his heart had already become clear. His entire body naturally reacted. In the end, the supreme light suddenly erupted, and finally turned into an endless and terrifying smoke storm, and directly swept through the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire completely. As this power swept through, the last bit of light within the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire finally began to disappear. In the end, there was not even a bit left. It's really amazing. This strand of Grand Supreme Jin Qi actually dispelled the terrifying will within it. This kind of power is simply terrifying. It really opened my eyes. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was even more surprised and delighted. Although he had already expected that the Regal Sword Classic was definitely powerful, the power displayed by the Regal Sword Classic at this moment still surprised him. With the help of the Supreme Vital Energy, he finally subdued the Scarlet Ghastly Spiritual Fire directly. Scarlet Spirit Fire, I know that you already have spirituality. I have already killed Venerable Gue Yen, but I will not disgrace you by letting you follow me. One day, I will definitely let you evolve and become even more powerful. Yi Shiwen said in a deep voice. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Su Yan said directly. At this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth, and the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire directly rushed into his mouth. The flame entered Su Yan's body, and then began to burn his body again as a furnace. I am using my body to nurture the fire, but I am also using the fire to refine my body. If this continues, one day, I will definitely become a top expert. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining with a resolute light. Within the light, there seemed to be two dragon shadows constantly dancing wildly. Phew, as expected of one who survives a great disaster. Su Yan finally felt completely relieved. Now that he had subdued the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire and his strength had skyrocketed, he had more confidence for the future. Venerable Gue Yen is already dead, so this formation will soon collapse. It is time to leave. I wonder how Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, and Yun Wanqing are doing. These three people entered the divine dragon abyss with him, but they were unexpectedly separated. He was burned by the heavenly origin raging fire, and then directly fell into Venerable Gue Yan's formation. He did not know how Lu Fei and the rest were doing. Among the three of them, he was most worried about Lu Fei. Yun Wanqing was Yun He's daughter. Even if Yun He had bad intentions, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. Moreover, Yun Wanqing herself had extraordinary means. As for Dong Qinghao's ability, Su Yan was not worried at all. He was completely capable of taking charge alone. Now, the only one he was worried about was fatty Lu Fei. Although this fatty's bloodline had awakened and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, his character was rash. In the past, when he was in the buried sword pavilion, he had his father's protection, so naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. However, this was the divine dragon abyss, a place where even he had almost died. If he was not careful, he would be in big trouble. The moment Su Yan left the formation, a sudden scream was heard. Roar! This scream was like the roar of a demon beast, causing people to be frightened. However, Su Yan was shocked. Chapter 427. All of a sudden, Su Yan's speed exploded. A stream of light appeared in the sky. At this moment, he was shocked to realize that his speed could reach such a level without the help of the sword dragon. However, now was not the time to be emotional. He could feel Lu Fei's pain. This fatty was his first brother after coming to this world. Although Su Yan was not the most powerful existence in this world, he would definitely not watch his brother suffer without doing anything. I was tricked into the formation by that venerable Gui Yan. I don't know what kind of danger this fatty encountered. Lu Fei, you must survive. Su Yan flew at top speed and finally arrived at the place where he heard the voice earlier. However, there was no trace of Lu Fei. Even his aura had become very weak. Where did the fatty go? Although his aura is weak, it still exists. At least his life is not in danger. Su Yan calmed down in an instant. Then, he closed his eyes and began to sense. When he truly began to sense, the power of the sphere of perception was directly displayed. He felt that his perception was like waves of ripples, spreading to the surroundings. It was like a ripple spreading out. Although it was a little blurry, many scenes were clearly displayed in Su Yan's mind. He saw a huge footprint, and there was a bloody light on the footprint. The footprints that were overflowing with bloody light were moving further and further away, walking towards the depths of the divine dragon abyss. Su Yan naturally did not know the origin of the divine dragon abyss, but he was sure that it definitely held a huge secret. Otherwise, how could this place be listed as a holy land by the Heaven and Earth Organization and only the sect leader be able to enter? However, from the looks of it, there was definitely something strange about this. Although he had not been with Yunhe for a long time, Su Yan always felt that Yunhe was definitely not a selfless person. Moreover, he always felt that there was a very strange aura on Yunhe. And after his experience with Venerable Ghost Flame, his suspicions had deepened. Since this was the holy land of the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the previous sect masters had entered this place, how could they not have discovered the existence of Venerable Gui Yan? He just didn't know what was going on. Of course, Su Yan didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Even though the matter seemed to be very clear, it was still his own guess and could not be counted as accurate. Right now, the most important thing was Lu Fei's whereabouts. Since he already had a clue, Su Yan no longer hesitated and directly followed the terrifying footprints. In order to conserve his spiritual energy, he once again summoned the sword dragon, and then directly stepped on it, flying at high speed. After entering the boundary state, he could already fly on his own. But this also had its disadvantages, because he would rapidly exhaust his swift and fierce. Now that they were facing an unknown situation, any bit of power should be conserved and not wasted. Under the terrifying influx of spiritual energy, the speed of the sword dragon was simply shocking. In just an instant, it had already reached an unprecedented limit, and there were even faint rumbling sounds. Su Yan knew that this was the sound produced when the speed reached a certain level and cut through the air. All of a sudden, a figure appeared in the ripples of his senses. Dong Qinghao. Su Yan was already in shock. He originally came for Lu Fei, but he didn't expect to meet Dong Qinghao at this moment. Dong Qinghao, are you okay? At this moment, Dong Qinghao's face was pale, and he was weakly leaning on a hidden corner. If it wasn't for Su Yan's greatly improved detection ability and vaguely felt his aura, it would be difficult to discover his existence. Su Yan, it's you. Lu Fei was captured by a giant, quickly go and save him. Dong Qinghao directly said to Su Yan. Su Yan first checked and found that Dong Qinghao didn't have any serious injuries, but his qi and blood were tumbling violently. Since that was the case, he directly nodded and continued to ride the sword dragon forward. It wasn't until he was far away that Dong Qinghao suddenly smiled bitterly. Previously, I felt that his approach seemed to be too sudden, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. I'm afraid that he has now stepped into the radius state. Dong Qinghao smiled bitterly. When Su Yan first entered the monster palace, he was only a person with a sacred bloodline. To him, it was not worth mentioning at all. However, how long had it been since then? His strength had actually increased to such a level. Back then, he had personally seen him defeat Murong Fu, who was in the radius state. This time, he was lucky enough to enter the Divine Dragon's Abyss and had a fortuitous encounter. Although he had not yet reached the radius state, he was only half a step away from that state. Originally, he thought that even if the distance between him and Su Yan could not be shortened, it would not be widened either. However, after seeing Su Yan's previous actions, he knew that the gap was getting wider and wider. He seems to have stepped into the radius state. No more, no less. Princess Chu's vision is really sharp. It is really a blessing for the monster palace to have such a person become the ruler of our monster palace. Dong Qinghao smiled bitterly and began to relax. He also had a fortuitous encounter in the Divine Dragon's Abyss and was preparing to digest it. However, he did not expect that Lu Fei would be caught in the hands of a blood giant and taken into the depths of the Divine Dragon's Abyss. He was not familiar with Lu Fei, but he knew that Lu Fei was Su Yan's brother. Therefore, he naturally would not stand by and watch. Instead, he directly chose to take action. However, he never expected that the blood giant's strength was unexpectedly terrifying. Even at this moment, he was no match for the blood giant at all. He could not even block one move. Fortunately, the blood giant did not have any killing intent. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. Damn it, you damned guy, let go of your uncle. Otherwise, I will definitely make you pay the price. You bastard, do you know who my brother is? Let me tell you, my brother is Su Yan. He can directly defeat a powerhouse of the radius state. When he comes, you will be dead. Lu Fei kept struggling and roaring at the same time. However, his huge body was nothing in the eyes of the blood giant. This was because the blood giant had already grasped him with only one hand. The blood giant's mouth even made a strange but rhythmic sound, as if it was singing. This made Lu Fei even angrier, but at the same time, he felt powerless. The blood of the blood-sucking scourge in his body began to boil. Under such a terrifying surge of blood qi, his body began to gradually become heavy. At the same time, his strength also skyrocketed. He even began to break free from the power of the palm. At this moment, the blood giant finally stopped. His palm actually began to sink bit by bit. You damn thing, I am angry now. Even if Su Yan is not here, I will still teach you a lesson. Lu Fei roared again. Layers of blood-red light began to appear on his body, and his aura was raised to its peak. A smile suddenly appeared on the blood giant's ferocious face. Then, it suddenly began to laugh wildly. Such a strong and terrifying laughter was simply about to tear one's eardrums. The strength that Lu Fei had accumulated with great difficulty almost dissipated under the vibration. Damn thing, you damn thing, I'm going to beat you to death. Lu Fei was even more furious. He did not know where he got the courage. He suddenly jumped up and waved his fist, directly punching the blood giant's forehead. Lu Fei's fat body turned into a blood-red phantom at this moment. His speed had actually reached such a level. You damn thing, how dare you make fun of me? His fist suddenly fell, and a powerful blood-red qi directly burst out. Berserk power poured out. Dong! At this moment, a dull sound was heard. Then, Lu Fei's entire body froze. He had gathered all his strength for a punch, but it was blocked by a single finger of the blood giant. His entire body was frozen in the air. Gga. The blood giant's ear-piercing and unpleasant voice was heard again. This time, Lu Fei finally could not block it anymore and fell from the sky. The blood giant's hand grabbed Lu Fei again. After Lu Fei experienced a burst of strength, he was finally exhausted. At this moment, he could only watch as the damned blood giant grabbed him and walked forward. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Fei suddenly felt his blood begin to boil again. However, this time, it was not because of his anger. Instead, it was a kind of desire. He knew that his family had the bloodline of the Blood Scourge. They were one of the guardians of the Buddha sword sect. Now that the blood in his body was boiling, there was only one possibility. There was something here that attracted him. Unknowingly, he had already calmed down. The smell of blood in the air had become more and more intense. An ordinary person would have fainted from the smell, but Lu Fei was actually getting more and more excited. Finally, a lake suddenly appeared in front of Lu Fei. This lake was different from others. It was completely formed by blood. In the middle of the blood lake, there were even bubbles rising. The blood giant stopped in front of the blood lake. Lu Fei suddenly had an ominous feeling, then he directly shouted, "Hey, you big reptile, what are you doing?" He hadn't even finished speaking when the blood-red giant suddenly froze, and then it swung violently. Chapter 428. What a strong smell of fresh blood. Although they had yet to reach their destination, the smell of fresh blood had already made Su Yan extremely fearful. The surroundings were almost completely red. The flowers, plants, and trees were all stained with a layer of thick or light blood-red color. Why did that giant capture Lu Fei? Su Yan's perception was still constantly probing. However, his perception had become very slow at the moment, and it was difficult for him to detect anything. At this moment, a terrifying wave directly attacked. Suddenly, it immediately interrupted Su Yan's perception. Su Yan's expression changed. Although such an attack did not do anything to him, he felt that the power of this perception was enormous. Damn it! To have such a terrifying thought in this place, there was no need to think to know that it must be the blood-colored giant. What made Su Yan even more worried was that he did not sense Lu Fei's existence. Damn giant, if anything happens to Lu Fei, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan's heart was already burning with rage. He directly flew in the direction of the giant. At this moment, the sword dragon also erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. The blood-colored giant was squatting by the blood lake at this moment. Its gaze was fixed on the movements in the snow lake. At this moment, it stood up directly. Its pair of eyes were fixed directly in front of it. Its huge and ferocious face began to become very dignified. Evil creature, where is Lu Fei? Su Yan directly rushed in front of the blood-colored giant while riding on the sword dragon. It was his first time seeing such a creature. Such a huge body gave people an extremely deep sense of oppression. Under its huge body, there was a terrifying power hidden that could be called terrifying. Such a deep sense of oppression directly filled people's hearts with fear. Su Yan did not need to think too much to know that this must be an extremely powerful opponent. How could it be a simple existence to be able to survive in the divine dragon's abyss? Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the terrifying giant, and the giant's gaze was also fixed on Su Yan. The two of them were completely disproportionate in size, but the blood giant didn't dare to act rashly. Because he could feel a deep and enormous power from Su Yan, he knew that Su Yan was not a simple opponent. Finally, it was Su Yan who broke the silence. Where is Lu Fei? He's the fatty you caught earlier. Su Yan asked. He believed that the giant in front of him had its own intelligence and could understand what he meant. The giant shook its head, clearly refusing to answer. If that's the case, then don't blame Su for being merciless. I've just entered the boundary of circumference, so I'll use you as a test subject. His spiritual energy began to surge the moment he finished speaking. Bit by bit, the power floated towards the blood-colored giant. That bit of spiritual power seemed simple, but in fact, it was extremely terrifying. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing. Even such a huge blood-colored giant became dignified when facing this bolt of lightning. He suddenly roared and then directly opened his palm to grab the bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes burst out with a bright light. Torrential storm of rose flowers. This giant's terrifying power was simply beyond his imagination, but he believed that with this giant's ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to block this attack. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly used the torrential storm of rose flowers. Thousands of sword cheese bloomed like 100 flowers, then turned into an extremely terrifying sword rain that directly rushed towards the blood-colored giant. Above each sword rain, there was majestic power and a violent will that could destroy thousands of mountains. The blood-colored giant had just destroyed Su Yan's first attack with a palm, but he didn't expect such a strong sword cheese to rush towards him in an instant. This 10,000 mammoth divine skill was already extremely powerful, and at this moment, when it was used by Su Yan, it was even more terrifying. In terms of the use of this torrential storm of rose flowers, even Dong Qinghao couldn't compare to Su Yan. Moreover, his power had increased, and he had reached the realm of circumference. With a thought, he could communicate with the surrounding power. As the countless sword rain advanced, it absorbed a lot of blood-colored power, and finally turned into blood swords. Faced with such an attack, the blood-colored giant had no time to react. He let out an angry roar, then directly crossed his hands in front of his chest. It was at this moment that a scarlet cross appeared in front of his chest. The moment the scarlet cross appeared, the countless sword rain also directly swept over at this moment. Countless sword cheese swept over at this moment, and in the end, the countless sword cheese actually turned into thousands of fragrant pear blossoms, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance coming from them. This rain of swords caused countless ripples. The 10,000 mammoth divine skill torrential storm of rose flowers finally revealed its true form at this moment. The falling rain of pear blossoms moved, and thousands of sword cheese killed without any form. Every pear blossom was a killing intent. Thousands of pear blossoms bloomed, and thousands of sword cheese suddenly erupted, like a torrential rain. It was also like a curtain of darkness that descended in an instant and enveloped everything. The dazzling scarlet cross was constantly vibrating. That terrifying radiance reflected a radiance that made people fearful. The blood-colored giant was really not annoyed, and his power was extremely terrifying, enough to fight against a realm of circumference powerhouse. However, at this moment, facing Su Yan's torrential storm of rose flowers, he actually kept retreating, and even his scarlet cross became dim. The giant suddenly roared, and his entire body was filled with bloody light. The bloody light was endless, as if it had turned into a whirlpool tornado, sweeping away the endless sword cheese and pear blossoms, and suddenly pushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan raised his eyebrows, and without any hesitation, the sword dragon under his feet suddenly changed direction, and at the critical moment, he finally dodged this terrifying bloody tornado. Behind him, a mountain that was almost 50 meters tall was directly torn apart, turning into pieces of gravel that flew in all directions. If Su Yan did not dodge, even if he could rely on his powerful body to block it, he would definitely pay a price for it. What a powerful giant! Su Yan was shocked again. The giant's power was beyond his imagination. However, no matter how powerful the giant was, he would not give up. "Tell me where Lu Fei is," he shouted again. At the same time, his sword cheese rose again. Immortal sword technique. The three words came out of Su Yan's mouth in a low voice, and then, with him as the center, an extremely overbearing aura was directly released. When this aura was released, with him as the center, the ground within 3 meters began to sink. However, the powerful aura did not stop, and it directly swept towards the blood-colored giant. Vaguely, a huge crimson sword appeared. The sword's appearance was almost exactly the same as the immortal sword in Su Yan's hand, but it was countless times larger. Even to the blood-colored giant, it was already a huge long sword. The immortal sword technique was the myriad divine skill of the hidden sword sect. When cultivated to the extreme, it would have unfathomable power. Heaven Sword Sage gave this sword technique to Su Yan, hoping that Su Yan could carry forward this set of celestial phenomenon divine skill of the hidden sword sect. This was Su Yan's first time performing this set of peerless sword technique. If he had not reached the state of circumference, where his physical body and soul were closely connected, and he achieved circumference power, he would not have rashly performed it at this moment. However, at this moment, when he performed it, it had an extremely unexpected effect. This is the true power of circumference. When the soul and physical body are connected, one can communicate with everything after achieving circumference. I can understand this immortal sword technique in an instant. Even if I can't master it through a comprehensive study, I can already unleash great power. Lei Wanjun had once told him that a circumference expert began to smelt the soul. However, this was only one-sided. A true circumference expert not only smelted the soul, but also connected the soul and physical body to form a circumference of his own. After forming a circumference, the use of power was at hand, and the soul was formed naturally. As soon as the immortal sword technique was performed, the violent power kept surging. At this moment, the blood-red cross that the giant condensed had been directly broken, and the violent and terrifying power kept surging at this moment. In the end, the scarlet cross shield finally broke. However, the power of the immortal sword technique did not stop, and the violent sword chi was still charging towards the blood-colored giant. At this moment, there was a look of despair in the blood-colored giant's eyes. The color in those eyes was almost gray. Arg! The giant wailed and stared fixedly at the huge strand of sword chi. This extremely terrifying strand of sword chi made his entire soul tremble in fear. He clearly knew that when this sword move finally landed, it would be the time for him to show his expression. The huge body and the flickering blood-colored energy did not give him any sense of security. The feeling of being oppressed by death was really too terrifying. However, at this moment, this terrifying sword light actually stopped at this moment. The blood-colored giant's body stiffened, and his gaze was fixed on the huge sword in front of him. Not only was there a breath coming out of his nostrils, but there was also a burst of smoke and dust. Even though it was a blood-colored giant, the fear of death still made him feel at a loss. Su Yan did not let this sword light land. Instead, he stood in front of the blood-colored giant. His figure was too small for the blood-colored giant, but at this moment, his aura was like a towering mountain. No matter how huge the giant was, he could not lift a mountain. Tell me, where is Lu Fei? I know you can understand me. Tell me quickly, or I will really lose my patience. Su Yan's voice had already turned cold. His concern for his good friend had already made his anger burn to the extreme. Chapter 429. A huge pillar of blood turned into a long dragon and swept towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was glaring at the blood-colored giant. If the giant couldn't give Su Yan a satisfactory answer, Su Yan would have to kill the giant and then search for Lu Fei's whereabouts. However, he did not expect that the blood pillar would directly rush towards him. In that instant, there was no way for him to avoid it. However, he never thought of running away. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted furiously, "Dancing fish dragon sword!" All of a sudden, an awe-inspiring sword chi erupted. The terrifying sword chi transformed into a fish dragon and collided with the blood pillar. At this moment, the regal sword moves had turned into the regal sword mantra. The chi of the regal had been cultivated. Although it was shallow, it had already fused with his body. Such a sword move was already powerful to begin with. Now that it was accompanied by the will of the Exalted, the power of this sword move was not inferior to that of the celestial sword technique. The violent sword intent and the blood pillar finally met. Countless scarlet blood suddenly exploded, and countless water droplets splashed. Many water droplets fell on the ground, directly causing small holes to appear on the ground. The power of the blood was so strong. As the blood receded, a fat figure suddenly appeared. Su Yan was overjoyed. Wasn't this the Lu Fei that he had been looking for? Lu Fei, what's wrong with you? Su Yan immediately noticed Lu Fei's abnormality after his surprise. At this moment, Lu Fei's eyes were scarlet red, and his entire body was emitting a strange and terrifying aura. Hearing Su Yan's call, he didn't stop. Instead, he charged towards Su Yan. Moreover, his speed was so fast that it was simply inconceivable. If not for the fact that Su Yan's cultivation had improved greatly, he would not have been a match for this fatty. Blood-sucking Scourge's bloodline. Su Yan's heart trembled. He suddenly recalled that when he was in the Hidden Sword sect, Lu Fei had also gone berserk once. At that time, Lu Fei had been devoured by the blood-sucking Scourge. However, he did not expect that this would stimulate his bloodline and allow him to devour the blood-sucking Scourge's blood essence instead, increasing his strength greatly. The Lu Fei now was so similar to the Lu Fei back then. Since he already knew the situation, Su Yan understood that the most important thing now was to subdue this guy and calm him down. Otherwise, if he continued to let the bloodline of the blood-sucking Scourge go berserk, he might completely sink into depravity and become a monster in the end. At this moment, Lu Fei once again flew towards Su Yan. The sword dragon under Su Yan's feet flashed and dodged Lu Fei's attack. Then, he appeared behind Lu Fei like a ghost. He used his palm as a blade and lightly chopped down. When the blade landed on Lu Fei's neck, he suddenly stiffened and fell straight down. Su Yan walked to Lu Fei's side. This time, Lu Fei was in a much worse state than before. The power of the blood in his body was still surging. It was as if the blood in his veins would gush out at any time. Lu Fei. Su Yan was shocked and pointed his finger at Lu Fei. Then, he pointed his finger and pressed it on Lu Fei's body. What a violent power. If Lu Fei can absorb this terrifying power, even if he can't reach the perimeter realm, his combat strength will definitely surpass it. Su Yan's power was guiding Lu Fei. At this moment, the bloody giant suddenly became angry. It actually ignored the threat of death and directly charged towards Su Yan. At this moment, the monster seemed to have gone crazy. Su Yan had already discovered that its target was Lu Fei. Damn it! At this moment, he was guiding Lu Fei's terrifying blood power. He absolutely could not stop. However, the bloody giant's charge had ruined his plan. Blood Dragon Pupil, Dragon Soul. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. Then, his gaze landed on the giant's body. In his eyes, there were two dragon shadows dancing and trembling continuously. That terrifying and heart-palpitating power actually forced the giant to stop in his tracks. Because the giant was afraid. After the two dragons and the blood dragon pupil devoured the venerable Gui Yan, they had become even more terrifying than before. The dragon's aura had become even more powerful. Even the powerful giant was suppressed by this terrifying power and did not dare to move forward. Su Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. While watching the giant, he was multitasking and using his powerful power to unblock Lu Fei's bloodline. A full 45 minutes had passed, and even Su Yan felt that he could not hold on any longer. The giant was restless and was ready to attack again. "You bastard, I'll beat you to death." At this moment, an arrogant voice exploded. Lu Fei immediately jumped up from the ground. His speed was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, Su Yan reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death by this guy. After Lu Fei jumped up, he directly charged at the bloody giant. "You damn bastard, I said I'll beat you." At this moment, Lu Fei's only thought was to beat the bloody giant. This was because the giant actually threw him into the blood lake and made him suffer. But the strange thing was that the bloody giant did not fight back at all despite its powerful strength. "Alright, Lu Fei, stop." Lu Fei's strength became even more terrifying. His casual punch contained great power. Even the giant could not easily withstand this fatty's punch. If this continued, Su Yan felt that the giant would be beaten to death by Lu Fei. Lu Fei's improvement in strength surprised Su Yan, but he did not want to see the giant being beaten to death by Lu Fei. This was because he could already see that the giant seemed to be unexpectedly kind to Lu Fei. "Which bastard dares to ask Grandpa to stop?" Lu Fei was furious and immediately turned his head. He was suddenly stunned and said, "Su Yan. I knew you were lucky and would not die. Wait, let me beat him up first. Then we can talk." Su Yan, he had spent so much effort to help Lu Fei get through the crisis safely, but he did not expect this bastard to only notice him now. However, Su Yan did not seem to have any other choice other than to smile bitterly. This was Lu Fei's style. "Alright, Lu Fei, stop." Su Yan flashed to Lu Fei's side and pulled him back. "I don't think this big guy has any malicious intentions towards you. Instead, he wants to help you," Su Yan said directly. At the beginning, Su Yan did not think much of it. However, after Su Yan knocked Lu Fei out, the giant went berserk. At this time, facing Lu Fei's rage, he did not choose to fight back. "How is that possible? You threw me into this ghostly blood lake just to help me." Lu Fei was still angry, but at this moment, he was grabbed by Su Yan and could not move. "Damn it, Su Yan, how did you become so strong?" Lu Fei roared in surprise. "Hee, didn't your strength become stronger?" "Alright, what happened just now?" Su Yan asked. "How would I know? After you disappeared, Yun Wanqing also disappeared. Dong Qinghao and I were thinking of looking for you, but we didn't expect to suddenly meet this giant. I don't know what this damn stupid guy ate wrong medicine, but he directly came over and took me away. Moreover, this bastard threw me into the blood lake without saying anything." At this moment, Lu Fei was still angry. Although his hand was grabbed by Su Yan, he still kicked the giant twice. "By the way, Su Yan, you don't know that there is actually a person imprisoned under this blood lake, and this person is a senior of my Lu family." At this time, Lu Fei suddenly became dignified, and then directly said to Su Yan. "What?" Hearing this news, Su Yan's face became very dignified. After experiencing the matter of Venerable Gue Yen, he had become very suspicious of Yun He. At this moment, he was almost certain of the thoughts in his heart. Lu Fei once said that his family was the guardian family of the Buddha sword sect, but he was imprisoned here. If it was said that the Heaven and Earth organization had nothing to do with the Devil sect, Su Yan would never believe it. "What happened after that? Did your senior tell you anything?" Su Yan continued to ask. "That's not the case, because that ancestor of mine has already passed away, but he did pass on his power to me," he said directly. "Lu Fei, let's go. Let's meet up with Dong Qinghao first. If I'm not wrong, the Heaven and Earth organization is definitely not a good place. I'm afraid that Yun He is related to the Devil sect," Su Yan directly said to Lu Fei. Lu Fei's fat face trembled, and then his entire person became solemn. He was not a stupid person. First, he saw his ancestor being imprisoned here, and then he heard Su Yan's words, and he immediately understood some of the things that were happening. Damn it, if that old dog Yun He is really from the Devil sect, then aren't we in danger? That old dog wants us to enter the Holy Land of the Heaven and Earth organization. Could it be that he's up to something? Lu Fei shouted in a low voice. I'm not sure about that yet. Let's talk as we go. Su Yan did not say anything else, and began to think about everything. At this point, Yunhee was definitely not trustworthy. In the current situation, they could only take one step at a time. Yunhee, if you want to eat me, be careful not to break your teeth. Su Yan thought to himself. Yes, Dong Qinghao is gone. Su Yan brought Lu Fei to the place where he had parted with Dong Qinghao, but found that Dong Qinghao had disappeared. Could it be that this guy went to find us? Lu Fei asked. Chapter 430. AOAO. At this moment, a low growl was heard. It turned out to be from the blood-colored giant. Su Yan and Lu Fei had left, but the blood-colored giant had been following Lu Fei. According to Su Yan's speculation, this blood-colored giant was probably left behind by Lu Fei's ancestor. That was why he was so excited after meeting Lu Fei and even brought Lu Fei to the Blood Lake. AOAO, what are you shouting for? You don't even know how to speak. So annoying. Lu Fei said angrily to the giant. The giant had directly thrown him into the lake, which had already left a shadow in his heart. He would never forget it. Wait, fatty, this giant seems to be pointing us in the right direction. Su Yan walked in front of the giant, then turned to the blood-colored giant and said, You're saying that you know where Dong Qinghao went? AOAO. The giant nodded. His nose twitched slightly, and then he pointed forward, minding his own business as he walked forward. Damn, you're a dog. Your nose is so sharp. Follow. Su Yan made a prompt decision. The giant ran extremely fast. With every step he took, he could move more than 10 meters forward. Su Yan directly dragged Lu Fei and stepped onto the sword dragon, turning into a rapid speed and directly flying away. If I'm not wrong, it should be Yunhee who has started to move. Su Yan said directly. If that old man really dares to come, I'll definitely chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Lu Fei's murderous aura surged as he shouted angrily. Lu Fei was originally a fearless person. Moreover, now that he had obtained the inheritance of his ancestor, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, when he saw the miserable state of his ancestor, he was even more furious. The blood-sucking scourge's inheritance was a demonic blood inheritance. If one's cultivation level had not reached the peak, it would be very difficult to control the demonic blood. When one's emotions were agitated, they would even be controlled by the blood-sucking scourge's nature. At this moment, Lu Fei was like that. When he thought of the miserable state of his ancestor, he couldn't wait to kill everyone in the Devil's Sect. If this Yunhee was really related to the Devil's Sect, he would definitely think of ways to take his life. As they advanced, they discovered that some white bones had begun to appear on the ground. These bones were already extremely pale, but there was still spiritual energy flowing through them. Fatty, these bones are not simple. Dong Qinghao's disappearance might be related to these bones, Su Yan said directly. These bone dregs. Su Yan, don't tease me. What does this have to do with his disappearance? Lu Fei said disapprovingly. In short, there's nothing wrong with being careful. This time, don't make a mistake, Su Yan said with a frown. Big guy, stop. Su Yan shouted at the blood-red giant. Sure enough, the blood-colored giant could understand Su Yan's words. It stopped and looked at Su Yan in confusion. He could feel Dong Qinghao's aura in front of him, but at this time, Su Yan asked him to stop. The enemy is here. Su Yan put away the sword dragon and said. Lu Fei's fat trembled, and then he said, Impossible, I don't even feel the existence of anyone. Lu Fei said directly. At this moment, after inheriting the power of his ancestor, his entire body's strength had become incomparably strong. What was even more terrifying was that his perception of chi and blood had become extremely strong, to the point that it had reached an unbelievable level. If someone comes, I will definitely be able to feel their blood chi. Lu Fei said as he looked at Su Yan. Because our enemies don't have blood. Su Yan shook his head. Lu Fei wanted to say something, but he soon knew that Su Yan was right. In front of them, there were sounds of footsteps. At this moment, he could already see these existences. Looking at these things that appeared in front of him, even Lu Fei, who had always been bold, trembled. White bones, these are actually white bones. Lu Fei directly roared out. He saw one set of white bones after another. The key was that these white bones were currently walking towards him. These white bone dregs were connected together, who knew how. Furthermore, they moved as if they were flying. No wonder Su Yan would reveal such a vigilant look. Oh whoa. The blood-colored giant suddenly started roaring, showing incomparable fury. It was not his first time seeing these white bones. He had even fought with these white bones before. In this divine dragon's abyss, white bones were his natural enemy. After the white bones appeared, he directly charged towards these white bones without any hesitation. The blood-colored giant's strength was naturally powerful. He was like a giant wolf that entered a flock of sheep. Smacking down with a palm, a scarlet blood-colored light swept out. Immediately, 7 to 8 white skeletons were directly scattered by him. According to Su Yan's estimation, each skeleton could contend with initial stage spiritual sea realm powerhouses. In some aspects, they were even much stronger than initial stage spiritual sea realm powerhouses. But the blood-colored giant could sweep them away with a slap. It was enough to see how powerful this giant's strength was. However, how could the battle be so simple? Kacha. The sound of skeletons stomping on the ground continuously sounded. There were even more skeletons heading towards this place. It's actually an army of white bones. I'm now a little suspicious whether Little Rat is still alive, Lu Fei said numbly. Little Rat was the nickname he gave to Dong Qinghao. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was also very solemn. Although these skeletons were only equivalent to initial stage spiritual sea realm, with such a large number, they could definitely pile Dong Qinghao to death. Lu Fei, we've made our move, Su Yan finished speaking and directly raised the astounding celestial sword. He directly circulated the sword chi and charged into the pile of skeletons. Just in the time he spoke with Lu Fei, there were at least 70 to 80 spiritual sea realm skeletons here. If these 70 to 80 skeletons appeared in the outside world, they would immediately be an extremely terrifying battle force. At least, as far as Su Yan knew, whether it was the Hidden Sword sect or the Thunder Sound sect, they could not resist such a terrifying skeleton army. With dozens of spiritual sea realm skeletons working together, it was definitely terrifying. The bloody giant was surrounded in the center and already seemed to be in imminent danger. There were even shocking scars on his back. At this moment, Su Yan's participation suddenly reduced the pressure on him. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the surrounding skeletons would immediately be swept away. Su Yan's sword chi was extremely sharp at this moment, but it did not directly kill these skeleton monsters. What tough bones! Su Yan's heart trembled. When his sword chi and these skeletons collided, there were even bursts of sparks bursting out. At this moment, Lu Fei had also rushed into the group of skeletons. Immediately, 4 to 5 skeletons directly charged towards him. Damn skeletons, you want to make a move on me? Blood demon transformation. The moment these 4 to 5 skeletons approached Lu Fei, a low roar was released from Lu Fei's throat. In an instant, a bloody light directly rushed out. This bloody light was especially dazzling. What was even more strange was that this bloody light was like a tentacle that constantly danced in the air. The 4 to 5 skeletons that rushed up were directly scattered by this tentacle-like bloody light. Ah! Kill! At this moment, Lu Fei's blood was boiling. He immediately seemed to have gone crazy, as if he was a bloodthirsty demonic beast. As expected of the blood-sucking scourge's inheritance. At this moment, he, who had gradually entered a state of madness, killed the skeletons even more ruthlessly than Su Yan. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, did you see that? Your senior brother's strength has surpassed yours. Lu Fei directly roared. Su Yan was originally his junior brother. It was just that when he had just entered the sect, he had already revealed his abilities. Of course, Lu Fei did not care that Su Yan was stronger than him. However, when he suddenly realized that his speed of killing skeletons was faster than Su Yan's today, he was still excited. This feeling of exaltation was really good. Su Yan smiled lightly. Only Lu Fei could still have such thoughts at such a juncture. However, since Lu Fei had issued a challenge, he would not be the slightest bit courteous. At this moment, sword chi suddenly began to erupt. The endless pear blossoms danced in the air. Between the pear blossoms, there was a dense and terrifying killing intent. The sword chi rumbled, and the skeletons were constantly cut off by the sword chi. In an instant, the ground was full of bones. 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of pear blossoms. If it was a group battle, there was probably no better move at this moment. The terrifying sword chi danced wildly, and that kind of sharp aura directly rose to the peak. In the end, the number of skeletons that Su Yan killed actually surpassed Lu Fei's. Roar! As if seeing Lu Fei and Su Yan erupting at the same time and showing off their abilities, the bloody giant was not to be outdone. He suddenly raised his fist and then smashed it heavily on the ground. As his fist fell, the entire ground directly produced a strong fluctuation that spread out in all directions. The skeletons that were affected by this power were directly shattered. In the end, the ones that killed the most were still the bloody skeletons. F***CK, big guy, your meat is really not for nothing. After finally killing this pile of skeletons, Lu Fei circled the bloody giant twice and then praised. After fighting together, Lu Fei also put down that grudge. Fatty always did not like to hold grudges. Roar! The giant grinned. Although Su Yan and Lu Fei could not understand what he meant, it was obvious that this simple and honest giant was in a very happy mood at this moment. Now is not the time for us to be happy. I sense Dong Qinghao's aura. Su Yan suddenly said. I also sensed his qi and blood. Lu Fei also said. Since the two of them sensed Dong Qinghao's existence at the same time, it meant that their direction was not wrong. However, Su Yan clearly remembered that when they first arrived here, they did not sense Dong Qinghao's aura at all. Chapter 431. Damn it, I really don't like this feeling. Lu Fei shook his body, causing his fat to sway and a layer of dust to fall. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He could see what Su Yan could see. However, he also knew that his companion was in this bottomless cave. Since it was his companion, he could not just stand by and watch. What's more, this Dong Qinghao was not a bad person. This was probably what it meant to go to the mountain knowing that there was a tiger. I don't like it either. Su Yan's expression was not relaxed, but he was the first to walk in. In such an environment, his perception was very important. Lu Fei followed closely behind without hesitation. The blood-colored giant did not say anything and directly followed Lu Fei into the darkness. The deep darkness gave people a very silent and oppressive feeling. Su Yan knew that in this deep darkness, there was probably a pair of eyes watching him. However, as an immortal, he could only walk forward. Drip. A clear sound was heard. Su Yan and Lu Fei were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. After hearing this sound, they were so shocked that they did not dare to move. After a while, Lu Fei cursed bitterly, damn it. So it's the sound of water droplets dripping. Su Yan's expression was gloomy, then he continued to walk forward slowly. The moment the water droplets fell, a huge sense of danger rushed directly at him, so much so that it made his hair stand on end. However, when he stopped to sense it, he could not sense anything at all. Is it really just an illusion? Su Yan could not help but ask himself. No, in such a state, I definitely wouldn't be mistaken. My sphere boundary is the unification of the soul and the body. My detection and perception abilities are extremely powerful, and I firmly believe in this point. Then, it can only mean that there is an unimaginably terrifying enemy in the dark. In an instant, Su Yan had already confirmed the thought in his heart. Then, his gaze began to become incomparably deep, even in the darkness. There seemed to be a flash of light as well. What Su Yan didn't know was that right above their heads, there was a huge yet extremely gloomy figure lurking in the darkness. This figure had 8 spear-like tentacles, and its body was densely packed with eyes. In front of him, there was actually a strange woman's face. His eyes flickered with a faint radiance, which directly enveloped the blood-colored giant, Lu Fei, and Su Yan. Su Yan and the other two walked deeper and deeper, and the chill also became stronger and stronger. It had only been a short distance of 500 meters since they entered the cave, but their clothes were already covered in frost. What the hell is this place? Even Lu Fei began to tremble at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" At the same time, he grabbed Lu Fei and pulled him behind him. At this moment, his blood dragon pupil abruptly opened, and a ray of light cut through the darkness. The ray of light swept across and directly took in everything. Under his gaze, a pale white silk thread was shooting towards him. Sword dance of the fish dragon. There was no time to think. Su Yan immediately drew his sword, and the terrifying speed of his sword was simply appalling. Such a sword could only be described as breathtaking. But even so, this sword strike had little effect. Although the sword chi was swift and fierce, it only slowed down the spider's silk temporarily and didn't cut it at all. Moreover, it was also at this moment that Su Yan saw the huge beautiful spider disappear right under his nose. Damn it, this damn spider has extremely powerful concealment abilities, so it can disappear right under my nose. Su Yan immediately understood the crux of the matter. It was no wonder that his perception couldn't detect the existence of this huge spider earlier. Ow, ow. The blood-colored giant suddenly roared in pain. It turned out that its body had been pierced by a spider silk thread. This giant was extremely powerful and terrifying. Even Su Yan's sword chi found it difficult to hurt it. However, this strange spider's silk thread easily pierced through its body. Ah, what a dog! At this moment, Lu Fei roared angrily. His fat body emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and the already dark cave was immediately illuminated by a red light. Lu Fei's blood-red light had an extremely strong burning power against fresh blood. When the blood-red light shone, even the strange spider revealed its body from its invisibility. Obviously, its original body couldn't withstand such a huge power, which was why it was affected. Sword dance of the fish dragon. At this moment, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. The moment the spider appeared, he immediately attacked. The sword chi turned into a fish dragon and rushed to the top of the cave. Su Yan's sword chi really had a powerful power that could turn something rotten into something magical. In this short moment, the sword chi had already reached the front of the spider in front of it. The spider in front of it let out a very unpleasant and unusually ear-piercing cry, then disappeared again. In the cave, Lu Fei took advantage of this moment to rescue the giant from the entanglement of the white spider silk. Damn it, this is a beautiful spider, and it seems to have mutated. Lu Fei said directly. After all, he grew up in the hidden sword sect. Although he was a playboy, he still knew a lot of things. Among the few records that he had read, the beautiful spider was one of them. The beautiful spider had a huge body, and its 8 limbs were as sharp as sickles. Its body was as huge as a round table. On its head, there were thousands of densely packed eyeballs. The strangest thing was that he had a face that belonged to a human woman. Generally speaking, just a face alone would be extremely charming. Unfortunately, when combined with this ugly and terrifying body, it would cause one's soul to be terrified and one's heart to tremble. However, although the beautiful spider's attack power was strong, it definitely couldn't reach the point where it could directly penetrate the blood-colored giant's body. Moreover, it was definitely impossible for it to become invisible so casually. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility left, and that was that this spider had mutated. Demonic beasts were already very terrifying, and a mutated spider was even more difficult to deal with. And now, this troublesome and terrifying spider had its eyes on them. Damn it, what level has this guy reached? I can't even sense the power of his blood, Lu Fei said hatefully. This damned spider's power of invisibility was so strong that it could even hide the aura of blood. Roar! The giant's voice was low. The previous surprise attack had injured it, so it naturally hated this enemy that it couldn't even see the shadow of. What should we do? If this continues, we'll be played to death by this guy sooner or later. Lu Fei's face was full of anger, but there was nothing he could do. Not necessarily. Su Yan opened his mouth and broke the silence. In the darkness, he gently opened his palm, and then a ball of flame rose. This ball of flame was not hot, but it was very bright. As the flame burned, the darkness was immediately dispelled. This flame. Lu Fei looked at this ball of flame, and the corner of his eyes suddenly twitched. He could sense the power and terror of this flame. It was even more powerful than the flame they encountered when they first entered the abyss of the divine dragon. Scarlet Spirit Fire, a flame I obtained not long ago. Su Yan smiled gently, then directly activated his power. The power of the solar-colored glaze sword scripture was directly channeled into it. The solar-colored glaze sword scripture was known for its domineering and scorching heat. At this moment, this power directly rushed into it, and an unimaginably terrifying power exploded. The Scarlet Spirit Fire shone brightly, and it even looked like it was about to light up the entire dark mountain. What was even more unbelievable was that when the Scarlet Spirit Fire shone, that familiar yet ear-piercing sound was heard again. Lu Fei and Su Yan looked towards the direction of the sound, and saw the terrifying mutated spider beauty looking at them from the top of the mountain. This spider beauty's power was strange, and her speed was extremely fast. Even the blood dragon pupil could not easily capture her movements. At this moment, the Scarlet Spirit Fire appeared, and he immediately had nowhere to hide. The Scarlet Spirit Fire had an extremely strong suppressive power against souls. This spider was indeed powerful, and it could even hide its own chi and blood. Even Lu Fei could not sense it. However, no matter what, its soul still existed. Su Yan used the power of the solar-colored glaze sword scripture to stimulate the Scarlet Spirit Fire, and immediately, the mysterious spider beauty's soul was greatly stimulated, and her entire body began to tremble. "You ugly fellow, I finally found you." The bloody light on Lu Fei's body suddenly increased, and his fat body charged forward like a cannonball. At this moment, the pale white spider silk directly flew down, and instantly formed a huge net. "Damn it, this thing is useless against me." Lu Fei sneered. The bloody light around his body actually turned into flames. The flames soared into the sky, and vaguely, they had transformed into a terrifying giant beast. The blood-red flaming giant beast shook violently, and directly crashed into the white spider silk net. Then, the entire spider silk net immediately made a sizzling sound. Immediately after, a cloud of pale white smoke appeared. "Fatty, be careful of the poisonous smoke." Seeing the white smoke, Su Yan immediately panicked. This spider was already very strange, and this smoke was definitely highly poisonous. Chapter 432. You damned bastard, how dare you sneak attack me? Lu Fei was truly furious. Previously, this damned spider had suddenly launched a sneak attack. If Su Yan had not discovered it quickly, he would have been in a worse state than the giant. After all, although his current physique was considered strong, he was far from being able to contend with a freak like the bloody giant. He arrived in front of the spider beauty, then reached out his hand and pressed down on the beautiful face of the spider beauty. What I hate the most is this damn beautiful face of yours. He suddenly shouted, and the bloody light in his hand became more intense. In the end, he pressed the spider beauty down from the top of the cave. The bloody giant and Lu Fei cooperated closely. The bloody spider was still in the air, but the bloody giant had already jumped up. The pain caused by the spider's silk piercing through his body made this tall and powerful blood-colored giant loathe the beautiful spider to the core. Although the spider beauty was strange and terrifying, its greatest strength was rendered useless after its soul was sealed by the crimson spirit fire. In such a state, it would not be able to gain any advantage in front of the giant. At this moment, the giant leaped up and opened its palm, pressing down on the spider beauty. Then, without giving the spider any chance, it smashed down with its huge fist. Boom! The entire cave seemed to shake at this moment. It could be seen that the giant's hatred was not small. Otherwise, it would not be so angry. His violent strike turned the spider beauty into an ugly spider woman. The human face had almost collapsed. At this moment, Lu Fei also fell from the sky and stepped on the spider beauty's body. Su Yan suddenly felt that these two guys were a perfect match. Quickly kill this spider, Su Yan said. He had held on for long enough, and did not want to waste any more spiritual power. At best, he had just subdued this flame, and it was still quite strenuous for him to use the red spirit fire. Moreover, it seemed that they still had a long way to go. Lu Fei's strange and powerful blood power directly made the spider beauty shrivel up completely. Blood flowed out, and its life dissipated. The giant also broke off the spider's sickle-like tentacles. The spider beauty's tentacles were terrifying and sharp. Most importantly, they were very large. It was a good weapon for the giant. The three of them continued forward. This damned stinky spider was already dead, but the feeling of being watched still hadn't disappeared. At the very least, it meant that there was an even more powerful being watching them from the darkness. Moreover, Dong Qinghao's aura was getting thicker and thicker. The rest of the journey was surprisingly smooth. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Finally, after half a day of trekking, the darkness disappeared and was replaced by a brighter world. Although there was light, it seemed even more sinister. There were all kinds of skeletons piled up in this space. These were all scattered skeletons. Some of the skeletons were in good condition, while others were in tatters. It was a miserable sight. Ah, that seems to be a senior from our hidden sword sect, Lu Fei suddenly exclaimed. Su Yan looked over. Lu Fei naturally couldn't judge from the state of the skeleton. However, the long sword beside white bones proved Lu Fei's words. Although the long sword was rusty, there was still a remnant sword intent, as if it was unwilling to give up. On the hilt, there were words, "Hidden Sword." An elder from the Hidden Sword sect died here. What kind of place is this divine dragon's abyss? Why is it like this? My ancestor died in the Blood Lake, and here we found the skeleton of an elder from the Hidden Sword sect, Lu Fei said angrily. Although his family was the guardian family of the Buddha Sword sect, he grew up in the Hidden Sword sect. His life had been marked by the Hidden Sword sect. He couldn't deny it, and he didn't want to forget it. Therefore, he was filled with anger. This is an elder from the Sound of Thunder sect. There are faint lightning patterns on his skeleton. This is from the Heaven and Earth Organization. Lu Fei began to identify the skeletons. Although most of them were indistinguishable, there were still many that could be identified. In addition to the skeletons he was familiar with, there were many skeletons from the Devil's Sect. He didn't know how long this place had existed, but Venerable Gui Yen had been lost here for no less than 8,000 years. At the very least, this divine dragon's abyss had existed for more than 8,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Venerable Gui Yen had once told Su Yan that the Qian territory had declined because of the Devil's Sect. Su Yan believed that this sentence was definitely not false. However, what exactly happened at that time? Then there was Yunhe. What kind of identity did Yunhe play? Lei Wanjun wouldn't lie. He felt that there was something wrong with Yunhe. She couldn't be lying to him, because there was no need for that. Lei Wanjun wasn't the only one who suspected these things. According to Lei Wanjun, Yunhe had already betrayed the Qian Cloud Alliance. In other words, all of this was just a farce that he wrote and directed. He was a member of the Devil's Sect. There were indeed too many things about the Heaven and Earth Organization that he couldn't understand. Su Yan said, "Don't worry about this for now. The most important thing now is to rescue Dong Qinghao while his aura is still there. But Thousand Face has no way out. There's not even a shadow of Dong Qinghao." Lu Fei said somewhat angrily. "Hee, are you looking for me?" At this moment, a leisurely voice was heard. Lu Fei and Su Yan suddenly turned around and saw Dong Qinghao appear at the entrance where they came in. Dong Qinghao. Seeing his figure, Lu Fei was pleasantly surprised at first, but in the next moment, his expression immediately turned solemn, and he abruptly stopped moving forward. This was because the Dong Qinghao in front of him made him feel cold. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Dong Qinghao, he clearly knew that Dong Qinghao definitely shouldn't have such an aura. Gloomy, cold, and a terrifying aura like that of a corpse. At the same time, there was a faint oppressive force coming from Dong Qinghao's body. After receiving the ancestors' inheritance, although his realm hadn't reached Fang Yuan's realm, his combat strength was no longer below Fang Yuan's. Moreover, his body had the power of blood, which was incomparably hot, but he still felt gloomy. This was definitely not something that Dong Qinghao could do. "You're not Dong Qinghao. Who are you? What did you do to him?" Su Yan was already holding the shocking celestial sword in his hand, and the blood dragon pupil had also been activated. Faintly, 2 dragons were swimming slightly in his pupils. Dong Qinghao was still standing in the same place, looking at Lu Fei and Su Yan with a fake smile. "Ha, Su Yan, Lu Fei, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. What, is this how you treat an old friend? Humph, you've probably taken over Dong Qinghao's body. However, I feel that the aura of his soul hasn't dissipated yet, which means that you haven't completely taken over his body." Su Yan took a step forward, and a strong sword aura spread out. Are you planning to attack? But the person in front of you is your friend. Just as you said, his soul hasn't dissipated. If you accidentally slip up, you'll kill your friend with your own hands. Can you really do that? He looked at Su Yan, and then asked directly. Ridiculous. I know Dong Qinghao's character better than anyone else. He's not someone who's afraid of death. I'm afraid that he'd rather die than let you take over his body and turn him into a walking corpse. If that's the case, what's there for me to worry about? Dancing fish dragon sword. As he spoke, Su Yan had already attacked. He was so decisive that he didn't hesitate at all. The sword light flashed and turned into a fish dragon. The powerful and terrifying sword aura rushed forward like a fish dragon soaring into the sky. Su Yan's sudden attack surprised the person who had taken over Dong Qinghao. Not a bad sword. Moreover, Su Yan's sword aura surprised him as well, because it was too fast. According to his understanding, only a swordsman with a high cultivation level could unleash such sword aura. Kid, to be able to use such a sword technique, you must be from the Buddha sword sect. He sneered. Without seeing how he moved, a skeleton not far from him suddenly flew up and blocked in front of him. The white skeleton looked like it could fall apart at any moment, but it forcibly blocked Su Yan's dance of the fish and dragons. Bloody Warhammer. At this moment, Lu Fei had already attacked. A strange blood-red light surged out from his body, as if blood was gushing out of his body. However, the bloody light didn't fall. Instead, it floated in the air and gathered into a bloody warhammer. Taking advantage of the moment when the person blocked Su Yan's sword aura, the bloody warhammer fell. The bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge. You're the descendant of the Buddha sword sect's Lu family. After so many years, I've just woken up, and I'm actually able to see the descendant of the Buddha sword sect. How delightful. He stretched out his hands, and a ghastly white skeletal palm suddenly appeared in front of his palms. The palm floated and fell down fiercely. Lu Fei, watch out. Su Yan saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately warned Lu Fei. At the same time, his sword aura danced again. 10,000 mammoth godly skill, immortal sword technique. At this moment, the invisible sword aura condensed with him as the center, and then a huge immortal sword suddenly appeared. The 10,000 mammoth godly skill had infinite power. Suddenly, his aura increased by more than 3 times, and the sword aura became even more unparalleled in spiritual power. Chapter 433. What a good pair of juniors. It's a blessing to be able to devour both of you to strengthen my soul bone. Dong Qinghao grinned and suddenly disappeared from where he stood. So fast. In the midst of the chaos, Su Yan's expression abruptly changed. He saw Dong Qinghao's body transform, and in an instant, he had already arrived beside Lu Fei. Lu family's kid, I'll start with you. He laughed sinisterly. Then, he formed a bone claw and attacked Lu Fei's abdomen at an unimaginable speed. One sword to end the universe. Su Yan did not have time to think. He immediately used the regal sword technique. The sword radiance reached an unbelievable speed. He had lost the initiative. It was impossible for him to block this guy's attack. He could only use his full strength to attack Dong Qinghao. He hoped that he could make Dong Qinghao fearful so that he could rescue Dong Qinghao. Who would have thought that at this moment, Dong Qinghao's face was calm. He did not even put Su Yan's attack in his eyes, allowing the sword energy to land directly on his body. The sword aura exploded. The sharp and terrifying aura roared like a murderer. However, Dong Qinghao only swayed a little. In this short period of time, his palm was almost touching Lu Fei's body. What was even stranger was that Lu Fei's expression was blank. He did not react at all. Ah! At this critical moment, the giant roared. His huge body came crashing down. Then, he pushed Lu Fei away. However, he took the brunt of this terrifying palm. Pang! A dull sound could be heard. Following that, the giant howled in pain. The place where he took the brunt of this palm had already caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he half knelt on the ground. I didn't expect to see an ancient giant like you here. This is interesting. A smile appeared on Dong Qinghao's face as he stared at the bloody giant. Just as well. I'll let you become my food. I'm afraid you'll be considered a feast. He smiled lightly, and his entire palm was about to press down on her. Stop. Su Yan's figure flashed and a ray of sword light slashed down. The sword light, which was almost 10 meters long, slashed through the air and fell on Dong Qinghao's head. However, Dong Qinghao smiled faintly. He raised his arm above his head and grabbed it lightly. The powerful sword ray was actually caught in his hand. Not bad. He smiled faintly. Although it was a compliment, it was very disdainful because it was simply wishful thinking to want to hurt her with this kind of power. However, Su Yan sneered and said, "Is that so? Immortal sword technique." All of a sudden, the 10,000 mammoths' divine skill and the immortal sword technique erupted. Sword chi continued to condense until it formed a huge immortal sword that exploded in his hand. At this moment, the light in the cave shone to the extreme. The immortal sword technique was released directly on Dong Qinghao. The power of the radius realm was truly displayed. Under the intense sword radiance, the hand that grabbed the astonishing celestial sword started to bleed. If it wasn't for the pale white radiance surrounding his hand would have been chopped off. Damn it! The expression of Dong Qinghao changed abruptly. His cheeks trembled, and a ray of light seemed to shoot out from his eyes. Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He didn't have time to summon the sword dragon. He immediately leaped and used the explosion of power to leave the place. It was at this moment that the white light had already landed where he was originally standing. Without a sound, a hole had actually appeared in the ground. Let's see where you can hide." He smiled coldly and his body shook slightly. At this moment, Su Yan was still in the air. However, in the next moment, he felt a flash in front of his eyes and a shadow appeared in front of him. Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield. The moment this person appeared in front of him, Su Yan didn't have time to think and immediately used the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield. In an instant, the Frost Dragon and the Raging Flame Dragon appeared. The two dragons circled and danced, and in an instant, they had already wrapped around his body. Then, the two dragons changed and revealed the original form of the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield. "Suppress for me!" Su Yan suddenly roared, and the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Barrier immediately emitted an extremely valiant power. The entire Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield, together with Dong Qinghao, fell to the ground. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The auras of the Frost Dragon and the Raging Flame Dragon were still circling around, and their power was circulating faster and faster. The powerful force kept vibrating, trying to suppress and refine him. "Lu Fei, are you okay?" After Dong Qinghao was suppressed, Su Yan directly went to Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei's face was a little empty, as if he had lost his soul. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he didn't respond. On the other hand, the giant beside him kept trembling. He gritted his teeth and tried hard not to make a sound, but the intense pain still made him tremble. "What did you do to Lu Fei?" Su Yan turned his head and looked at Dong Qinghao, who was being suppressed by the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield, and asked coldly. At this moment, Lu Fei seemed to have lost his soul. It was impossible for Lu Fei to be frightened, so it could only be this guy in front of him who did something. I thought this guy with the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge was the strongest, but I didn't expect you to be the most difficult person to deal with. What a solid foundation. Your power of radius even surprised me. It's really hard to imagine. From this friend of yours, I already know a lot of things. The people of this era seem to be unexpectedly weak, and even the way to enter the realm of radius is wrong. However, it's obvious that you've entered the correct path. At this moment, he was in the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield, and the power of ice and fire was still dancing wildly. However, he was calm. The flames couldn't burn his body, and the ice couldn't make him feel cold. Su Yan knew very well that the reason he was still standing in the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield was not because the power of the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield intimidated him, but because he wanted to stand in it. That was all. Judging from your state, you seem to have just entered the first level of the perimeter state. Obviously, you must have successfully advanced in this divine dragon's abyss. Although your talent is not bad, if there is no one to guide you, you will not know the correct method out of thin air. It's obvious that you've met an old ghost who should have been dead. When you were dealing with my pet outside, you seem to have used the scarlet spirit fire. It's that old thing, Ghost I Venerable. I'm really surprised that you were able to come out alive after going to his place. Su Yan didn't say anything. He just listened to the person in front of him. This was an extremely powerful person. When he spoke, the pressure that seemed to be there didn't disappear. Instead, it became heavier and heavier. Although the other party was suppressed by the Blood Dragon Ice Fire Shield, Su Yan felt like he was a bird in a cage. Then, is that old ghost I dead? Su Yan, you didn't say anything, but your soul waves betrayed you. It seems that he's dead. I really didn't expect that arrogant old ghost to die like this, and at the hands of a rookie like you. Back then, that old ghost killed so many people from the Buddha sword sect. I didn't expect him to die at the hands of a little brat like you. Is this really the cycle of the heavens? Dong Qinghao said to himself. You're also from the devil's sect. Which devil sovereign are you? What happened here back then? Also, how is Lu Fei? Su Yan suddenly spoke and interrupted this person's words. After a pause, he continued, are you really that weak now? You're actually using this method to continue your power. You're very smart, he praised. The reason why he praised Su Yan was because Su Yan had interrupted him. He was talking, and he said so much in one breath. Some of it was meaningless. It wasn't because he was sealed for so long that he wanted to talk. It was because he was accumulating power. When he spoke, his soul pressure entered Su Yan's ears along with his words. The more time passed, the stronger the pressure became. His control of the soul was very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yan's Grand Supreme Sword Qi and solar-colored glass sword Qi were able to resist this kind of soul pressure, he would have been controlled by the other party. This has nothing to do with being smart. Now, tell me the answer, and then leave Dong Qinghao's body. Otherwise, believe me, you'll regret it. Su Yan's expression didn't change, but his sword Qi had already spread 5 steps away. In such a short time, you've already determined that you can defeat me. Isn't this a little too arbitrary? He was still calm, but his strange smile became brighter. At this time, Su Yan didn't delay any longer. Sword, rise. As his voice fell, the sword Qi moved. It was like a surging tide. As expected of the legacy of the Buddha sword sect. This sword will is so sharp. If you enter the dragon realm, you'll be able to transform into a real dragon. Even in our era, you'll be able to dominate a region. As his voice fell, his hands suddenly clenched. In the cave, the crisscrossing skeletons began to float. Yin spirits have no land, white bones have no heart. Return to me, white bones form the army. Evil white bones, rise. Hundreds of skeletons stood up at this moment, directly attacking Su Yan's sword Qi. Chapter 434. You better kill all the white bones evil souls here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll devour the essence blood of your 2 friends. Dong Qinghao smiled and walked toward Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei was still expressionless. Although the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge is powerful, it's still the source of death. I have the blood-sucking scourge king's heart in my hands. In that case, you can only silently wait for death in front of me. Now, let me devour you. His palm was already reaching towards Lu Fei. If you dare to touch a hair on Lu Fei, I'll definitely kill you. Su Yan was enraged and immediately walked toward Lu Fei. However, just as he moved, the white bone's evil soul blocked his path. You always like to talk nonsense. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. Dong Qinghao smiled and arrived in front of Lu Fei. At this moment, there was a bright red ball in his hand that was beating continuously. That was the heart of the Blood Scourge King. It was because of this thing that Lu Fei couldn't move at all. Su Yan was furious. He swung the long sword in his hand. 10,000 Elephant Supreme Skill, Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. In an instant, sword chi spread out in all directions. The fierce and violent power continuously slashed the White Bone's evil soul's body. Unfortunately, the White Bone's evil soul didn't move at all. Damn it, this kind of White Bone's evil soul should be very weak after thousands of years of precipitation. However, there's a mysterious power in their bodies that makes them indestructible. This can't go on, or Fatty will definitely die. Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Manual, Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword. At this moment, the sword in Su Yan's hand was no longer the celestial shocking sword, but the scorching sun sword. Although it was an incomplete divine sword, it had a mighty and majestic aura. Together with Su Yan's celestial manifestation sword, its power multiplied. All of a sudden, a blazing power filled the air. The temperature in the entire cave increased by a lot. Is this sword the manifestation of that kid's celestial phenomenon? Truly powerful. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the ghost flame old ghost from back then. Looks like I have to hurry up. Otherwise, if this brat manages to break through the obstruction of the evil soul White Bone, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, the old ghost that had possessed Dong Qinghao did not hesitate to imprint the heart of the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King onto Lu Fei. Lu Fei's body was enveloped by the light emitted by the Blood Scourge Beast King's heart. Then, he actually walked towards that person. Myriad Sword Spirit Sea, Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. Su Yan grew even more anxious. The celestial scorching sun sword was indeed powerful, but it was still unable to break through the defense of the evil White Bones in a short period of time. Since that was the case, he might as well use the power of his spiritual sea. At the same time, the Heaven Phase's spirit sea manifested, and in the end, it became the power of circumference. Sword moves in a square, slaughter in a circle, kill for me. At this moment, the light suddenly became bright, turning into the most dazzling light. The radiance descended and engulfed everything. At this moment, the evil soul White Bone at the front was immediately cut off and turned into powder. However, this was only a part of it. The White Bones in the entire cave had been revived. With so many White Bones, although they were not densely packed, it was enough to make one's heart tremble. Kill. At this moment, Su Yan only had killing intent. Tens of thousands of swords chimed in unison. The sound of the swords soared into the sky and filled the entire cave in an instant. A violent sound wave rushed out like a huge wave sweeping across the area. The wave rolled, and all the white skeletons that were swept into it were annihilated. Why haven't you sacrificed your blood yet? The mysterious existence that had possessed Dong Qinghao's body shouted directly. Lu Fei's body trembled, and his face revealed a pained expression. However, his hand involuntarily pierced towards his own heart. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. Perhaps the blood-colored giant had recovered from the intense pain, or perhaps it was deeply provoked by Lu Fei's actions. He actually charged towards the person that had possessed Dong Qinghao's body without caring about anything else. Damn it, it's you again, you bastard! He roared angrily and raised his hand directly. Do you really think that I don't have any means to deal with you now? Since you're so eager to die, I'll drink your blood first. At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared in front of Dong Qinghao's body. The intense white light almost filled the entire cave. Within the White Bones, a piece of White Bone appeared. In just a short moment, the White Bone had transformed into a human-shaped skeleton. This human-shaped skeleton was so huge that it was not inferior to the blood demon giant at all. The moment it appeared, it directly pounced forward. Its speed was so fast that it was like a phantom. At this moment, the giant actually did not react in time. Then, an intense pain was transmitted directly to him. It turned out that in such a short time, the terrifying white bone had charged in front of the blood demon giant and directly bit into the giant's neck. Roar! The giant screamed directly. His entire huge body began to tremble violently. The intense pain made him struggle bitterly. The giant's strength was incomparable. However, at this moment, no matter how he twisted his body, he could not break free from the white bone at all. It was as if his entire body had been bound. Blood flowed out directly from the white bone's head and gradually seeped into the white bone's body. The pale white bone actually flashed a strange red color at this moment. It was drinking the giant's blood. Damn it, you damn thing. Red spirit fire, burn for me. Su Yan was extremely shocked and furious. Although he had not spent a long time with the blood-colored giant, the giant had become his comrade. Especially when he was risking his life to protect Lu Fei. At this moment, his comrade was suffering such pain. He had completely gone crazy. Intense spiritual energy flowed completely. Su Yan did not care about the consequences and activated the red spirit fire with all his might. He had many tricks up his sleeve. However, the most powerful power that he could use at this moment was the red spirit fire, which was also the most likely power to cause harm to the giant in front of him. The flames started to burn like a fiery red glow. After injecting spiritual energy, the red spirit fire seemed to have a life of its own and directly rushed toward Dong Qinghao. Did he really take out the red spirit fire? This flame was extremely terrifying. The heat of the flame could directly melt the surrounding rocks. However, the most terrifying thing was its power to harm the soul. At this moment, although this existence had taken over Dong Qinghao, strictly speaking, he was still an undead at this moment. Such a flame had extremely terrifying power to harm him. However, the strange thing was that at this moment, when he looked at the red spirit fire, he did not seem to panic at all. No, something is wrong. Looking at this person's eyes, Su Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A sense of uneasiness directly shrouded him. However, the red spirit fire was obviously extremely powerful and had extremely strong killing power to undead. Why did this person dare to do this? In the next moment, he already knew the answer. The huge white bone skeleton suddenly stretched out its hand, and an extremely strange cyclone appeared in its palm. The cyclone rotated as if it had formed a hollow cave. At this moment, the originally violent red spirit fire actually directly rushed toward the cyclone. What an idiot! If you didn't take out the red spirit fire, it would be very difficult for me to completely recover. However, since the red spirit fire is in front of me, then I can immediately swallow this red spirit fire directly and recover a lot of my strength. Hee, you probably don't know, but this red spirit fire is originally mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the red spirit fire was completely trapped in the wind cave. No matter how Su Yan urged his mind, he could not summon this red spirit fire. How is this possible? Su Yan was shocked. This was originally his last resort to deal with his opponent. Who would have thought that this thing would be directly absorbed by his opponent? Back then, that damned old bastard Gui Yen took advantage of the fact that I was injured and took it away. If it wasn't for him, how could I have fallen to this state and been trapped in this damned place for so many years? At this instant, his emotions directly became violent. Obviously, Gui Yen Venerable had caused him a lot of damage back then. However, I am the final victor. Since you are already here today, all of you will become my food. Giant, contribute your last life to me directly. He suddenly roared and immediately turned his head to swallow the giant's blood. Do you think you have one? Impossible, red spirit fire, burn the soul. At this moment, Su Yan decisively shouted. I have already said that this is originally my flame, but you still want to use it to deal with me. How ridiculous. When I, the white bone demon venerable, was roaming freely, where was a junior like you? You actually want to fight with me? The white bone demon venerable laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, his laughter suddenly froze. This was because the red spirit fire that had been firmly sucked in by the wind cave suddenly exploded with a shocking amount of heat. At this moment, the flame burst out directly. The flame started to spread bit by bit towards his entire skeletal body. It was as if they were going to burn everything in this instant. Impossible, my red spirit fire. The white bone demon venerable was shocked. His entire skeleton body shook directly, and even the power that was restraining the giant loosened. This was his scarlet spirit fire. Unless Ghost Eye Venerable One was here, no one should be able to threaten him. However, at this moment, the red spirit fire did not listen to his command. Damn it! At this moment, his huge skeleton body suddenly shook. It turned out that the giant finally took the opportunity to break free from the terrifying power, then raised his head and slammed it on the white bone demon venerable's head. His huge skeleton body suddenly loosened up. At this moment, the blood scourge beast king's heart that was originally in his hand fell from his hand. Chapter 435. The heart of the blood-sucking scourge beast king fell from his huge white skeleton body, drawing a trail in the sky. It was also at this moment that the previously motionless and expressionless Lu face suddenly trembled. Then, his consciousness gradually returned. His gaze suddenly fell on the trembling giant. At this moment, the giant had become extremely miserable. Bright red blood was flowing from his neck. The blood was originally seeped into the white bones of the white bone venerable, but because of the sudden explosion of the scarlet spirit fire, the white bone venerable was injured, causing blood to flow out completely. The giant's body was huge, and at this moment, blood was flowing out like a river. Although Lu Fei was unable to move previously, he saw everything with his own eyes. He knew that if the giant had not risked his life, he would have been killed by this guy in front of him. Because he had obtained the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge, which greatly improved his physique. But it was impossible for him to resist this guy who called himself the White Bone Demon Venerable. It was this damned big guy who saved his life. But now, the big guy was in such a miserable state. There was also Su Yan. Su Yan's sword aura was everywhere, slaughtering the evil soul White Bones. He was indeed powerful, but the evil soul White Bones seemed to be inexhaustible, and there was no end to it. Every time Su Yan severed the evil soul's body, the evil soul's bones would reassemble and then pile up on Su Yan. You damn thing, bullshit White Bone Demon Venerable, die for me. Lu Fei roared. This roar actually shook the entire cave, as if a huge beast was born. It was abnormally terrifying. Blood radiance flashed, and his entire body began to expand, as if he had turned into a huge blood-sucking scourge beast. He jumped up from the ground, and then directly crashed into the White Bone Demon Venerable. Kacha, this attack was truly terrifying. Lu Fei's entire body actually crashed into the White Bone Demon Venerable's body. The White Bone Demon Venerable was originally hit by the Scarlet Spirit Fire, and then the blood-sucking giant crashed into it. At this moment, its body actually cracked. Damn it, a piece of trash like you actually dares to offend me. Die! With a sudden clap of his hand, Lu Fei was sent flying like a rubber ball before landing heavily on the ground. Lu Fei's previous attack was terrifying. It was almost comparable to a Radius Realm expert. It was even comparable to Lei Wanjuan's 10,000 Elephant Divine skill. However, he was still sent flying by a single slap from White Bone Demon Venerable. This White Bone Demon Venerable's strength was truly terrifying. You bastards, how dare you offend me like this? Go to hell. At this moment, the White Bone Demon Lord's White Bone Phantom disappeared again and merged into Dong Qinghao's body. This White Bone illusion was originally his true body. Unfortunately, his true body had already dissipated a long time ago, and he himself had been suppressed for countless years. This time, for some unknown reason, he awoke from his slumber. Then, he directly took action and plundered Dongqinghao here. As he had just woken up, he couldn't really unleash the full strength of his true body. Previously, he used the power of the white bones in this cave to entangle Su Yan and restrain the giant blood demon. However, at this moment, he was continuously attacked, and his strength was in turmoil. Now, he could only choose to kill all three of them and devour their essence blood. However, he didn't notice that the place where Lu Fei landed was where the blood demon beast king's heart was. At this moment, the blood demon beast king's heart felt the attraction of Lu Fei's blood and was gathering towards Lu Fei's body. The white bone demon Venerable's choice was the giant blood demon. His blood was still flowing. There was a huge amount of energy in the blood. Such energy was the most attractive to him. He turned around and charged towards the giant blood demon. Your blood shall be the source of my power awakening. This is your glory, lowly giant blood demon. He laughed sinisterly as he reached out his hand and charged towards the giant blood demon. Bastard, stop right there. Lu Fei roared furiously. In the midst of his roar, his body was immediately surrounded by a bloody glow. At this moment, the bloody glow shone with a blazing heat. The temperature of the entire cave rose as well. At this moment, the white bones demon Venerable finally focused his attention on Lu Fei again. Damn it, it's the blood demon beast king's heart. He immediately understood what had happened. The blood demon beast king's heart could restrain Lu Fei, who had the blood demon beast bloodline, but it could also help him. Obviously, without his control, the blood demon beast king's heart followed its instincts and began to merge its power into Lu Fei's body. The blood demon beast king's heart originally belonged to Senior Lu Fei. However, in the great battle back then, Lu Fei's ancestor was schemed against and died in battle. In the end, the blood demon beast king's heart fell into his hands. After losing the scarlet spirit fire, he had relied on this treasure to prolong his feeble existence for so many years. Who would have thought that after the cycle of time, the heart of the blood-scourge beast king still ended up in Lu Fei's hands? Perhaps this was the so-called destiny. However, he was definitely not willing to accept this. At this moment, he could already see that once Lu Fei merged with the blood demon beast king's heart, his power would definitely become extremely powerful. He might even be able to break through the circumference state in a short period of time. With such a bloodline, once he broke through the circumference state, his combat power would definitely increase tremendously in a short period of time. This was definitely not good news for him. You damn brat, go to hell. At this moment, he suddenly roared. In the end, he gave up on the blood demon giant and went straight for Lu Fei. However, just as he moved, he was immediately shrouded by a huge shadow. It was the blood demon giant. The blood demon giant was bleeding, but he still reached out his hand and grabbed the white bones demon Venerable, who had merged with Dongqinghao's body, in his hand. Arg! The blood demon giant's face was pale and ferocious. The pain had already caused his entire body to tremble. Even though he was the blood demon giant, he could no longer hold on after losing so much blood. However, his obsession to protect Lu Fei was extremely strong. You damned beast, how dare you act so rashly? He roared. Although his body was in the blood demon giant's hand, he was the truly terrifying giant beast. He waved his hand, and a pale light that resembled a crescent moon flashed out. Ah! The blood demon giant immediately let out a violent and painful roar. Accompanied by his roar, his huge hand finally landed on the ground. Humph, you overestimate yourself. He snorted coldly, then his gaze landed on Lu Fei. Brat, you still want to merge with the blood demon beast king's heart. Now, it's time for you to die. I remember that this friend of yours has a Wanxiang consummate skill called torrential pear blossoms. Hee, I'll let you die under this skill. It has always been able to pierce the heart with 10,000 arrows. He laughed sinisterly and pointed his finger. First sword, dancing fish dragon, second sword, heaven and earth slash. At this most critical moment, a furious roar was heard. 2 sword lights followed. Su Yen. At this moment, it was Su Yen who made his move. At this critical moment, he finally broke through the evil white bone formation. He used the heaven form sword as the root, the scorching sun sword as the weapon, and the regal sword move. At this moment, his speed finally broke through the limit. The 2 sword lights turned into light shadows and broke free from the evil white bone formation. Perhaps it was the power of the regal chi, or the power of the heaven form sword, but Su Yan's speed had reached an unprecedented level. The sword moved horizontally, piercing through everything. White bone demon venerable, give me your life. The red sun was like fire, and the will of the regal was endless. Damn it, how can he be so fast? He wanted to end Lu Fei's life with the torrential storm of rose flowers, but he did not expect such a stunning sword will to come straight at him. At this moment, even he was inexplicably shocked. He could no longer care about Lu Fei, because he knew that if he was hit by the 2 sword lights, his life would be in danger. Damn it, white bone life shield. All of a sudden, a pale ghostly face appeared in front of him. The white bones were ferocious, and the face was terrifying. When the sword lights landed on the white face, there were dazzling sparks. A terrifying recoil came, and Su Yen felt a sharp pain in his hand. However, he did not retreat at all. The white bone demon venerable's expression changed. The sword had caused him quite a bit of damage. Damn it, it seems that I can only choose to retreat today. He was furious, but he knew that it was impossible to continue killing the people in front of him. If he continued to stay, his life would be in danger. Damn it, Futu Sword Sect, damn Futu Sword Sect, I will kill all of you. He roared, and the scattered white bones in the cave shook. Then, they charged towards Su Yen and the others. Seizing this opportunity, he flew out of the cave. Damn it, where do you think you are going? Su Yen shouted angrily and was about to chase after him. The white bone demon venerable was at his weakest. If he did not beat him when he was down, it would be too late by the time he recovered. Humph, Su Yen, if you come to kill me, your friends will die. The final sound gradually dissipated, and Su Yen finally stopped his footsteps. He wanted to kill the white bone demon venerable and save Dong Qinghao, but he could not ignore Lu Fei. The heart of the blood demon beast king entered Lu Fei's body, and his aura was increasing rapidly. Chapter 436. Despicable Bastard. Su Yen finally turned his head around. No matter what, he could not abandon Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei's bloody aura was getting stronger and stronger, as if he was about to transform into a real demon. The Lu family had the inheritance of the blood-sucking scourge, and their strength was unparalleled. However, this did not mean that there were no repercussions. When the demonic blood erupted, one would be directly stimulated by the demonic blood and lose all rationality. At that time, one would be controlled by the blood-sucking scourge's blood and become a demonic beast in human form. Lu Fei, calm down. Facing the berserk Lu Fei, Su Yen directly leaped and turned into a ray of light, arriving in front of him. His palm pressed down abruptly, and then a burst of power burst out. That was the aura of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. At this moment, Lu Fei was in a demonic state. He had to be suppressed at the fastest speed. Otherwise, he would go crazy and be completely devoured by the bloodline. Su Yan could clearly see that the heart of the blood-sucking scourge beast king that fell from the white bone demon venerable's hand was almost embedded into his body. The blood-sucking scourge beast king was a top-grade demonic beast. Although it had been dead for many years, and only the heart of the blood-sucking scourge beast king was left. The power of the heart was still extremely terrifying. This could be said to be an opportunity for Lu Fei, but also a huge crisis. If he could calmly resolve it, he would naturally be able to turn the misfortune into a blessing and be safe. However, if he could not overcome this crisis, he would turn into the body of the blood-sucking scourge beast king and become a walking corpse. At this moment, Su Yan had to help Lu Fei. The sword qi of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture had already pierced into Lu Fei's body, and then directly resisted the terrifying blood aura of the blood-sucking scourge beast king. Enveloped by the blood aura, Su Yan suddenly felt his mind go blank. In front of him was no longer Lu Fei, but a ferocious and terrifying blood-sucking scourge beast king. This blood-sucking scourge beast king's body was bigger than a giant, and there was a layer of blood flowing slowly all over his body, like a layer of blood armor. A pair of wings slowly fluttered behind his back. Under the wings was a tail that was 5 meters long. The gigantic blood-sucking scourge beast king coldly commented on Su Yan, as though it was mocking Su Yan for overestimating himself. "Damn thing, get out of my brother's body!" Su Yan angrily roared. His sword radiance flourished, and the glazed sunlight was like a raging fire, roasting the blood-sucking scourge king. The sword qi exploded, and the radiance gathered and dispersed. The intense radiance was simply unimaginable. However, the blood-sucking scourge only sneered. He, successor of the Buddha sword sect, are you sure? My heart has already fused with Lu Fei. If I roll out of his body, then he will die. Are you sure this will still happen? This was the first time Su Yan heard the voice of such a life form. His cold and emotionless voice could destroy a person's mind. You're already dead. Don't even think about taking over my body. Su Yan's eyes shone with a cold light. I like this phrase, so I will definitely do this. I want to see how you're going to stop me. Also, do you know how much I hate the people of the Buddha sword sect? As soon as he finished speaking, his gigantic tail swept towards Su Yan. The force of the tail was like a gust of wind. Under the terrifying light, there was an extremely terrifying and powerful force. Su Yan had no choice but to avoid such a force. He immediately summoned the sword dragon and left the place at lightning speed. However, as soon as he left, a light shadow immediately followed him. What terrifying speed and powerful strength! Su Yan was shocked. Although he was prepared, such speed and strength still shocked him. If he didn't have the sword dragon and had entered the sphere state, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge. Kid from the Buddha sword sect, do you only know how to run like a mouse? Let me tell you something. When this blood-red light reaches your brother's head, he will become my puppet and my body. The blood-sucking scourge's voice was heard again. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's body. As expected, there was a blood-red light moving up his body. At the moment, the blood-red light had reached his chin. In a while, it would reach the top of his head. When that happened, the blood-red light would enter his brain and be completely taken over. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. After dodging another attack, the scorching sun sword in his hand shone brightly again. Heaven-formed sword, scorching sun will, great sun-colored glass. In an instant, the scorching sun sword in his hand shone brightly, competing with the blood-red light. The two lights completely occupied the entire cavern. The skeletons scattered in the cavern were drowned by the two lights and destroyed. Are you finally willing to fight me head-on? The cold and mocking voice was heard. Go to hell! Su Yan shouted angrily. His sword will had reached its peak. The scorching sun sword's radiance suppressed the blood-red light of the blood-sucking scourge beast king. However, Su Yan's expression changed in the next moment. Damn it! Using the scorching sun divine sword so many times drains my spiritual energy too quickly. Although it was not a complete divine sword, it had the shape of a divine sword. Using it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. First, he fought the white bone demon Venerable. Now, he was fighting the blood-sucking scourge beast king. Even with his strength at the square circle state, he had used up a lot of spiritual energy. Kid from the Buddha sword sect, it seems like you're running out of energy. The blood-sucking scourge beast king sensed this and immediately counterattacked with a bright blood-red light. Today, not only will I take over this body, but I will also kill you, the successor of the Buddha sword sect. How dare you enslave me for so many years? Today, I will completely end the Buddha sword sect's legacy. He shouted angrily. The blood-red light rushed toward him like a long snake. Oh no! Su Yan was alarmed again. The blood-sucking scourge beast king was really scary. It could see that his sword intent was weakening and counterattacked at this moment. At this moment, even if he used the scorching sun sword intent again, it would be useless. When his sword intent was not weakened, he could only fight evenly with Yu Ji. Now, he could not. Moreover, when he looked at Lu Fei, he saw that the blood-red light had already covered the bridge of Lu Fei's nose. There's no time. I can only take the risk now. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well that if he took it step by step, it would be too late. Therefore, he could only win by surprise. Invincible golden body. At this moment, facing the blood-red light, he did not use his sword intent. Instead, he rode the sword dragon and rushed into the blood-red light. At the same time, he used the invincible Vajra body. A layer of golden light appeared and covered his entire body. However, it was different from before. After entering the circumference state, his strength had become even more terrifying. Thick golden light appeared and gradually formed an armor. Although the armor was still blurry, its defensive strength had increased tremendously. The blood-red light hit his body but could not hurt him at all. The golden light was like a blazing flame that burned the blood-red light. Good, just as I expected, my strength has increased. Finally, there was good news. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with determination and confidence. Blood-sucking scourge beast king, you're just a dead person. Do you want to be fierce? Today, I'll destroy your remnant soul completely. Stepping on the sword dragon, he broke through the layers of blood-red light and rushed in. Pagoda sword, I'm counting on you now. Su Yan immediately took out the pagoda sword. The pagoda sword was the inheritance of the pagoda sect. It could guide Su Yan. However, this sword did not have a strong killing power. Even the startling immortal sword was better than it. Although Su Yan had never used the pagoda sword before, he knew that if this sword could become the guiding sword of the pagoda sect, it could not be a useless sword. Now, he was taking a gamble. Blood-sucking scourge beast king, you keep saying that you want to kill me, the successor of the pagoda sword sect. Let's see if you can handle this pagoda sword. Luo Yunyang shouted and threw the pagoda sword at the blood-sucking scourge beast king. Su Yan had used brute force to throw the sword. There was no sword aura at all. Damn it! The pagoda sword. You actually have the pagoda sword. However, when the blood-sucking scourge beast king saw the sword, he was extremely shocked. It was as if he had encountered a terrifying world. Even his gigantic body began to tremble. At this moment, the pagoda sword finally changed. The pagoda sword shone with a dazzling golden light. The dazzling golden light was warm and scorching. However, to the blood-sucking scourge beast king, it was a lethal fire. On the blade of the pagoda sword, a smooth light started to circulate. Eventually, it condensed into an E. The light condensed into an E. As the light flowed, a terrifying power appeared to be dazzling. A powerful force pressed down on the blood-sucking scourge beast king's huge body. Damn it! Damn it! The blood-sucking scourge beast king roared, his heart filled with indignation. After countless years, he finally had a chance to come back to life. However, he had not expected that Su Yan would have the pagoda sword in his hands. To him, the pagoda sword was extremely terrifying. It had the greatest killing power. Under the flowing sword aura, it was terrifying. No, I can't die. At this moment, the blood-sucking scourge beast king had made up his mind. His body shrunk rapidly, then turned into a ray of bloody light and entered Lu Fei's body. Chapter 437. Damn it! Su Yan watched as the blood-sucking scourge beast king disappeared into Lu Fei's body, but it was too late to stop it. The blood-sucking scourge king was really impressive. He had already made a wise choice in a short period of time. His remnant soul returned to the heart. It would fuse with Lu Fei's body along with the heart, causing Lu Fei's power to increase greatly in a short period of time. Even his future cultivation path would become smooth. However, his remnant soul did not vanish. While Lu Fei was growing, he was also growing. The two of them seemed to be in a competitive relationship as they engaged in the most intense competition. This was his choice. In the end, Su Yan was still a step too slow. He wasn't able to kill Lu Fei before he returned to Lu Fei's body. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing for Lu Fei. Su Yan's heart was heavy. He put away the Buddha's sword and healed Lu Fei and the giant. Lu Fei's injuries were fine, but because he had suddenly received an extremely powerful infusion of energy, it was difficult for his body to digest it. He would be able to wake up soon. However, the blood demon giant's injuries were extremely severe. At this moment, he was on the verge of death and could die at any moment. If they had just met, Su Yan naturally wouldn't have cared about the life and death of this big guy. After all, they were still in danger. Wasting time and energy was irresponsible for one's own life. However, at this moment, Su Yan could not give up on this big guy. He was already Lu Fei's comrade in arms and had even disregarded his own life for Lu Fei's safety. If Yun Wanqing is here, there is still hope to save your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Lu Fei has already passed the crisis. I don't think he's in any danger now. Don't worry. If I find Yun Wanqing, I'll come back as soon as possible. Su Yan pondered and struggled for a while before he finally decided to leave. Lu Fei's condition had gradually stabilized, and he would not be in danger again. Furthermore, this was the territory of the White Bone Demon Venerable. Even if there were any other dangers in the Divine Dragon Abyss, they would not appear at this moment. The most important thing was that the giants couldn't delay for too long. Although the giant's wounds had begun to stop bleeding due to his strong physique, his injuries were still too serious. If it weren't for Yun Wanqing's life-saving cloudy mist technique, he would have died without a doubt. Although he didn't know where Yun Wanqing was at the moment, he still chose to try his luck. At the very least, it was much better than watching this big guy die here. What's more, Dong Qinghao's situation was also a potential crisis that had to be resolved as soon as possible. Since he had already made his decision, Su Yan did not delay any further and directly left the spacious cave. His speed was extremely fast as he turned into a beam of light and disappeared. The direction he was heading in was the direction where White Bone Demon Venerable, who had possessed Dong Qinghao, was heading. He indeed wanted to find Yun Wanqing, but he did not have any information about Yun Wanqing at all. In other words, no matter which direction he went, it was equivalent to searching for a blind man. Since that was the case, why not choose the direction where the White Bone Demon Venerable escaped? What's more, the White Bone Demon Venerable had possessed Dong Qinghao, and his body was definitely extremely weak. Right now, he desperately needed outside help. No matter whether the external help was a powerful treasure or some evil place, it should cause quite a commotion. If Yun Wanqing was still safely in the Divine Dragon Abyss, no matter what his current position was, he would most likely head in that direction. Therefore, strictly speaking, this was the best way to find Yun Wanqing. This was the so-called killing two birds with one stone. Fortunately, although he had already wasted a lot of time, the white bone demon venerable might have really been seriously injured. After such a long time, his aura did not weaken much. Su Yan could follow his aura. Sword Dragon activated all his strength. However, in the battle with the Blood Scourge Beast King, he had already exhausted too much of his strength. Therefore, his current state was not good, or even very bad. However, he could not continue to waste time. He had to wait until he recovered his spiritual energy before continuing his pursuit. An existence like the White Bone Demon Venerable was extremely cunning. Even if he had just a little more time, he would become more dangerous. Moreover, this was related to Dong Qinghao's life. Su Yan did not dare to delay at all. I'm getting deeper and deeper into the Divine Dragon Abyss. What exactly is the White Bone Demon Venerable planning? Moreover, this place doesn't seem simple. As they went deeper, Su Yan had an ominous premonition in his heart. Moreover, this uneasiness was gradually becoming more and more serious. The White Bone Demon Venerable finally stopped. His condition was extremely bad, even worse than what Su Yan had imagined. After waking up from the ancient seal, he commanded the evil White Bone Demon Venerable to capture Dong Qinghao. In the end, he even possessed Dong Qinghao's body. All of these things required a huge amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, until now, he had not been able to erase Dong Qinghao's soul. He did not expect this damned junior's willpower to be so firm. Damned Buddha Sword Sect, damned Su Yan. His expression was extremely unfriendly. One could say that he hated the Buddha Sword Sect to the extreme. The battle more than 8,000 years ago had caused him to be sealed in this damned place that never saw the light of day. When he finally got the chance to leave, it was destroyed by the appearance of the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. Of course, the person he hated the most was Su Yan. This was because if Lu Fei was alone, he would have delivered himself to his doorstep. He had the heart of the Blood Scourge Beast King, which completely restrained Lu Fei. As for the Blood Scourge Giant, he did not even take him seriously. However, Su Yan's appearance disrupted all of his arrangements. What made him most furious was that the Red Spirit Fire no longer listened to his summons and turned to attack him. If it were not for the sudden outburst of the Red Spirit Fire, the blood energy of the heart of the Blood Scourge Beast King would not have gathered on Lu Fei and caused him to be severely injured. In the end, he could only choose to run away pathetically. Damned brat, wait until I obtain the demonic dragon's energy. I'll definitely kill you and tear you apart. He roared in a low voice, his expression extremely ferocious. However, at this moment, Dong Qinghao's ferocious expression suddenly changed. He was defeated by Su Yan as expected. How sad. An old monster who has lived for thousands of years was defeated by Su Yan and had to run away. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. The same voice came from Dong Qinghao's mouth. However, it did not have the slightest bit of ferocity from before. Instead, it was gloating. This was because the person who spoke was not the White Bone Demon Venerable, but Dong Qinghao. Damn it, if I wasn't severely injured, your soul would have been destroyed by me. The same voice came from the throat, filled with extreme anger. Ha ha ha. In short, you lost. That's not wrong. Dong Qinghao smiled faintly, then continued, seeing you run away pathetically, I'm in a good mood. Hee, you brat, keep being stubborn. As long as my power recovers slightly, I can completely destroy your soul and your body will be mine. The White Bone Demon Venerable's soul once again took the lead, then continued, you probably don't know where this is, right? I don't mind telling you, this is the core of the demonic dragon abyss. It can also be said to be the land of demons. This place has terrifying dark demonic energy, and there's also an extremely terrifying demonic artifact suppressing this place. I don't need the demonic artifact. As long as I can devour a portion of the dark demonic energy, my soul power will greatly increase. At that time, I can directly destroy you. You don't have much time left. The white bone demon Venerable smiled coldly, then began to move forward. Completely destroy me. I don't believe that, because I believe that Su Yan will kill you. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. I'll bet a spiritual stone. Dong Qinghao's voice sounded again. This disdainful and mocking tone made the white bone demon Venerable even more furious. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, then he said, "All right, since you're already here, I won't allow you to be noisy. Even if I have to waste some soul power, I will suppress you. Otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous for me." As his voice fell, his whole body was filled with a pale light. As the light circulated, the voice of Dong Qinghao's original body also began to become weak and small. "No matter, I'll wait for you to be defeated by Su Yan. The land of demons, the demonic dragon sword, I fell for you in the past. Today, I will definitely get you in my hands. His voice had already become cold, then he resolutely stepped into it. When his figure disappeared, the place immediately changed. A strong and scorching aura suddenly appeared, and countless black smoke began to roll, as if a volcanic crater suddenly appeared. However, below the volcanic crater was not magma, but darkness like a dream. After a while, a beautiful figure appeared. She had a beautiful face and a tall figure, which made her look particularly outstanding. This person was Yun Wanqing, the person that Su Yan was looking for. However, this beautiful woman had a worried look on her face, as if something was troubling her mind. She finally landed in front of the dark volcanic crater. The restriction has already begun to operate. It seems that someone has entered before me. Who could it be? Su Yan, is it? When these two words left her mouth, someone as beautiful as her softly sighed. Many things were beyond her expectations. Chapter 438. The white bone demon Venerable's aura disappeared here. Su Yan stood in front of the devil incubating land and frowned as he looked ahead. The deep darkness made him feel very uneasy. At least, he did not like this feeling. However, the pagoda sword had been able to sense the white bone demon Venerable's aura earlier. But now, his aura had disappeared without a trace. Without a doubt, he must have entered this place. There's actually such a deep and terrifying aura here. It's really strange. But it makes sense. Since that guy wants to recover his strength in a short period of time, he naturally can't do it step by step. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly stepped into it. The moment he stepped into the devil incubating land, the whole world had changed. Streaks of black floating like power gathered directly toward his body. Su Yan frowned and instinctively operated his spirit energy, forming a spirit energy halo on the surface of his body. Once the spirit energy halo appeared, it immediately blocked the tiny black floating like power. But in the next moment, he frowned. Because he suddenly realized that the black floating like power was eating away at his spirit energy. What exactly is this thing? It's actually so strange. Although the speed at which it devours spiritual chi is very slow, it's still very strange. Although it's devouring power very slowly, it'll definitely be harmful to me as time goes by. Su Yan immediately understood this point. However, when he looked around, the black floating like power was like dust, filling the entire space. There were simply countless of them. How could he possibly destroy all of them? Therefore, at this time, he could only continuously operate his spirit energy to resist the attack of the black floating like power. However, what made Su Yan troubled now was that the devil chi in this place was too deep. As a result, the pagoda sword could not sense the existence of the white bone demon Venerable at all. This caused him great trouble. Being unable to sense his existence meant that there was no direction. Compared to the entire Divine Dragon's abyss, this place was naturally much smaller. But the problem was that even so, this place was still very big, so big that it was enough to make him lose his way. Moreover, these strange black floating monsters, which were as small as the dust particles of the same guild, could interfere with his perception. The place he could explore was limited to within his sight. I wonder if Yun Wanqing will appear here. Thinking of Yun Wanqing's beautiful face and Yunhe's identity, Su Yan suddenly felt helpless. However, he also understood that many things could not be helped. No matter what, he had to face what he had to face. Moreover, he had enough love debts. It was at this time that another wave of turbulence came from the front. Two powerful chi forces directly rushed into the sky, and one of them was extremely familiar to Su Yan. It was the torrential pear blossom. The torrential pear blossom storm was the Dongqing clan's Wanxiang divine skill. Other than Su Yan, the only other person who could use this skill was Dong Qinghao. It's White Bone Demon Venerable. Dong Qinghao, why did you attack me for no reason? Where are Su Yan and Lu Feiren? Yun Wanqing looked at Dong Qinghao in front of her and asked coldly. When she entered this place, she did not see Su Yan, but she saw Dong Qinghao. However, she did not expect that Dong Qinghao would attack her. This was really unexpected. What surprised her even more was that when Dong Qinghao attacked, he did not hold back at all. Obviously, he wanted to kill her directly. Moreover, Dong Qinghao's combat strength had increased so much compared to before. Interesting. Dong Qinghao did not answer her question. Instead, he attacked again and used the Wanxiang divine skill, Torrential Pear Blossom Storm again. Pieces of pear blossoms appeared, and a dignified and deep sword essence was hidden in them. In an instant, more than 10 million pear blossoms surrounded her directly. Among the pear blossoms, a beauty danced lightly. There was an indescribable sense of beauty, but the danger was also unusually terrifying. If one was not careful, one's life would be in danger. How did your strength become so strong? Her expression suddenly changed, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Before this, although she had not fought with Dong Qinghao, she knew that Dong Qinghao definitely did not have such strength. Moreover, his aura at this time was too strange. Looking at it now, there was no aura that belonged to a human at all. Although he used the Wanxiang divine skill, Torrential Pear Blossom Storm of the Dongqing clan, this was completely different from the real Torrential Pear Blossom Storm. There was no sense of grandeur at all. Instead, there was a sense of gloominess and coldness. Such an aura was more like the aura of death. You are not Dong Qinghao. Who are you? You actually took over his body. Yun Wanqing's voice suddenly became cold, and she stared straight at the person in front of her. Naturally, she and Dong Qinghao were only acquaintances, but she knew that this person was Su Yan's good friend. Towards Su Yan, she always had feelings for him that she couldn't give up, even if she had reached a point where she couldn't advance or retreat. She knew that Su Yan would not be willing to let anything happen to his friend, so she was not willing to either. Moreover, this guy directly attacked her. If it were not for her quick reaction, she would have died in his hands. What a pretty little girl, and your skills are not bad. You are right, I am naturally not Dong Qinghao, but even so, can you do anything to me? A cold light flashed in his eyes. The flickering cold light was like an ice thorn, rushing towards Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing waved her hand, and clouds immediately appeared in her hand. The fluttering clouds and mist added a mysterious and peaceful beauty to her. However, such auspicious clouds were definitely not just for decoration. These auspicious clouds were formed by extremely dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy rose, blocking the White Bone Demon Venerable's death aura. The White Bone Demon Venerable's expression was cold. Damn it! If there were enough white bones here, this little girl would not be able to cause so much trouble for me. He sighed coldly in his heart. However, at this moment, he also understood that no matter what, this was meaningless. The most important thing now was to directly defeat Yun Wanqing. Because that thing was about to appear. Whether it was him or Venerable Gui Yen, the reason why they could wake up from the ancient seal was because that thing was about to appear in the world. This was the best opportunity, and he could get close to her. However, Yun Wanqing's appearance once again disrupted his plan. Moreover, his intuition told him that this woman, Yun Wanqing, would bring him a lot of trouble. Therefore, although he had only recovered a little of his strength with the help of the demonic aura, he still resolutely attacked. Unfortunately, although he had launched a sneak attack, he still failed at the last moment. The woman in front of him reacted quickly, greatly exceeding his expectations. At this moment, seeing Yun Wanqing use such a method, his expression immediately changed. The method of the Heaven and Earth Organization. I really didn't expect that you were actually the successor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this moment, a wave of murderous intent directly escaped from his words. Yun Wanqing frowned. Although the other party had a strong hatred before, it was completely different now. This was a kind of hatred that came from the heart, and even the soul, and was not just a killing intent that was born out of immediate benefits. Moreover, Yun Wanqing noticed that this was a sudden burst of terrifying murderous intent when the other party said the three words, Heaven and Earth Organization. Since you've taken over Dong Qinghao's body, then you must be one of the old monsters from the devil's sect who was sealed here. Which devil sovereign are you? Yun Ting looked at him and asked directly. He didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. Defeated. If the Heaven and Earth Organization had not betrayed the Sage Sect, and caused me, Venerable Gui Yen, and the others to fall outside of the land of devil birth, how could the Sage Sect have fallen to this state today? Every word was clearly squeezed out from between his teeth. His gaze was actually so fierce, as if he could not wait to swallow Yun Wanqing alive. This kind of hatred, even when facing Su Yen, he did not have this kind of hatred. From this, it could be seen how much he hated the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, at this moment, Yun Wanqing's expression suddenly changed, and she cried out involuntarily, "What did you say?" "You said that the Heaven and Earth Organization had betrayed the devil's sect." This was something that she had never thought of. After entering the abyss of the Divine Dragon and then separating from Su Yen, she knew a lot of things, and these things were even difficult for her to accept. Therefore, on the way here, her heart was very heavy. She also became more and more suspicious of her own father. She could not understand why, as the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, he would actually do something that betrayed the entire Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization, during the Great War, was just a fence-sitter. Now, it has actually become the leader of the righteous path in the 5 counties. This is really laughable. The Qian territory has really declined, a mere dragon realm cultivator can dominate a region. Whitebone Venerable's dry voice spread out. His words caused Yun Wanqing's entire body to tremble even more. This was simply destroying her faith. She had grown up and cultivated in the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization was almost equivalent to her faith. However, she suddenly discovered that her father was actually going in the direction of betraying the Heaven and Earth Organization. And now, she had directly heard this news. This arrow was attacking her soul, so at this moment, her mind was in a trance. How ruthless was Whitebone Venerable, how could he let go of such an opportunity? The moment Yun Wanqing's mind was in a trance, he had already suddenly attacked. A dense white shadow had already shot directly towards Yun Wanqing. Chapter 439. In an instant, a white light floated, and a powerful force directly rushed towards Yun Wanqing. The 10,000 elephant divine skill, storm of pear blossoms, floated up and down. Streaks of light appeared one after another. It was like a dreamlike scene. However, after the dreamy scene, it was extremely dangerous. A pear blossom-like sword chi appeared under Yun Wanqing's feet, and then directly rushed upwards. Cloud mist sky. Suddenly, Yun Wanqing knew that things were not going well. Without any hesitation, she directly rose into the air and rushed towards the sky. However, she was still half a beat too slow. A sword chi appeared, and then directly pierced her ankle. At the same time, White Bone Demon Venerable sneered. "Little girl, your skills are not bad, but you really don't have enough battle experience. You actually dare to be absent-minded when facing me. You're simply courting death." White Bone Demon Venerable sneered. Although he only injured Yun Wanqing's ankle, to him, this was enough. Even if it was such a small advantage, he could still turn it into victory. "Now, it's time for you to go to hell." He smiled sinisterly, then pointed his finger. Hundreds of sword chi directly went against the sky, and suddenly attacked Yun Wanqing. "Want to kill me? How can it be so easy?" Cloud Mist Sky Dragon. Yun Wanqing endured the intense pain and shouted. In an instant, clouds and mist rose. In the end, it actually vaguely turned into a soaring dragon. The 5-meter-long soaring dragon circled around her, protecting her. Thousands of pear blossoms sword chi reached her side, but they were unable to hurt her at all. In the midst of the divine dragon, she was a fairy full of wild beauty. Cloud Mist Skill. She looked coldly at Dong Qinghao, but had already started to use the Cloud Mist skill. The Cloud Mist skill had a miraculous effect on healing injuries. Previously, it could even save Su Yan from such a serious injury, not to mention a mere cut on her ankle. However, very quickly, she frowned, because the Cloud Mist skill was used on her ankle, but it actually had no effect at all. This was because there was a gray aura on her wound that was constantly corroding the wound. Hee, how could I not know about the Heaven and Earth Organization's Cloud Mist technique? However, you've already been poisoned by the White Bone Ash Death Chi, and it won't be easy to dispel it. In such a short period of time, it's enough for me to kill you, hee. When his bone-chilling voice fell, he had already appeared in front of Yun Wanqing. The two of them were only separated by a cloud dragon. Don't think that you can defeat me with your power. Even if I'm injured, it's still not something you can do. Everyone from the Heaven and Earth Organization deserves to die. He suddenly reached out his hand and pointed at the cloud dragon. At this moment, something strange happened. His palm slowly extended and pierced into the cloud dragon. At that moment, the cloud dragon let out a loud roar and charged at him. It was clearly such a weak palm, but it was able to forcibly stop the 5-meter-long soaring cloud dragon, causing it to be unable to move forward even half an inch. Yun Wanqing's delicate body trembled slightly, and even her face turned pale. Obviously, the other party's strength had already exceeded her imagination. This kind of strength already made her somewhat helpless. Moreover, the gray aura on her feet actually began to spread toward her body like a poisonous snake. Although it was not enough to kill her immediately, it was already forcing her into a dead end bit by bit. You evil creature, don't even think about killing me. Besides, there's already such a big commotion here. My father will be here soon. He's already a Dragon Realm expert. You won't be able to escape. You'll definitely be killed by my father. Yun Wanqing said painfully as she struggled to hold on. Hee, a Dragon Realm expert? What a joke. Not to mention that the outside world has no way of knowing anything that happens in this land of devils. Even if it's really as you said, so what if he enters this place? He's just a Dragon Realm expert. White Bone Demon Venerable laughed coldly. This is a land of devils. The demonic aura is dense. To you, this is a life-threatening poison that devours your spiritual energy. Look, but to this old man, this is a tonic that can restore my body. Besides, this land of devils hides a top-grade treasure. As long as I control this top-grade treasure, not to mention a mere dragon realm expert, even a venerable would be nothing in front of me. As for now, this lord is no longer in the mood to waste time here with you. Die! He roared angrily. As soon as he said the word die, his violent thoughts suddenly danced. In the end, his palm had already transformed into a dense white bone palm. The power of white bones. You're the white bone demon venerable that was suppressed by the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization back then. Yun Wanqing's beautiful face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. In the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth organization, there were records that mentioned this white bone demon venerable. He was a powerful existence in the Devil's sect. His strength was tyrannical, and he was ruthless and cunning. He even had the ability to control white bones to fight for him. It could be said that he was one of the most powerful enemies of the Buddha sect. Later on, he was killed by the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, she never expected that this demon actually didn't die. He had even awakened from his seal and possessed Dong Qinghao's body. This little girl has some knowledge. That's rare. However, at this point, it's time for you to die. White bone heart-destroying palm. A violent force suddenly bloomed. The palm that was gradually breaking through the cloud dragon suddenly emitted a white light. He suddenly shook, and the huge cloud dragon let out an unwilling roar, and finally disappeared. At this moment, Yun Wanqing spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the corner of her mouth, making her look like a lark crying blood. However, the white bone demon venerable didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. An old monster like him who had lived for almost 10,000 years didn't care about these things. Now, he wanted to quickly enter the devil breeding ground and seize the treasure inside. As long as he could obtain that treasure, he would definitely be invincible and would no longer fear anyone. Not only that, with this treasure, he could recover to his peak state in the shortest time possible and even have a breakthrough. According to Dong Qinghao's memory, the current Gone realm had already declined. Even the strong fighters of the Dragon realm could dominate a region. As long as he could recover to his peak state, it would only be a matter of time before he dominated the Gone realm. At that time, he would be an existence that was above all living things. He would be much more glorious than he was in the past. Die. These two words were a declaration of victory and also a judgment of fate. At this moment, one of his white bone palms had already turned into a white bone long sword and directly slashed towards Yun Wanqing. The pale radiance drew a crescent moon in the sky. However, this crescent moon didn't have any beauty. Instead, it had a strong sense of sadness. This was because the crescent moon was crisscrossing and was about to determine life and death. The crescent moon suddenly fell. Then, the light fluctuated and life was tragic. Yun Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't want to die. Hence, she wanted to make a final struggle. However, it was a pity that the grayish-white aura that had rushed into her veins from her ankle was like a chain that sealed all her delusions. In front of such a force, she couldn't struggle and could only choose death. Am I going to die? Her beautiful face smiled miserably. Then, she sighed in her heart. It's good that I'm dead. At least it's not as difficult as being stuck between father and Su Yan. For this woman, this was probably the greatest fortune. Her beautiful eyes were already closed. She didn't want to see her miserable appearance after her head was cut off. Su Yan, I hope you are all right. At the end of her life, this was actually the last thought in her heart. It turned out that Su Yan not only made her care a little, but had already entered her mind and engraved into her soul. In a daze, it was as if Su Yan was standing in front of her again. Although I know it's a fantasy, it's not bad. She muttered in her heart. However, in an instant, she felt that she was already being hugged by someone. This hug was a bit familiar and warm. Is this a beautiful dream? She asked herself. However, a sharp and angry shout soon told her the answer. Su Yan. The person who could make such an unpleasant and sharp shout was naturally the white-bone demon Venerable. He originally thought that this slash would be able to take away this woman from the heaven and earth organization. Then, he would step into the core of the land of devil incubation to seize the demonic tool. However, he didn't expect that this damned Su Yan would actually appear here. It's not a dream. Su Yan really came. Yun Wanqing finally confirmed that this wasn't a dream, nor was it an illusion. At this moment, she was looking straight at Su Yan. Her eyes were burning with a blazing flame. It was joy and hope. Su Yan. She softly murmured, like a bird that had just woken up. Su Yan faintly smiled. The corner of his eyes fell on her face. Then, he softly said, "Don't worry, I'm here." His gaze was tranquil, as if he was the big boy next door. Yun Wanqing suddenly felt that this was probably the most beautiful sunlight in the world. At this moment, all the right and wrong in this world had already disappeared from her heart. Her only thought was to stay in this man's arms forever and ever, for the rest of her life. If this was just a dream, then please God don't let her wake up. Even if she had to die, she was willing to do so. On one side, he was chivalrous and tender. On the other side, he was furious. To the white-bone demon Venerable, Su Yan was simply unforgivable. Chapter 440. Su Yan's gaze once again fell on white-bone demon Venerable, who was also Dong Qinghao. Dong Qinghao, I can feel the aura of your soul. Don't worry, I will definitely drive this damned guy out of your body. At this moment, Su Yan's voice did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotion. On the contrary, it was very calm. However, the more Su Yan was like this, the more uneasy white-bone demon Venerable felt. This kind of Su Yan was like a high and mighty lion looking at its prey indifferently. White-bone demon Venerable did not like this feeling because he should be the king. He was once a venerable and possessed unparalleled power. Although Su Yan's realm was not bad, he was still an expert of the perimeter state. But to him back then, what was the boundary of circumference worth? He was just an ant. However, today, he was actually hurt by an ant and was even looked down upon. This made him completely furious. He, Su Yan, I believe you can do it. So, go ahead and do it. I don't care if I lose an arm or a leg. At this moment, Dong Qinghao's voice came from the depths of his throat. Shut up, you bastard. At this moment, Dong Qinghao's soul actually broke free from his suppression and directly spoke. This made him even more furious. Alright, Dong Qinghao, I will never be polite. Su Yan laughed loudly. Wanqing, wait for me at the side. You drive out that evil force first and leave the rest to me. Su Yan put down Yun Wanqing and then turned into a phantom and directly appeared in front of white-bone demon Venerable. I'm here. Let's fight. Su Yan brandished the shocking immortal sword in his hand and suddenly transformed into a sword aura. As the sword aura fluctuated, sword shadows immediately appeared. The sword shadows directly swept towards Dong Qinghao. The sword shadows flickered and directly engulfed him. The sword aura was so sharp that it almost cut Dong Qinghao into pieces. Su Yan really did not hold back at all when he attacked. He did not care at all. White-bone demon Venerable's face turned even colder. He did not expect Su Yan to be so cold and determined. At this moment, his body shook and a white bone aura appeared directly, turning into a pale white aura and directly blocked Su Yan's sword aura. This old devil was truly worthy of being a supreme expert in the past. At this moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes and then he sneered. In the next moment, thousands of pear flowers actually bloomed under Su Yan's feet. Dongqing Clan's thousand elephant divine skill, torrential storm of pear flowers. He directly used the same trick to deal with Su Yan as he dealt with Yun Wanqing. Su Yan, watch your step. Yun Wanqing's hurried voice entered Su Yan's ears. However, Su Yan was already very familiar with using the torrential pear flowers. Even if it was not superb, it was definitely at his fingertips. There was no need for Yun Wanqing to remind him. He had already noticed the movement under his feet. In the next moment, thousands of pear flowers bloomed again. It suddenly collided with the sword aura that White Bone Demon Venerable had previously unleashed. Such a violent power was simply terrifying. Endless radiance constantly danced and flickered, showing endless brilliance. The pear blossom sword chi formed by the torrential pear blossom sword chi displayed by the White Bone Demon Venerable was as pale as white bones. Although he used the aura of Dong Qinghao's body to unleash the torrential pear flowers, the origin was still his own white bone power after all. On the other hand, Su Yan used the sword aura to activate the 10,000 mammoth divine skill. The power within was even more terrifying. The power of both sides constantly clashed at this moment, displaying endless power. In an instant, the power of the confrontation between the two had spread out directly. With the impact of the two forces, countless black floating monsters were directly annihilated. Both of their understanding of the 10,000 mammoth divine skill had reached an extremely profound level. At this point, there was no clear winner or loser. Therefore, the contest this time was a real contest of strength. And this time, there was actually no clear winner or loser in the fight. Damn it. This old demon was seriously injured previously, but at this moment, he can already be on par with me. Such recovery power is really terrifying. This place is dense with demonic aura, and it will suppress my spiritual energy. But for this old demon, I'm afraid it's like a fish in water. Su Yan changed his mind and decided not to compete with White Bone Demon Venerable in strength. 10,000 mammoth divine skill, Immortal sword technique. Amidst the endless pear flower sword aura, the shocking celestial sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly bloomed with endless brilliance. The brilliance was like fire, and the intense power charged straight at White Bone Demon Venerable. In front of White Bone Demon Venerable, a huge shocking celestial sword suddenly appeared. The incomparably heavy sword body charged straight at his body. At this point, White Bone Demon Venerable did not dare to treat Su Yan as a cowardly person. If he continued to be so self-righteous, he would not even know how he died. At this moment, the huge sword aura condensed from the celestial sword technique had suddenly charged in front of him. Such sword aura, roughly estimated to be more than 10 meters long. The moment the sword aura fell, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, falling directly from the sky. He waved his hands and drew a pale cross in front of his chest. Then, he shouted softly, "Heavenly Demon White Bone, destroy." The white light suddenly collided with Su Yan's celestial sword technique. The celestial sword, which was clearly condensed from sword aura, actually let out a sizzling sound at this moment. How terrifying was that? Right at this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that the two white cross lights were not condensed from White Bone Demon Venerable's demonic aura. Heavenly Demon White Bone, this is actually a real white bone. Su Yan was shocked. He felt an extremely awe-inspiring power from the white bone, as if the place where the white bone was the place where all life fell. Unknowingly, the fear in Su Yan's heart towards the two white bones had become stronger and stronger. This was something that even he himself did not realize. The quietly expanding white bones made Su Yan feel unusually uneasy. He suddenly felt like a drowning person. His whole body had sunk into the bottom of the sea, but he did not know where to go. As such, even his sword aura began to unknowingly become illusory. "Humph, you little brat, it's an honor for you to make me use the Heavenly Demon White Bone. Today, I'll let you die under the Heavenly Demon White Bone." His palms suddenly condensed, and the two white bones directly turned into two bone spurs. They directly shattered Su Yan's remaining sword aura, and then fiercely attacked his body. Su Yan, be careful. At this moment, Yun Wanqing wanted to take action. However, the evil aura that was previously injected into her body by White Bone Demon Venerable had not completely dissipated. Now, her body was actually unable to move, so she could only let out an anxious cry. At this moment, the two bone spurs were almost in front of Su Yan. They were only 2 meters away from Su Yan. If Su Yan continued to be absent-minded, he would definitely die under the bone spurs. However, just as the bone spurs were about to reach Su Yan, a sword aura suddenly turned into a cyclone and directly appeared on Su Yan's body. After the cyclone appeared, it directly bounced off the bone spurs. Damn it, this brat is already intimidated by the heavenly demon White Bone. How can he break free? His eyes had become extremely gloomy. One had to know that the heavenly demon White Bone was not an ordinary item. It was the foundation of his path. A few thousand years ago, he was just an unknown person. It was precisely because of this that he unexpectedly obtained these 2 white bones that he moved forward step by step, and his cultivation level continued to increase. To put it bluntly, these 2 heavenly demon white bones changed his life. In these 8,000 years, Venerable Ghost Flame survived by relying on the Crimson Spirit Fire. What about him? Although the Blood Demon Beast King's heart was powerful, it only provided some energy. Because he did not cultivate the Blood Tao, his foundation was these 2 heavenly demon white bones. At this moment, the demonic weapon that the entire Qian territory fought over 8,000 years ago was behind him. The enemy that he hated when he was just born was right in front of him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use these white bones. He wanted to kill Su Yan, this damn brat who was in his way. He wanted to break into the core of the land of devil birth and seize the demonic weapon. Only by obtaining this demonic artifact would he be able to break through his peak in one fell swoop. Only then would he be able to become an extremely powerful sovereign. However, he did not expect that after so many years, the heavenly demon white bones that he used as a killing move would return without any success. Master, did you do it? At this moment, Su Yan directly called out in his heart. Because just before this, he only felt a pair of invisible hands dragging him down and sinking him into the sea. No matter how he struggled, it was completely useless. He only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. However, at this moment, a pair of hands suddenly stretched directly into the sea and directly grabbed him, pulling him out of the sea. Only then could Su Yan wake up directly. But when he woke up, he found that Sword Chi had appeared and blocked the 2 terrifying pale white bone spikes. Other than Sword Sage, who was sleeping in his body, he really could not think of anyone else who could have such ability and help him in such a situation. Sigh, it is indeed me. I really did not expect to see such a thing here. Sword Sage sighed softly, but his voice showed that he was extremely weak. Obviously, the previous attack had consumed a lot of his strength. Chapter 441. Master, are you okay? Su Yan sighed in his heart and asked. He was deeply indebted to Sword Sage. Ever since he left the Hidden Sword sect, Sword Sage had been by his side. Last time in the Monster Palace, Sword Sage even risked his life to help him, allowing him to successfully seal the Thousand Ghosts Demon Lord. This time, if Sword Sage had not suddenly awakened and helped him, he would have died under these 2 bone spurs. I'm fine. You've advanced to the perimeter state, allowing me to obtain a large portion of your energy, making my condition much better. At that time, I was already somewhat awakened. As for this attack, it was only to expend some of that energy. As long as you continue to cultivate and increase your cultivation, I'll be able to recover. Sword Sage's old and weak voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, making Su Yan feel inexplicably moved. He was extremely lonely when he came to this world. However, Sword Sage had followed him all the way after he left the Hidden Sword sect. He was not stingy with his guidance, resolving his difficulties many times. He was a good master. However, as his disciple, not only was he unable to help this good master out of his predicament, but he had also put him in danger many times. This made him feel uneasy and ashamed. "You little brat, when did you become so sentimental? This old man has lived his life, why would I need a junior like you to be sentimental? What you need now is to focus all your attention on facing the enemy in front of you." Sword Sage's voice was still weak, but it was much more dignified. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, then he immediately calmed the distracting thoughts in his heart. This was because he knew that Sword Sage was right. The enemy in front of him was indeed a strong one. Facing such an enemy, he could not be too careful, not to mention that he was still in Dong Qinghao's body. He had to end this quickly, otherwise, Dong Qinghao would be in danger of dying. "Master, these two white bones seem very strange. They give me a feeling of trepidation." After Su Yan calmed down, he looked directly at the two white bones. He knew that it was these two bones that had caused him to be in a trance and almost killed him. That's only natural. This is the legendary white bone of a super great celestial demon. It possesses inconceivable power. This white bone demon venerable in front of you was able to achieve so much back then all because of the power of this white bone demon venerable. Tell me, isn't he powerful? But this demon even used the demonic white bone. It seems like he's really at the end of the road. Su Yan, use your full strength. Don't hold back, and don't give this old demon any time to catch his breath. If I'm not wrong, this old demon's target is that strange area behind him. Sword Sage said. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Immortal Sword Technique. Before Sword Sage could finish his sentence, Su Yan had already made his move. The sword chi suddenly condensed. In the spirit sea, tens of thousands of swords sang together. The terrifying sword was like a boiling sea, constantly leaping out. In the end, it condensed layer by layer. Then, a huge long sword flew across the sky. Compared to the previous huge sword chi that was more than 10 meters long, this sword was much more majestic. On the blade of the sword that appeared out of nowhere, there were even a few veins. These veins were not for decoration. They were sword veins that were secretly formed from the Supreme Sword Tao. They were extremely fierce and unpredictable. Quick! Su Yan's sword finger fell and suddenly pointed at the white bone demon venerable who was in possession of Dong Qinghao's body. The long sword chimed softly and was as hot as fire. It surged forward like thousands of horses, with the power to destroy mountains and rivers. The white bone demon venerable's face turned cold. From this sword, he could feel Su Yan's determination. It was an unshakable will. That's it. You don't have to worry about your good friend. I have my ways to save him. Sword Sage's voice became louder. He was naturally happy to see his disciple displaying his invincible power. The Immortal Sword Technique was the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill of the Hidden Sword Sect. At this moment, in the hands of Su Yan, it was able to display such majestic power. Naturally, he was very proud of it. Damn it, this brat is acting so brazenly. It's really strange. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain any benefits. Forget it, let's leave it at that for today. As long as I get the demonic weapon, killing him will be a piece of cake. The white bone demon venerable had made up his mind. Heavenly demonic soul howl, white soul sea. His hands moved continuously and immediately activated a strange seal. At this moment, the two heavenly demonic white bones seemed to be coming back to life. As the seal changed, in the next moment, a terrifying howl erupted from the white bones. This sound was like the mournful wails of millions of dead souls. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even though Su Yan was constantly on guard against this old demon, he couldn't help but feel agitated. Fortunately, at this moment, Sword Sage suddenly shouted, "Demons, disperse!" This angry shout was like a clap of thunder, directly dispelling the negative effects of this strange howl. Su Yan, he's going to retreat into the demonic land. Kill him! Sword Sage roared again. At this moment, Su Yan had already sunk the gigantic sword Qi. The gigantic sword, which was almost 20 meters long, drew an extremely exaggerated trajectory in the air, as if it was going to break through and cut through everything. At this moment, the common people of heaven and earth could no longer be seen. The terrifying power was even more so. All of the sound waves were directly shattered by this sword, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Su Yan raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand, then charged straight at White-Bone Demon Venerable. Before he stepped into this demonic land, he had already used up more than half of his genuine Qi. At this moment, using such a magnificent celestial sword technique once again took a huge toll on his physical strength and spiritual power. Now, he wanted to finish this battle in one fell swoop and completely defeat this old demon. Damn it! White-Bone Demon Venerable held the heavenly demonic white bones in his hand again. At this moment, his body began to change. The gigantic white bone shadow appeared in front of Su Yan again. God! He spat out a word. Although it was only a word, it carried an extremely terrifying soul suppression, which landed heavily on Su Yan's body. Su Yan's advancing figure actually stopped in an instant. It was as if there was an incomparably terrifying hurricane that had directly stopped his body. What was even more terrifying was that his celestial sword technique was directly destroyed at this moment. It was clearly such a powerful sword Qi, but it was directly crushed like a toy. This power was simply like the terrifying heavenly might of nature. What kind of power is this? Su Yan was shocked. The sudden appearance of the endless demonic might was simply terrifying. This feeling was even more terrifying than the myriad ghost demon venerable back then. Heavenly demonic, the true power of the heavenly demonic. Su Yan quickly used the dragon blood ice fire shield. Sword Sage let out a cry of horror. Su Yan had never seen his master lose his composure like this, so he did not dare to be careless. Invincible golden body, dragon blood ice fire shield. He directly activated the invincible golden body, and golden light instantly filled his entire body. The shining golden armor appeared once again, protecting his entire body. Then, the dragon blood ice fire shield also appeared. His body was encased in ice, but outside the ice, there was an incomparably terrifying raging fire. The fire and ice constantly mixed together, and the combination of yin and yang immediately created the most powerful defensive power. The moment Su Yan finished all this, an even more terrifying pressure rushed over. Su Yan felt that an extremely terrifying white-bone demon had appeared in front of him. The demon's mere shadow had already caused his dragon blood ice fire shield to tremble continuously. The first layer of fire was almost directly blown away. If it were not for the combination of yin and yang, and the subsequent obstruction of the ice, this ray of light would have dissipated long ago. Even with the defense of the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan still felt a huge impact, and the golden light of the invincible golden body was also crazily flickering. At this moment, the second word was uttered. Demon. As soon as this word came out, Su Yan's expression changed again. This was because this word shocked him even more than before. That single word was like a huge hammer that fell directly on his body. At this moment, the defensive power of the fire and ice formed by the dragon blood ice fire shield shattered in an instant and turned into nothingness. The power that had broken through the dragon blood ice fire didn't stop there, and it directly landed on his body. In an instant, the golden light suddenly turned into nothingness, and the armor formed by the golden light was directly shattered. Ah! Su Yan burst out with all his spiritual power. The celestial phenomenon and the spiritual sea turned into a circle and directly protected his body, bitterly resisting the invasion of this terrifying power. At this moment, it was as if he was blocking a terrifying storm. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Su Yan felt his body relax, and he fell from the sky. He finally blocked this attack, but he only felt weak all over. His limbs were soft, and his spiritual power was almost depleted. Even the spiritual power that supported the surrounding protection had dissipated. At this moment, the small black floating monsters in the air directly pounced on Su Yan, wanting to eat him. It was at this critical moment that a cloud of mist appeared and enveloped Su Yan within it. At the same time, it also killed those black floating monsters. It was Yun Wanqing who made her move. At this moment, she finally dispelled the aura that was previously injected into her body by the white bone demon Venerable. She directly hugged Su Yan in her arms, then used the cloud technique to heal Su Yan's injuries. Su Yan, it's okay. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. Don't worry. Her voice was very soft, but it was also very tender, and the cloud technique was used without reservation. Chapter 442. Yun Wanqing recklessly channeled all of her power into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's condition quickly improved under the cloudy mist technique's all-out healing. The cloudy mist technique was indeed the Heaven and Earth organization's most powerful 10,000 elephant divine technique. Although this technique wasn't very powerful in terms of combat, it was extremely powerful in terms of healing. Su Yan's life had been saved by this cloudy mist technique before. Yun Wanqing's strength was naturally not comparable to her father, Yun He. However, she was now a powerful cultivator in the Radius realm. She was one of the most powerful cultivators in the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Her understanding of the cloudy mist technique was already extremely high. Moreover, although Su Yan had been stimulated by this terrifying power, he had Sword Sage's reminder. He had activated the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield early on to defend himself, and had also activated the invincible Golden Body. Therefore, he was only exhausted and did not suffer any serious injuries. After 15 minutes, Su Yan had already woken up. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a delicate but slightly haggard face. At this moment, she was looking straight at him. Her eyes were filled with concern. Wanqing, Su Yan said softly. Perhaps it was because he was weak, or perhaps it was because Yun Wanqing's current appearance was too pitiful, but when he spoke, he unconsciously became gentler. Su Yan, you're awake. That's great. How are you now? Are you alright? When Yun Wanqing saw that Su Yan had woken up, she was both happy and affectionate. She directly greeted Su Yan. As she spoke, her tenderness and sweetness were fully displayed. Su Yan looked at her. His heart was moved, but he could only sigh silently. He already had many people in his heart. No matter if it was his beloved senior sister Lin Huatu, who was the first woman to walk into his heart, but he couldn't get what he wanted. Chu Linger was lively and cute, and the two of them were deeply in love. There was also Lu Lan, the female elder of the Monster Palace. He had a close relationship with her for a long time, but she was taken away by the Devil's sect. He didn't know if she was still alive. He had long vowed to save her. If anything happened to her, he would make the Devil's sect completely disappear into the dust of history. And now, Su Yan was already aware of Yun Wanqing's deep feelings for him. But, forget it, let's not think about this. Su Yan put aside the thoughts in his mind and then struggled to break free from Yun Wanqing's arms. Hey, be careful. When Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan like this, she gently pulled him. However, she did not expect that Su Yan would lose his balance and almost fall down. Suddenly, he felt that his palm had landed on an extremely soft place. Su Yan was no longer an ignorant person. Naturally, he knew that his palm had touched the most sacred place of a girl. He immediately pulled his hand back and said to Yun Wanqing, "Don't worry, I'm fine." I just need to circulate my chi for a while. Su Yan smiled awkwardly at Yun Wanqing. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's face was flushed red. Her shy appearance was indescribably beautiful. Even if Su Yan had made up his mind not to provoke her, it was inevitable that his heart would flutter. How are you? Have your injuries recovered a little? Su Yan asked with concern. Of course I'm fine. I've already expelled the white bone devil chi that the old demon used to plot against me. I just need some time to recover. But that old demon. Yun Wanqing's face suddenly showed some worry. That old thing naturally won't die so easily. After all, he is an existence that has lived for 8,000 years. However, after unleashing such a powerful attack earlier, I'm sure that it won't end well for him. Right now, he should have already entered the demon gate and gone to search for the treasures within, Su Yan said to Yun Wanqing. If I'm not wrong, there's probably an extremely powerful demon weapon buried here. This is clearly the battlefield of the past. The people of the Futu Sword sect and the demon sect had an extremely fierce battle here. The white bone devil venerable must have wanted to get his hands on this demon weapon. Su Yan, if you've recovered a little, you have to act quickly. You can't let him get his hands on it. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind. These simple words made Su Yan's expression become unprecedentedly solemn. Previously, I was stimulated by the white bone devil and woke up to help you resolve a crisis. But now, I'm going to fall into a deep sleep again. Furthermore, I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up so easily next time. So, you have to rely on yourself for everything here. Sword Sage's words were full of exhaustion. Oh right, if you want to save your friend, you have to use the Scarlet Spirit Fire to refine the Demon Lord's soul. Alright, I can't hold on any longer. Su Yan, be careful. Don't be rash. At this moment, his voice was unbelievably weak and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Su Yan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he swore to himself that he would definitely bring his master back from the dead. Su Yan, Su Yan. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan in a daze with a solemn expression. She could not help but feel worried. She was afraid that Su Yan had suffered too many injuries in the previous battle. Su Yan, are you alright? Yun Wanqing asked with concern. I'm fine. Oh right, Wanqing, how much do you know about the Divine Dragon's Abyss? Su Yan asked seriously. Su Yan realized that he knew too little about this place. After entering this place, he had encountered danger repeatedly and could only choose to fight back passively. At this moment, the place in front of him was probably the core of this place. It was probably also the most dangerous place. However, he still knew nothing about it. He only speculated some information from the White Bone Devil Venerable's words. Although he should enter this core area immediately, he knew that he should understand more about this place. Otherwise, he would be even more passive. The only person who could tell him was Yun Wanqing in front of him. Su Yan believed that Yun Wanqing definitely knew something. As expected, Yun Wanqing had a trace of hesitation and pain in her eyes. She was silent for a moment and finally sighed. Then, she said, Su Yan, there are many things that I only found out after entering the Divine Dragon's Abyss. Furthermore, I only know a little about it. After a sigh, she continued, as far as I know, my Qinyun sect was originally a branch of the Devil's sect. Later on, we betrayed the Devil's sect. During a crucial battle, we betrayed the Devil's sect and killed several Devil sovereigns. This gave the Futu Sword sect a chance to catch their breath and directly defeated the Devil's sect. This Divine Dragon's Abyss was one of the battlefields that year. Legend has it that a terrifying demonic weapon was born here. It is a demonic weapon born from nature and its power is terrifying. Even the divine sword is no match for it. If the demonic sect gets their hands on it, their strength will definitely increase greatly. It's just that a powerhouse from the Buddha sword sect sealed this terrifying demonic artifact back then, and he himself perished here because of the seal. Later on, in order to fight for this devil weapon, a great battle broke out here. The ancestors of the Heaven and Earth organization worked together with the Buddha sword sect to bury two devil venerables of the devil sect here. Yun Wanqing's voice was calm, but her face was somewhat pale. This was because she knew that by now, Su Yan had probably guessed that her father, Yun He, had joined the devil sect. This made her very upset. Her beloved father had done something that even she couldn't accept. Ever since she was young, she had always seen her father as a role model, or even a role model. However, why was the truth so cruel? Su Yan sighed softly in his heart. He could understand how Yun Wanqing felt, so he didn't mention this at all. He only asked, "Wanqing, how much do you know about this devil weapon?" "I don't know much about this matter. I only know that this devil weapon might be related to a devil dragon. However, I don't know what exactly it is. I only know that it has extremely terrifying power that can be said to be heaven-defying." Yun Wanqing said. "Phew, I've almost recovered. I'm going to step in now. Wanqing, it's dangerous inside. You've used the fog technique continuously. You don't have enough strength, so don't go in. I have something to ask of you." Su Yan told Yun Wanqing about Lu Fei and the giant. Yun Wanqing sighed softly in her heart. She was actually very worried about Su Yan, but she had to admit that Su Yan's words were true. In order to let Su Yan recover quickly, she had already consumed too much spiritual power. At this time, she was afraid that not only would she not be able to help Su Yan, but she would also become a burden. Therefore, following Su Yan's instructions was the best choice. "Su Yan, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your friend. However, promise me that you have to be careful. Nothing can happen to you." Yun Wanqing stood up and kissed Su Yan's forehead gently. The warm feeling made Su Yan's whole body freeze. He sighed in his heart, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." After Su Yan finished speaking, he rushed into the disgusting place of the devil breeding land without looking back. After Yun Wanqing watched Su Yan leave, she finally turned around and left. She could only pray silently in her heart, "Return safely." Dong Qinghao was already pale. He had no choice but to use the heavenly demon White Bone. However, he still entered this place in the end. Back then, they had sacrificed too much for the things inside, even their own lives. And now, he was standing here once again. At this moment, his heart was actually trembling. Finally, this thing is mine. It will definitely be mine. He roared crazily like a madman. However, at this moment, a mocking voice came from his throat. "Ha ha ha, why is the great white bone demon venerable afraid?" Chapter 443. Scared? Why would I be scared? I, white bone demon venerable, have obtained the fortune of heaven and earth. I am destined to become the lord of all demons, a supreme existence. Why would I be scared? I am excited. White bone demon venerable's voice trembled. He was like a terrifying madman. Excitement or fear, these were no longer important. The most important thing was that he would obtain the item here and become the supreme ruler. Dong Qinghao only responded with a cold smile. He, kid, you should be considered lucky. Due to my lack of power, I did not kill you directly. In this way, you will be fortunate enough to witness the moment of my great achievement in history. How glorious and glorious that is. If you beg me now and help me with everything you have, not only will I not kill you, once I succeed, I will even leave your body and grant you great power. But if you continue to be stubborn, only death awaits you. In an instant, his gaze turned cold once again. Humph, bullsh asterisk t. A guy like you is running away like a dog under Su Yan's pursuit. I am indeed waiting, but I am waiting for you to be killed by Su Yan. Dong Qinghao sneered with disdain. Then, White-Bone Demon Venerable ignored Dong Qinghao and walked into the depths. Su Yan finally stepped into the place. It was a deep place. As soon as he stepped in, a mysterious force rushed over. A feeling of dizziness shrouded him. Vaguely, he could even hear a rhythmic beat. It was like the sound of a heartbeat. Su Yan frowned. Damn it, this strange feeling is making me so scared. This is terrible. A ray of light shot out from his eyes. From the moment he stepped into this place, he felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching him from the unseen world. I hope it is just an illusion. Su Yan muttered to himself and walked forward. At this moment, the Buddha sword moved again. White-Bone Demon Venerable's aura. Su Yan's expression was solemn as he walked forward. At this moment, with the help of Yun Wanqing, although his physical condition had not yet reached its peak, he had already recovered about 70%. If they were to meet at this time, his chances would be much higher. Moreover, he didn't believe that the White-Bone Demon Venerable could still use the White-Bone Demon Venerable to deal with him. In such a state, he should be able to directly kill this fiend. At this moment, he summoned the sword dragon and followed the aura. In just a short while, his expression had already begun to change. Based on their auras, the two were not too far apart, and the sword dragon was extremely fast. Even though it was not moving at full speed, it was still not a small matter. However, according to the Buddha's sword's reaction, the distance between the two was not reduced at all. No, it could even be said that it had not changed in the slightest. It can't be like this. Master's judgment can't be wrong. The White-Bone Demon Venerable must have been seriously injured. His speed can't be faster than mine. Su Yan judged in his heart. This space is strange. The distance between us has not been reduced, nor has it been increased. This is definitely not a coincidence. If the two of us were moving forward, it would definitely not be like this. Then, there is only one possibility. The White-Bone Demon Venerable and I are both in the same place. As soon as he made this judgment, he immediately stopped the sword dragon and quietly felt the aura of both sides. After a while, he opened his eyes. As expected, the distance between us hasn't increased at all. In other words, my guess was correct. Both of us are in the same place. At that moment, Su Yan directly held the scorching sun godly sword in his hand. As soon as the divine sword appeared, Su Yan's surroundings immediately became hot. A blazing stream of fire suddenly began to tremble at this moment. Little by little, the flowing fire spread outwards. That powerful force began to churn at this moment. It was like a ferocious tiger, spreading outwards. As the force continued to spread, although the surroundings were still dark, Su Yan could feel that the surroundings seemed to have changed. He suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. It was like the stage background set up by others during filming in his previous life. And he had unknowingly stepped into this place. Therefore, no matter how he moved forward, he was actually walking in this background. To use a more fantastical term, it would be ghost going around the wall. This place is a large formation. The White-Bone Demon Venerable and I have both fallen into this large formation. We are constantly wandering in this special place, but we think we are moving forward. Therefore, if I want to catch up, there is only one way, and that is to directly break this formation. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes changed again. The blood dragon pupil was directly activated. Under the blood light, the surrounding environment began to gradually change. Just as he had expected, there was indeed a great array here. Streaks of mysterious light weaved together to form this array. And he was walking on the spot in this formation. Scorching Sun Divine Sword, Immortal Sword Technique. Su Yan gritted his teeth, then directly injected all his power into it. The Scorching Sun Divine Sword immediately began to emit a blazing light. Hidden Sword Sect's 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill once again displayed its extremely powerful strength. The Immortal Sword finally condensed and took shape. Su Yan's understanding of Sword Dao was so deep that this Immortal Sword technique seemed to be tailor-made for him. Every time he used the Immortal Sword technique, the power of this Immortal Sword technique would increase tremendously. At this moment, the Immortal Sword condensed, and the huge sword shadow floated in the dark space. Sword chi emanated from this huge sword blade. At this moment, the sword blade was constantly surging, turning into sparks that dissipated. "Break it for me!" Su Yan suddenly roared. In the next moment, the entire space directly surged. The sword chi that was constantly dispersing was like a terrifying lightning bolt at this moment. Rays of light directly embedded into the space. Later on, the entire space began to vibrate continuously. In the end, I'm still one step away. This can't go on. Since I can discover the clues, that White Bone Demon Venerable is a 1,000-year-old demon. He should be able to see through the crux of the matter. I can't delay any longer. Su Yan gritted his teeth, then directly began to use a 10,000 Mammoth Divine skill that he had never used before, Divine Thunderbolt Technique. The Immortal Sword Technique's destructive power was very strong, but it condensed all the power into one point to obtain a sharp intent. However, the Divine Thunderbolt Technique was a truly domineering divine skill. Previously, at the Heaven and Earth Organization, Lei Wanjun imparted the Sound of Thunder Sect's 10,000 Mammoth Divine skill to him in front of everyone. However, since then, although Su Yan had seen this 10,000 Mammoth Divine skill once, he had never cultivated it in depth. Therefore, during the battle, Su Yan had never thought of using this 10,000 Mammoth Divine skill at all. However, at this moment, perhaps only this 10,000 Mammoth Divine skill could completely tear this mysterious dark space apart and break the Ghost Wall state. Su Yan's mind sank into the Divine Thunderbolt Technique. The one who controls thunder is the judge of heaven and earth. Sound with righteousness, destroy with killing. Su Yan gradually memorized the words of the Divine Thunderbolt Technique. Previously, he had only glanced at it in a hurry, but now, he had truly sunk into his mind to study it carefully. This time, he immediately discovered the mystery within. The Divine Thunderbolt Technique was a 10,000 Mammoth Divine skill created by the predecessor of the Sound of Thunder sect by visualizing the thunder above the ninth heaven. When cultivated to the extreme, it possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. Moreover, the founder of the Sound of Thunder sect back then could directly control the thunder to bombard his opponent. Just think about it, how powerful was the lightning in the nine heavens? How tyrannical was it? An ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a terrifying power. Therefore, the Sound of Thunder sect's strength was terrifying at the beginning. With the existence of the Thunder Ancestor, the Sound of Thunder sect was almost untouchable in the Qian territory and no one dared to provoke them. However, it was a pity that after the Thunder Ancestor, no one else in the Sound of Thunder sect was able to cultivate the Divine Thunderbolt Technique to the most profound realm. Every 10,000 Mammoth Divine skill was powerful. When cultivated to the highest level, its power was unfathomable. Su Yan had already mastered the two 10,000 Mammoth Divine skills, the Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers and the Fairy Sword Technique. Although he had not cultivated them to the Mahayana realm, they had already benefited him greatly. The same was true for the Divine Thunderbolt Technique. Once he completely mastered it, he might have the chance to become the second Thunder Ancestor and dominate the world. After half an hour, Su Yan woke up from his meditative state. The Divine Thunderbolt Technique is really domineering. If I can cultivate it to the Mahayana realm, I will definitely possess endless power. Then, the most magical thing is the Qi of the Supremacy. At this moment, Su Yan was smiling. When the chi of the supremacy appeared in his body, he already knew that this chi must be incomparably magical. Back then, the chi of the supremacy had helped Su Yan master the red spirit fire. At this moment, the chi of the supremacy had once again displayed its terrifying characteristics. When Su Yan was cultivating the divine thunderbolt technique, the chi of the supremacy had suddenly circulated along with the divine thunderbolt technique. The divine thunderbolt technique was so mysterious that even though Su Yan was at the circumference realm, it would still take him a long time to cultivate it to the Mahayana realm. However, once the chi of the supremacy had circulated, the divine thunderbolt technique had already reached the initial level of the first level. Alright, the divine thunderbolt technique has already reached the initial level. Let me show off its power. Su Yan's eyes lit up. There seemed to be lightning hidden in his eyes. 10,000 mammoth divine skill, rumbling thunder. He suddenly let out a roar. Vaguely, the sound of thunder could be heard in this gloomy space. Rumble. A loud sound was heard, as if the whole world had been split open. Chapter 444. Su Yan's prediction was right. When the space shattered piece by piece, White Bone Demon Venerable's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He and White Bone Demon Venerable were indeed trapped in two fixed formation spaces, and between the two of them was a long black flight of stairs. Su Yan was below the staircase, while White Bone Demon Venerable was above the staircase. When Su Yan broke the background that trapped him, White Bone Demon Venerable was also doing the same thing as Su Yan. However, White Bone Demon Venerable's injuries seemed to be very serious. At this moment, his background was already on the verge of collapsing. However, he was unable to break it in one go. White Bone Demon Venerable, this time, you won't be able to escape. Why, you can't break free. Then, let me give you a hand. Su Yan sneered and kept the Scorching Sun Holy Sword. Then, he held the Shocking Celestial Sword in his hand again and charged towards White Bone Demon Venerable. Using the Scorching Sun Holy Sword consumed too much spiritual power. When he used the absolute destructive power of the Shocking Celestial Sword, he could fully unleash its power. However, if the two of them were to engage in close combat, Su Yan did not have the strength to control it. However, the Shocking Celestial Sword was able to fully unleash his spiritual power. If one day, he could completely refine the Celestial Phase Sword that he condensed when he reached the circumference state and integrated into his body, increasing his strength, he might be able to use the Scorching Sun Holy Sword at will. As for the Godslayer Sword, Su Yan did not even dare to think about it. This was a real divine sword. Compared to the half-finished Scorching Sun Holy Sword, its power was like the difference between heaven and earth. The Shocking Celestial Sword vibrated like flowing ripples. Waves after waves of ripples spread out, shrouding White Bone Demon Venerable within them. Every ray of light was a ray of sword chi. This was Su Yan's move that was filled with murderous intent. Since he made a move, he wanted to make a contribution with this move. At first, the ripples of sword chi were like the autumn wind blowing, and one could only feel a slight chill. But in the end, the countless ripples suddenly turned into steel chains and iron swords, slashing straight into White Bone Demon Venerable's body. White Bone Demon Venerable was currently using his devil chi to penetrate this array formation, but who would have thought that sword chi would suddenly appear? Countless streams of sword chi slashed his body. Such sword chi was already extremely heavy for the current him. It possessed great power to injure him, and now, it was even more fatal. It directly made all of his efforts go to waste. The space that had started to crumble due to his bombardment actually started to repair itself at this moment. At the same time, Su Yan was also trapped in this space. White Bone Demon Venerable's heart was filled with hatred. His hatred towards Su Yan rose once again. However, at this moment, Dong Qinghao's soul struggled out again, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, good, Su Yan, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Hurry up and kill this bullsh*t demon venerable. I've had enough of this narcissist. Bastard, get the hell back. I'll completely obliterate your soul in a while. White Bone Demon Venerable suddenly exerted his strength and suppressed Dong Qinghao's soul. Then, he stared at Su Yan furiously and said, Su Yan, you brat, are you bent on going against me to the end? White Bone Demon Venerable, why do you have to say such nonsense? I've already said that I'll definitely kill you. Su Yan didn't continue to talk nonsense with White Bone Demon Venerable. He knew that White Bone Demon Venerable was severely injured at this moment, and could be considered as a dog in water. Since that was the case, when would he make a move if not now? Dance of the Fish Dragon. The sword chi of the frightening celestial sword in his hand moved again. With a flash of the sword light, it turned into a flowing light and pierced towards White Bone Demon Venerable. He didn't know how many times he had practiced this move. At this moment, under the activation of the huge amount of spiritual energy in the realm of circumference, his speed was extremely fast. It was as fast as the lightning that he used previously. The distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with. Now, the distance between them was covered in an instant. It was as if Su Yan was already in front of White Bone Demon Venerable at the moment he attacked with his sword. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a fish dragon and pierced towards the chest of Dong Qinghao. After cultivating the exalted qi, the dance of the fish dragons truly possessed its own soul. This fish dragon didn't seem to be a shadow, but a powerful existence that could really kill a giant demon. White Bone Demon Venerable's expression changed again. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and directly circulated his power. A powerful white bone aura burst out and directly blocked in front of him. That white aura turned into a ghastly white skull, which then slammed into the fish dragon sword chi. White Bone Demon Venerable was indeed a person who could move unhindered 8,000 years ago. He had already suffered such a heavy injury, but he was still able to circulate his power in a hurry to shatter Su Yan's sword chi. It was truly terrifying. However, it was a pity that blocking the fish dragon sword chi was far from the end. The fish dragon sword chi was neutralized, but Su Yan's second sword had already arrived. Heaven and Earth Stabilizing Sword. It was another move from the regal sword scripture. Just like the first move, this move had become extremely terrifying with the addition of the chi of the regal. As the sword fell, White Bone Demon Venerable felt as if his body had been frozen in place. What? This is space stabilizing. This kid is only in the realm of circumference. How can he have such power? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Space stabilizing. What kind of move was this? Not to mention the realm of circumference, even in the dragon realm or the honorable realm, there weren't many who could perform it. However, such a method had appeared on Su Yan's body. Not to mention him, even Su Yan himself was shocked. At the moment when he attacked, he had a feeling that he was in control of everything, as if the space was under his control. However, the feeling disappeared in the next moment. Heaven and Earth Stabilizing Sword. Can it really stabilize space? At the next moment, his heart was burning with passion. Regal Sword Principle. White Bone Demon Venerable, die. The sword light turned into a straight line and landed directly on White Bone Demon Venerable's forehead. It was only when the sword light landed on his head that White Bone Demon Venerable came back to his senses. Damn it! After the space stabilizing sword chi was removed, he didn't immediately come back to his senses. Instead, he hesitated for a second or two due to his shock. For an old demon that had existed for thousands of years, he definitely shouldn't have made such a mistake. At this moment, he had no time to think. He immediately exerted his power and two white bones appeared again. It was the heavenly demon white bones. The heavenly demon white bones were truly terrifying. After the white bones appeared, they immediately emitted a pale white brilliance. It was clearly pale white, but it had a kind of roundness like a bright jade. Su Yan's shocking celestial sword landed directly on the heavenly demon White Bones. At this moment, a terrifying demonic aura was directly transmitted to the shocking celestial sword. Su Yan's expression changed immediately. Previously, he had the upper hand, but he didn't expect that at this moment, after the shocking celestial sword came into contact with the heavenly demon White Bones, the power that suddenly erupted from the heavenly demon White Bones turned into ice and rushed into his meridians. At the same time, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in his mind. Kneel. It was an extremely unfamiliar voice. It was high and mighty, looking down on the common people, and everything was like grass. Such pressure was definitely not something that White Bone Demon Venerable could possess. With just a voice and a blurry shadow, Su Yan was forced to submit and kneel. What kind of terrifying might was this? However, Su Yan had already suffered a loss from the heavenly demon White Bones before, so he was already on guard. The moment the heavenly demon White Bones appeared, he was already repeatedly circulating the regal sword mantra and the great sun-colored glaze sword mantra. Not to mention the regal sword mantra, the great sun-colored glaze sword mantra was a sword technique of blazing yang, which was the opposite of the terrifying power of the heavenly demon. Therefore, this time, Su Yan was only slightly absent-minded, but he immediately recovered. After waking up, he advanced instead of retreating. He directly stretched out his other hand and directly grabbed the head of Dong Qinghao. "Oh, White Bone Demon Venerable, I've caught you." A ray of light burst out from his eyes as he looked straight at the other party. When the White Bone Demon Venerable met Su Yan's gaze, his heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately had a bad feeling. 4 words suddenly popped out of Su Yan's mouth: thunder rumble. Rumble. A terrifying sound of thunder directly exploded beside the White Bone Demon Venerable's ear. At this moment, the White Bone Demon Venerable only felt that his soul was unstable, as if it was going to be forcefully scattered. It was also at this moment that the thunder and lightning directly entered his body. His entire body immediately began to tremble. "Ah, this is the Thunder God Mantra, the Thunder Ancestors' 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, how could you possibly?" "Ah." White Bone Demon Venerable was caught off guard, and Su Yan directly succeeded. At this moment, his entire body was in extreme pain, and he could no longer speak. Su Yan's moves were interlocked. First, he used the sword chi to lure the heavenly demon White Bones out, and at the same time, approached it at the same time. Then, he used this attack to forcefully grab the heavenly demon White Bones' head, so that he could not escape. Finally, he used the thunder technique in an instant, catching him off guard. Thunder was originally extremely domineering, and it was even more effective against remnant souls like him. At this moment, the sudden explosion almost weakened his soul by half. "Now, get out of Dong Qinghao's body," Su Yan said coldly. At this moment, Su Yan was condescendingly grabbing the head, as if he was a king. However, the White Bone Demon Venerable was still stubbornly resisting at this moment, because he knew that if he were to leave Dong Qinghao's body at this moment, he would only be in an even more miserable state. However, at the next moment, he did not even have the thought of persevering, because a flame suddenly rose at this moment. The flame was extremely red, but it was extremely cold, as if it was going to freeze and shatter his soul directly. 4 words popped out from the corner of his mouth: red spirit fire. He was really filled with hatred. The red spirit fire was originally all his treasures, but at this moment, it was burning his body. Chapter 445. Get out. The cold words were the greatest insult to the White Bones Demon Honorable. He used to be so high and mighty, but now, he was being scolded by Suya. To him, it was the greatest insult. But now, there was nothing he could do. Because at this moment, Su Yan had completely taken control of the situation. Because the flame originally belonged to him, he deeply understood how terrifying it was to the soul. Such a flame could almost ignite his life and destroy it completely. Such a terrifying power was truly frightening. At this point, if he continued to stay in Dong Qinghao's body, he would perish together with Dong Qinghao. Although he was hoping that Su Yan would not kill him because of Dong Qinghao, what if Su Yan really did that? Dong Qinghao's life and death had nothing to do with him. But his life was incomparably precious, and he could not let it end because of this. Therefore, he did not dare to gamble at this point. He screamed and cursed, "Su Yan, I will definitely let you suffer the most terrifying torture in this world. I will definitely destroy your soul." He kept howling like a ferocious ghost. In the next moment, Dong Qinghao's body glowed. The two heavenly demon white bones flashed and bloomed with radiance. Then, they brought the white bones demon honorable soul out of Dong Qinghao's body. "Ah, Su Yan, you son of a bitch. You're burning me. Quickly extinguish the flame." Dong Qinghao's voice was heard. Hearing this voice, Su Yan was finally relieved. He did not have time to care about Dong Qinghao's joy of regaining his body. He immediately locked his gaze on the light that was disappearing into the distance. In the next moment, he swung the long sword in his hand and suddenly shouted, 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. In an instant, countless pieces of sword chi turned into snow-like pear blossoms and shot toward the white light. As the saying goes, take your life while you're sick. Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely exterminate White Bone Demon Venerable. No matter what, White Bone Demon Reverend was the demon reverend of the ancient devil sect. His abilities were incomparably terrifying. As long as he was given a chance, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and rise to the top. This was definitely not a good thing for Su Yan. The current Su Yan was treading on thin ice with every step he took. He needed to be extremely cautious. It would be for the best if such an ancient demonic sect overlord could be killed right now. Thousands of pear blossom sword chis exploded, forming a sea of flowers. At this moment, the white bone actually looked so pale. "White Bone Demon Venerable, do you think I will let you run away now?" Su Yan snorted coldly. His entire body had already charged forward, chasing after the White Bone Demon Venerable's remnant soul. "Su Yan, you damned brat. You want to kill me? Dream on." White Bone Demon Venerable let out an indignant roar. The heavenly demon White Bone shone brightly. Within the white bone, a demonic shadow appeared. This shadow was the true supreme true demon, possessing extremely terrifying power. "Supreme heavenly demon, I offer my remnant soul as a sacrifice to obtain your protection. I also beg you to kill this brat in front of me." White Bone Demon Venerable suddenly began to recite an incantation. Then, he began to pray and sacrifice. The White Bone Demon Venerable was extremely jealous of Su Yan. He actually didn't hesitate to sacrifice his broken soul to achieve the goal of killing Su Yan. When the White Bone Demon Venerable's voice fell, Su Yan's heart suddenly changed. At this moment, an extremely ancient yet extremely terrifying aura suddenly pounced towards him. The terrifying aura was like a tornado. Su Yan's torrential pear blossom sword chi that was condensed into a torrential storm of pear blossoms. At this moment, it actually turned into withered branches and broken leaves, and then completely dissipated. Such a method was simply terrifying. Su Yan directly stopped in his tracks. Even his entire body's hair stood on end. At this moment, in front of him, the terrifying figure that appeared previously appeared once again. However, compared to before, this figure was clearly much more solid. The most terrifying thing was that there was actually a gaze from this figure. Just a seemingly illusory gaze directly made Su Yan's entire body turn cold. This wasn't an illusion. It was really cold. Because at this moment, Su Yan's body had a layer of ice on the surface of his body. When the ice appeared, it didn't stop. Instead, it spread upwards and actually wanted to freeze Su Yan directly. In just a moment, more than half of Su Yan's body was completely frozen. That cold and solid ice stimulated Su Yan's body. What made him feel even more inexplicable was that terrifying demonic aura. Ha ha ha, little brat Su Yan, I've said it before. You will definitely die in front of me. I sacrificed my soul to the heavenly demon in order to kill you. This is already a great honor for you. Now then, die. His voice was incomparably cold as he faced Su Yan directly. Su Yan's entire body trembled. His teeth kept chattering as he made a quack 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 sound. He only felt that even his thoughts were about to be frozen. Even the aura of the Virokana-colored glazed swordsmanship in his body had started to stop flowing. The power of this ice was really too terrifying. Such a power was enough to make people despair. But Su Yan didn't. I can't die. Just this simple thought, just these 4 short words, actually supported Su Yan's conviction. Even in the face of such terrifying demonic aura, such ice cold, he still didn't give up hope of survival. If one were to say that his soul was a world that was about to die, then his will to live was the last spark of hope. And a spark could start a prairie fire. At this moment, the fire of his conviction finally resonated with something. This object wasn't the Godslayer's sword that had the power of the heavens, nor was it the dragon blood ice fire shield that had saved Su Yan's life many times. It was actually the Buddha's sword. Just as the ice was about to freeze Su Yan's head, the Buddha's sword actually emitted a radiance at this moment. When the golden radiance appeared, it started to burn like a raging fire in the dark night. This radiance didn't have the scorching heat of the sun, but it was as gentle as a lamp. However, it was this gentleness that actually caused the ice to gradually melt. The golden radiance became more and more intense. Gradually, among the countless golden radiances, the word was faintly discernible. As the golden radiance became more and more intense, the word also became more and more intense. At the same time, the pitch-black ice quietly melted under the golden radiance. However, at this moment, the illusory figure suddenly enlarged. Its originally faintly discernible gaze directly became as bright as fire at this moment. At this moment, its gaze seemed to have materialized and directly aimed at this the character shot out. At this moment, the 2 radiances directly began a power confrontation. At this moment, Su Yan was extremely shocked. That demonic figure actually has life, and it's fighting with this D. Could it be that the legendary heavenly demon still has hope of reviving? Thinking of this, he was extremely shocked. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't have believed it. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to believe the truth. After all, the White Bone Demon Venerable and the Ghost Flame Demon Venerable were existences that had lived for 8,000 years and hadn't died. Moreover, the demonic sect seemed to want to revive a big shot. Previously, when Sword Sage woke up, he had mentioned that this heavenly demon was extremely terrifying, causing him to be filled with incomparable fear. Then, what was so strange about such a character reviving again? At this moment, his mind was greatly shaken. The confrontation between the golden radiance and the cold demonic light had also reached an extreme point. This terrifying power had instantly surpassed Su Yan's power, causing Su Yan to be extremely shocked. If Su Yan wasn't bathed in the golden radiance, he would have been killed by this terrifying radiance. Compared to Su Yan, the White Bone Demon Venerable was really miserable to the extreme. This was because the reason the heavenly demon White Bone was awakened was because of his sacrifice. According to his initial plan, he would sacrifice a part of his soul power and then use the sacrifice to kill Su Yan. Although he would pay a heavy price, he would be able to kill the person that he hated to the extreme. At the same time, he would be able to cut off all means of retreat and fight for that supreme demonic treasure. However, he didn't expect that the Buddha's sword on Su Yan's body would actually display its true power at the most critical moment. Under the stimulation of the golden radiance emitted by the Buddha sword, the heavenly demon White Bone began to directly increase its power. The heavenly demon White Bone was a demonic shadow that appeared after sensing the sacrifice. At this moment, the demonic shadow needed power, so it directly began to plunder the White Bone demon Venerable's soul. At this point, the White Bone demon Venerable was unable to stop the sacrifice even if he wanted to. "No, heavenly demon Venerable, please stop. Spare me, spare me." At this moment, the dignified demon Venerable began to beg for mercy like a dog. Then, he began to curse. However, in the end, his voice became softer and softer, and his soul shadow became fainter and fainter. Finally, it completely dissipated. The moment his soul shadow dissipated, the demonic shadow also began to dim. However, at this moment, the demonic shadow's gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan clearly saw the demonic shadow's mouth curl into a strange smile. Then, the heavenly demon White Bone suddenly changed and revealed its original form. It was actually two finger bones. The radiance of the finger bones dimmed, but they didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they flew directly towards Su Yan at an unimaginable speed. Su Yan instinctively reached out to block, but he only felt pain in his left hand, as if something had entered his finger. When he looked down, there was nothing. However, he clearly felt that this was definitely not an illusion. Chapter 446. Su Yan had personally experienced the might of the heavenly demon finger bone. If the pagoda sword had not suddenly burst out with light at the most critical moment, the outcome of this death match would have been completely different. He would definitely have been sealed by the merciless black ice and turned into ice shards. As for what happened after that, it was no longer something he could control. All of his efforts in the past would have been reduced to ashes. This time, he had indeed won, but it was not his own strength that dominated everything. Facing the heavenly demon finger bone, he did not even have the strength to resist. Then, what if he faced a real heavenly demon? At this time, he suddenly remembered the words that Venerable Gue Yen had said to him. The boundary of circumference is only the beginning of the path of cultivation. When he first heard this, he felt that it was inconceivable. Even though Venerable Gue Yen had told him about the situation of the ancient times and showed him a part of his memory, he still did not agree with this saying in the deepest part of his heart. This was because he had transmigrated from his original world and came into contact with everything in this world. Everything in this world had already made him feel that it was inconceivable. Moreover, he had never come into contact with a real super expert. Today's battle was no less than a wake-up call for Su Yan. Although I almost paid with my life, I survived in the end and recognized my true self. The boundary of circumference is still too weak. However, I can't belittle myself because of this. I have the inheritance of the Pagoda Sword Sect, I have the sun-colored glaze sword manual, and many other treasures. Moreover, I have the regal sword manual, a peerless sword manual that brought me to this world. In time, I will definitely stand at the top of this world. Su Yan dispelled the slightly dispirited thoughts in his heart, and his whole person showed a strange brilliance. In his previous life, he was a legend and the pinnacle of that world. Only after transmigrating did he know that it was only because the stage of that world was not big enough. But now, the world he was facing was the world he really looked forward to. The heavenly demon finger bone disappeared without a trace, but the golden light did not dissipate. Instead, it became even more resplendent. The D in the golden light. The D word rose higher and higher. As the golden light burned, the surrounding space suddenly changed. After incorporating Su Yan's previous actions, the space finally shattered and revealed its original appearance. Everything dissipated, leaving behind only a long dark staircase. Su Yan raised his head, only to see that at the end of the flight of stairs high above, there was actually an extremely oppressive black gold light flickering. This radiance gave off an indescribably noble aura. It was as if a king was standing high above, displaying endless majesty. However, this kind of majesty contained a kind of gray aura of death. It was this aura that caused the black gold radiance to be so oppressive. At this moment, Su Yan's blood dragon pupils suddenly blossomed with radiance. Two dragon silhouettes began to spiral within his pupils. Su Yan's heart trembled. This was the first time that his blood dragon pupil had actually acted strangely without him using it. Under the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan could finally see the entire throne clearly. The deep throne had an extremely luxurious appearance. Above it, there was an extremely terrifying black dragon coiling around. This black dragon did not seem to be carved, but a real black dragon coiling around it, intimidating one's mind. Above the throne, it was not empty. Instead, there was something suspended above it. It was a heart, and it was as big as a baby's head. The dark gold radiance was emitted by that heart. Yun Wanqing had clearly said that this was a demonic artifact. What exactly is this thing? Su Yan was horrified. He looked at the heart, his heart filled with horror. Such a powerful majesty was actually not inferior to the majesty of the heavenly demon finger bone. This was another extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, the D word. The divine radiance of the D word was becoming more and more resplendent. The golden radiance spread up bit by bit, dyeing the pitch-black yet majestic staircase under Su Yan's feet golden. The black staircase changed step by step until it turned into a golden path in front of Su Yan. Plop. Suddenly, a muffled rhythmic sound was heard. It was as if thunder was faintly rumbling. Just this sound alone was enough to make Su Yan's blood surge. He suddenly remembered that he had heard this sound when he had just stepped into this space. So that's the rhythmic sound of this heart. This heart is clearly without a body, but it can still move rhythmically. It's really terrifying. I wonder how terrifying this heart's power is. No wonder the Devil Sect and the Buddha Sword Sect fought over it back then. It's really terrifying. Su Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then took a step forward. After an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived in front of the dark throne. Looking at the black radiance and feeling the rhythmic sound, Su Yan felt his entire soul begin to calm down. Suddenly, it was as if the rhythm of his heart and the rhythm of the mysterious heart had become one. It was natural. His intuition told him that this heart contained extremely terrifying power and that he could not let it fall into the hands of others. Faintly, there was also a mysterious power pushing him forward. He extended his hand and reached for the heart. At this moment, a gentle yet somewhat familiar voice rang out, "Hee," as expected of the person chosen by the Demon Lord. To think that you could actually make it here. This is truly beyond my expectations. However, you should stop. The thing in front of you is not something that you can possess. Su Yan's body suddenly stiffened when he heard this voice. This was because he was all too familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the Yunqian Alliance's leader, Yun He. Su Yan turned around and saw Yun He, who was dressed in white, calmly climbing up the stairs. Originally, I only thought that you would be able to obtain some benefits from this divine dragon's abyss and then enter the circumference state to strengthen your body. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. This is really a pleasant surprise. The corners of Yun He's mouth twitched. His calm appearance made him look exceptionally refined. However, Su Yan responded with a cold smile. Then, he said, Lord Alliance Leader, you're thinking of selling me to the Devil Sect after I enter the circumference state. I really didn't expect that you, the dignified leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, would become the lackey of the Black Fiend Alliance and the Devil Sect. Faced with Su Yan's cold mockery, Yun He did not care at all. He continued to step forward, and the distance between him and Su Yan became shorter and shorter. Lackey of the Black Fiend Alliance. I'm just using them. Just like you, that self-righteous fellow is just a pawn in my hands, Yun He said calmly. Su Yan just looked at him and did not say a word. This was because he clearly knew that since Yunhee told him this, it meant that he did not want him to leave alive. Lord Alliance leader is really ambitious. Whether it's the Qian Yun Alliance or the Black Fiend Alliance, they're all just pawns in your hands. I'm sure Lord Alliance leader is up to something big. Su Yan looked at Yunhee and continued to ask. Yunhee looked at Su Yan and suddenly smiled. Then, he asked directly, of course. Do you know what the thing in front of you is? Forget it. I think you don't know either. Seeing that my daughter is in love with you, I'll tell you. This thing is the heart of the demonic dragon. Yunhee paused. When he reached this point, there was already an indescribable burning desire in his eyes. He even vaguely looked like a pilgrim, and that heart was the supreme sacred object. Heart of the devil dragon. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. No wonder the dragon soul and the blood dragon pupil had such a strange reaction, Su Yan thought to himself. Because the heart had a strong dragon aura, it attracted the dragon soul. That's right. It's the heart of the demonic dragon. This dragon is not an ordinary dragon. It's the great demonic dragon, known as the Shadow of Death. It's the most powerful existence in this world. It's a terrifying existence that can contend with the legendary heavenly demon and the Buddha Lord. Even with Yunhee's dragon realm cultivation, when he said the words, Great Demonic Dragon, his eyes were filled with excitement and yearning. If that's the case, the abyss of the divine dragon should be called the abyss of the demonic dragon. I don't think the alliance leader will let me leave this place alive. If that's the case, can you tell me what happened here? What's the enmity between the demonic sect and the Buddha sword sect? Su Yan looked at Yunhee and asked directly. Yunhee chuckled and said, Vice Alliance leader, you're quite calm. Even in the face of death, you're still so calm. If you weren't the successor of the Buddha sword sect, I would have spared your life with your calmness and my daughter's love. However, since you have spoken, I will also tell you some things. Just as they were speaking, Yunhee had already walked in front of Su Yan. I think Lei Wanjun must have told you something. He said that the decline of the Qian territory was due to the demonic sect, right? Yunhee asked Su Yan. Sect leader Lei did tell me about this, but he didn't know the details, Su Yan replied. Haha, that's natural. Let me tell you. The demonic sect is called a demonic sect because they are crazy and do things without restraint. The founder of the demonic sect is the legendary Great Heavenly Demon Lord. However, this Great Heavenly Demon Lord fell in the ancient war. The demonic sect is plotting to revive the real Great Heavenly Demon Lord. Chapter 447. Sacrifice the entire Qian territory. Even though Su Yan's heart was strong, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this news. How big was the Qian territory? How many creatures were there in the 9 provinces and the 5 counties? Then, the Devil's sect actually wanted to sacrifice the entire Qian territory for their own selfish reasons. This was simply insane. Very shocked, right? Even I was shocked when I found out about this. Not only me, but the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization were also like this. Yunhee suddenly sighed and said, It was because of this that the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization chose to betray us. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood some of the things that happened. The Devil sect laid down the Tai Grand Formation, wanting to exhaust all the Earth baleful energy in order to trigger a supreme calamity, causing the Qian territory to crumble apart. After that, they wanted all the life forms in the Qian territory to be annihilated, using the blood and souls to be sacrificed to the great heavenly devil lord, allowing that ancient heavenly devil to awaken. Even until today, they still have such thoughts. Hence, these people are nothing but a bunch of lunatics. Yunhee disdainfully sneered and didn't hide her disdain. Since that's the case, you're still helping the evildoers. Aren't you betraying the Heaven and Earth organization by doing this? Su Yan directly shouted. He, I already said before that I'm just using these lunatics. Yun He continued, in the ancient times, the Heaven and Earth organization was called the Black Cloud Sect. It was one of the Devil's Sect sections. But now, the Black Cloud Sect's supreme secret techniques have disappeared. Until now, only the Cloud technique is left. It's useless in battles. If it wasn't for me, the Heaven and Earth organization would be just a small sect right now. I need powerful strength. The Demon Lord of the Black Demon Alliance can give me strength, so I help him complete some things that can be done. This is using each other. Yun He glanced at Su Yan and continued, I forgot to tell you that your body is for the Black Demon Lord. It seems that he wants to reincarnate. If I'm not wrong, the Black Demon Lord's strength is probably higher than yours. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you after you've outlived your usefulness? Su Yan directly asked. Su Yan, how can I not consider the things that you can think of? I'm not afraid to tell you that according to my original plan, I was going to do something to your body. However, there's no need for that now. Is it because of the demon dragon's heart? Asked Su Yan directly. You're really smart. That's right, it's because of the demon dragon's heart. A bright light flickered in Yun He's eyes before he continued, the heart of the demon dragon possesses boundless power. Back then, the demon sect wanted to use it as a primer to completely activate the Earth Terminus formation. It's simply a waste of God's gift. Think about it, what if I can use the demon dragon's heart? Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly froze. If that's the case, then it's really a great thing. Since the demon dragon was a terrifying existence that was on the same level as the heavenly demon that the Devil's Sect wanted to revive, if Yun He really obtained the demon dragon's heart, then her strength would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. He wouldn't have to put the Devil's Sect in his eyes. I know, the Heaven and Earth organization back then, no, it should be said that the Black Cloud Sect betrayed them. I'm afraid that it wasn't for the welfare of the common people, but for the demon dragon's heart. Su Yan immediately understood this point at this moment. Naturally, the common people are just ants. Even if the gone realm is gone, there are still other places. What does it have to do with us? It's just hateful that the Stupa sect was so meddlesome that they actually sealed the demon dragon's heart. Although the Black Cloud sect betrayed the Devil's Sect, they couldn't get it. 8,000 years have passed, and the Black Cloud sect has completely disappeared. Only the Heaven and Earth organization has become a righteous sect in front of the world. Yun He said bitterly. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. Just as Yun He said, the Black Cloud sect had completely disappeared, and now the Heaven and Earth organization existed in this world. Perhaps, in the entire Heaven and Earth organization, except for him, the leader, no one knew about the dark past of the Black Cloud sect. It was precisely because of this that many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization risked their lives when fighting against the Devil's Sect. Elder Yun Tian even directly fell. This was because they were the true disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. Only Yun He, the leader, carried the true secret of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, to me, this is also a good fortune. Because if it wasn't for this, I'm afraid that today, it wouldn't be my turn to refine the demon dragon's heart. So, I still have to thank you. Unfortunately, for this demon dragon's heart, I won't let you leave this place alive no matter what. After Yun He finished speaking, her gaze fell on Su Yan. At this moment, a murderous intent directly gathered. The condensed pressure directly oppressed Su Yan. The two of them were originally very close to each other, and Yun He was in the dragon realm. With such pressure, Su Yan should be unable to resist. However, when this pressure fell in front of Su Yan, it directly turned into ripples and then dissipated. Yun He frowned, then said indifferently, I didn't expect this Buddha's light to be so powerful. It can directly dissolve my aura. However, Su Yan, you still have too little time. The current you is simply not enough to fight with me. This is your greatest weakness. Since that's the case, let me send you to the Western Paradise. At this moment, Yunhee directly made her move. She directly stretched out her palm and pushed it horizontally towards Su Yan. Her palm directly landed on the golden radiance. As her palm fell, the golden radiance directly began to tremble. Later on, it began to cave in. The golden word began to shake. Buddha's sword, although you are strong, you have already fought with the heavenly demon and opened the seal of the demonic dragon's heart. At this moment, how much power do you have? Black clouds transform into a dragon, dictate heaven and earth. Yunhee suddenly shouted. The aura outside her body suddenly increased by 10 times. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon surging within her body. The sudden appearance of such a violent aura caused Su Yan to continuously retreat. At the same time, the golden word directly shattered at this moment, and all the golden radiance dissipated at this moment. Look, although you have made great progress and your cultivation has increased, in front of me, you are still so weak. Therefore, at this time, you can go to hell. After the cold laugh, there was a monstrous murderous intent. Yunhee had waited for too long for this day. She had also endured for too long. Therefore, no matter what, she would not miss this opportunity. Su Yan must die. Seeing Yunhee's power pressing down on him, Su Yan continuously retreated. He immediately activated the power of circumference, and countless sword shadows appeared outside his body. On his forehead, the Tianxiang sword directly appeared and suppressed the top of his head. The power of circumference was formed, and it was like a heaven and earth, firmly guarding and not allowing this terrifying power to break through. However, how strong was the power of the dragon transformation? Even though Su Yan had used all his strength, he still retreated bit by bit, and his body began to tremble. He only felt that his entire body was being torn apart by a force, and his limbs and organs were about to shatter. To be able to use the power of circumference to stop me, Su Yan, you are not bad. Unfortunately, this is still not enough. Your power is nothing in front of me. It is like child's play. Now, die for me. At this moment, Yunhee no longer had any patience. She could no longer wait for the demonic dragon's heart. Since that was the case, then Su Yan must die. Black cloud world destroying palm. As the palm fell, countless black clouds seemed to appear before Su Yan's eyes. The black clouds tumbled, and it seemed like dragons and snakes were constantly moving within. Lei Wanjun was right. The dragon transformation realm was too strong. Even if dozens of power of circumference were to work together, they would not be a match for one dragon transformation realm cultivator. Su Yan thought highly of himself, and he had many fortuitous encounters. However, at this moment, he also knew that he was definitely not a match for Yunhee. This was not a venerable one who was only left with a remnant soul, but a complete dragon transformation realm elite. Moreover, based on Yunhee's unfathomable nature, he had most likely hidden his true strength in the past. However, Su Yan did not want to sit still and wait for death no matter what. In the spirit sea, tens of thousands of swords rang in unison. That was unwillingness and anger. Su Yan's power was constantly circulating, and he wanted to break free from the suppression of this terrifying power. However, at this moment, all his efforts were in vain. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. The palm had already descended. However, it was at this moment that a voice suddenly rang out, "What a good Yunhee. You are truly two-faced. I have finally witnessed your methods. However, this brat has a body that I have taken a fancy to. Are you going to kill him just like that?" This cold voice rang out. At the same time, an extremely strong force charged towards Yunhee. This attack was not held back at all. It wanted to kill Yunhee directly. Demon Honorable, humph. Yunhee suddenly turned around. However, at this moment, there was no humility or respect in his eyes. Instead, there was boundless anger and enmity. The moment the force came, his black cloud world-destroying palm suddenly changed direction and collided with the Demon Honorable's attack. In an instant, the entire space shook. At this moment, cracks began to appear in the entire dark corridor. This exchange of blows was actually a draw. At this moment, Su Yan was also sent flying. His body suddenly landed on the dark golden throne. Immediately, a wave of power rushed toward him from the throne. Su Yan was hit by this force, and immediately, he did not even have the strength to resist. Chapter 448. Yunhee, you really have ulterior motives. The Black Demon Ancestor was extremely gloomy as he stared straight at Yunhee. As far as he was concerned, Yunhee was simply a stray dog. She worked for him to find a physical body. But now, this stray dog dared not to listen to him and even resisted him. This was enough to infuriate him, and his anger had reached its peak. The cold light in his eyes was extremely cold until it landed on Yunhee's face, as if he wanted to swallow Yunhee whole. However, Yunhee remained unperturbed as if he did not see this gaze at all. She only said calmly, Black Demon Ancestor, you are also an ambitious person in ancient times. We are just using each other. Don't you even know this? If that's the case, then you have disappointed me. Yunhee said calmly. Hearing Yunhee's reply, the Black Demon Ancestor was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. You are indeed a remnant of the Black Cloud sect. Back then, your ancestral master betrayed you, and today, you are still the same. However, this is no longer important. Su Yan, the demonic dragon's heart is already here. Then, what use do you have? I indeed have no use. Lord Demon Ancestor, you must want to kill me as a lackey. Unfortunately, Lord Demon Ancestor, are you so sure that you can kill me in your current state? Yunhee said proudly. Her gaze landed on the Black Demon Ancestor. Her gaze was still calm, without a trace of fluctuation at all. Such calmness made people feel uneasy. Even the Black Demon Ancestor felt the same. However, this uneasiness was quickly thrown away by him. Yunhee, you are only in the One Dragon realm. Even if you have hidden your strength before, you only have the strength of 2 dragons at most. Do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me with such strength? A stray dog will always be a stray dog. Even if you have cultivated to the dragon realm, you can't change your nature. This is what a dog can't change, its habit of eating shit. As he spoke, a demonic sword appeared in the Black Demon Ancestor's hand. Demon Shadow Sword. The Black Demon Venerable was an expert in the way of the sword in the Devil's sect. Even in the Buddha sword sect, there weren't many who could beat you in the way of the sword. I didn't expect you to have found your sword. It's a pity that it's old like you. Yunhee leaped into the air as soon as she finished speaking. A black light flashed by, and a terrifying force came crashing down. This terrifying power descended, causing a layer of ink-colored dark clouds to appear around him. Dark clouds roiled. It was simply terrifying. As the light flickered, an extremely frightening aura was emitted. It was as if a true dragon was continuously rolling around. Such an aura was not inferior to that of the fire Qilin back then. At this moment, Su Yan could not move at all, but his mind was still working. He was amazed at the strength of a dragon realm expert. However, he also knew that this was definitely not the time to be amazed. From the demon dragon's heart, a scorching aura rushed towards him. This kind of hot and dry aura could even devour his mind, causing him to become absent-minded and even forgetful. His entire head felt as if it was about to explode. Damn it, this demon dragon's heart indeed has its own will. It wants to use its instinct to take over my body. Even honorables like the Ghost Flame Demon Venerable and the White Bone Demon Venerable wanted to take over his body and be reborn. As for the Great Demon Dragon, according to Yunhee, it was a supreme existence. Its desire to live and control was even stronger. This scorching aura turned into a dragon light and moved around his body. At this moment, the Buddha's sword had just been knocked down by Yunhee and had lost its power. It was unable to fight against this aura. No, I definitely can't let this demon dragon's will take over my body. Su Yan gritted his teeth and tried hard to calm his mind. After wandering around the edge of life and death many times, his mind was extremely firm. He knew that if he relaxed his mind at this moment, regardless of whether it was fear, panic, or anger, the demon dragon would take advantage of it and take over his mind. Once he lost control of his mind, he would become the demon dragon's body. His soul would be obliterated, or he would be supported by the demon dragon and become a puppet. At this moment, Su Yan began to recite the mantra of the Regal Sword Codex. Regal Mantra, activate. To him, the Regal Sword Codex came with his soul and was inseparable from him. At such a critical moment, he instinctively used it as a life-saving straw. Heart as clear as ice, regal heartless. Mysterious mantras flowed continuously in Su Yan's heart. They were clearly very ordinary words, but when they were connected, they turned into an extremely mysterious power. The mysterious power circled at this moment, as if it had turned into cool rain, and then nourished every corner of Su Yan's body. At this moment, this powerful and terrifying power was still rioting. However, Su Yan did not move and continued to recite mantras. Finally, all of the mantras began to merge into one, and all of the power had merged into his body. Su Yan's heart trembled, and he only felt an indescribable comfort. At this moment, his circumference power began to reincarnate, and suddenly, it formed a faintly visible mountain. The Circumference Cultivation Mountain, and each mountain was a realm. After Su Yan entered the Circumference realm, the shadow of a mountain appeared. At this moment, the shadow of a second mountain began to appear. The second mountain of the Circumference realm. He was suddenly shocked, but it was a pleasant surprise and not a surprise. The pleasant surprise was that at this moment, his power had increased, and he had displayed such power. The Regal Sword Codex is truly a peerless book. He sighed in his heart, but he did not dare to be careless. At this moment, the regal chi was circulating, which restrained the demon dragon's aura. Instead, the demon dragon's aura became his assistants, helping him to refine everything. However, if the demon dragon's aura completely went berserk, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, at this moment, he did not dare to be distracted. At this moment, the battle between Yunhee and the Black Demon Supremacy had reached its climax. The Black Demon Supremacy was indeed an expert of the devil's sex way of the sword in the past. He waved the demon's shadow sword in his hand, and streaks of strange sword light appeared, directly suppressing Yunhee. The streaks of sword shadows were like shadows in the dark night, elusive and elusive. The Hidden Sword sect was famous for their swordsmanship, but in terms of swordsmanship, even the Heaven Sword Sage was probably no match for the Black Demon Supremacy. Such swordsmanship could really be described as unfathomable. Yunhee's 10,000 elephant divine skill, which was inherited from the Black Cloud sect, was full of evil and overbearing, but it could not gain any advantage. In the next moment, the shadow of the sword and Yunhee's palm met again, and then fiercely clashed. A violent aura blew out, causing the entire space to tremble again. The power of 3 dragons. The Black Demon Supremacy's voice came out from the bottom of his throat, and his eyes stared straight at Yunhee. He never thought that Yunhee's true power had actually reached the power of 3 dragons. You've really hidden it well. He was filled with hatred in his heart. Back then, Yunhee was only an expert of the square circle realm. With his help, she had only achieved the dragon realm. Then, at this moment, this damned fellow actually turned on him. Heh, you're just too stupid. Yunhee activated her power again, and a cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she was determined to kill. Do you think you can kill me? Arrogant. The black demon supremacy sneered, and then his hands formed a seal. In an instant, a chilly wind blew. Gusts of chilly wind blew, as if evil spirits had arrived, and it was terrifying. A ghostly figure appeared behind him. Demon seed descends. A dry voice was released, and what followed was the increase of his aura by several times. At this moment, he finally began to display his true power. So what if you have the power of 3 dragons? Yunhee, when I imparted my power to you, I already knew that you, a dog, would turn on me one day. You may not know, but I've already planted a demon seed in your soul. Outside his body, a demonic shadow began to appear. That was the demon seed. Ha ha ha, black demon supremacy, I've already said that you're just an idiot. Do you really think that I, Yunhee, am an idiot who doesn't know anything? Back then, when you imparted your power to me, you've already done something to it, but I've already discovered the trick and set things right. Yunhee was still standing proudly, looking at the black demon supremacy without moving. The activation of the demon seed did not affect her at all. How is this possible? You can actually remove the demon seed. At that moment, the black demon supremacy was really shocked. He never thought that even the power of the demon seed would lose its effect. Black demon supremacy, your so-called backup plan is completely useless. On the contrary, I've already prepared a surprise for you. Yunhee laughed softly. With a flip of her hand, a golden seal appeared in her hand. The moment the black demon supremacy saw the golden seal, his expression changed greatly. He said in shock and anger, Pagoda Sect's soul-subduing seal. As soon as he said those words, he instinctively took a few steps back. His eyes stared straight at Yunhee. Ha ha ha, this is the soul-subduing seal. Back then, this seal had killed countless devil sect cultivators. Today, I'll use your remnant soul as a sacrifice to this seal. Yunhee let out a long sigh. She was about to use the soul-subduing seal to completely kill the black demon supremacy. However, at that moment, a violent aura suddenly exploded. Accompanying this aura was an extremely deep dragon's roar. Roar, the dragon's roar exploded. Both Yunhee and the black demon supremacy unconsciously looked towards the direction of the roar. Chapter 449. Whether it was the black demon lord or Yunhee, at this moment, both of them were fighting with all their might. Moreover, this was the time to determine the victor. However, at this moment, Su Yan caused a huge commotion. At first, he used this dragon chi to begin to break through to the second level of the perimeter state, but who would have thought that at this moment, the demonic dragon's heart would actually begin to enter his body. Su Yan was extremely wary of this demonic dragon's heart. An existence of this level was not something he could touch at this moment. As long as he had the slightest relationship with these existences, it could be a disaster. Just recently, 2 pieces of the heavenly demon's finger bones had merged into his body. This had already made him extremely terrified. If the demonic dragon's heart entered his body again, it would probably be a huge problem for him. However, even with his current strength, he could not stop all of this. The demonic dragon's heart was still forcibly merging into his body. As the demonic dragon's heart entered his body, the hot aura that had been suppressed in his body began to move wildly at this moment, as if it had gone crazy. The powerful supreme chi could no longer suppress him. Su Yan's body began to tremble continuously. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was so violent. In his mind, there was only one thought left, and that was to kill. He let out a wild roar, and then his entire body turned into a stream of light, charging straight at Yunhee at the front. Whoosh! A sound was heard. Even he did not expect that his speed would be so fast at this moment. Then, without any fancy moves, Su Yan directly punched out. Before the fist moved, the force arrived first. A powerful force penetrated and directly bombarded Yunhee's face. Presumptuous! Yunhee shouted angrily, and then a pair of black cloud palms immediately slapped down. A palm print appeared and suddenly suppressed Su Yan. Su Yan's fist and this force collided directly. At this moment, Su Yan was directly sent flying, and Yunhee also retreated a few steps before coming to a stop. Seeing this sudden change, the Black Demon Lord sneered and said, "Yunhee, man proposes but God disposes. Didn't you want to snatch the demonic dragon's heart? You didn't expect that the demonic dragon's heart would fall into this kid's body." After the Black Demon Lord chuckled, he turned around and left without the slightest reluctance. The Demon Lord was extremely cunning, and he naturally saw everything clearly. Yunhee had the soul-suppressing seal in hand. If they continued fighting, it would be greatly disadvantageous to him. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was, his entire body was shrouded in an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. At this moment, the demonic dragon's heart, the Demon Lord Su Yan's, his best choice was to retreat, and watch the demon's soul. "Black Demon Lord, don't even think about escaping," Yunhee roared. At this moment, he couldn't wait to directly tear the Black Demon Lord apart. The Black Demon Lord knew too many of his secrets. If he left alive, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, the Black Demon Lord must not leave. However, Su Yan suddenly went crazy at this moment. Just as he was about to give chase, Su Yan actually took advantage of the situation once again and directly arrived in front of him. That pair of eyes looked at him coldly. Obviously, he had already regarded Yunhee as his prey. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Demon Lord had already disappeared without a trace. "Su Yan, you're courting death," Yunhee roared and then directly attacked Su Yan with a palm strike. The power of the two began to collide again, immediately erupting with endless majesty. At this time, the terrifying power continued to soar, like a tornado, directly suppressing Su Yan. "Old man, I have a question for you." Being in the whirlwind, Su Yan's body trembled non-stop. However, his entire body was still motionless. The terrifying power of the demonic dragon was really too strong. At this moment, he was able to maintain his consciousness because of the supreme chi. "Ha, you've spoiled my plans and you still have something to ask me. Why don't you tell me?" The cold light in Yunhee's eyes did not diminish in the slightest as he continued to stare at Su Yan. However, since the Black Demon Lord had already escaped, he would not pursue the matter anymore. As long as he could kill Su Yan and return the many powers in his body to himself, then in time, he would be able to rule the world. At that time, everything would be empty words. In front of him, any powerful existence could only crawl like a dog. As long as the Black Demon Lord and the people of the Devil sect dared to disobey him, they would be killed directly. You treat everyone as a chess piece. Then what about Wan Qing? She is your daughter. Did you consider her feelings when you did this? Su Yan asked through gritted teeth. "Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person. You actually asked such a question at a time like this. However, there's no harm in telling you. In this world, only power is everything. She is my daughter, so she should give up everything for my hegemony." Yunhee's voice was cold and emotionless. Hearing this answer, an unimaginable rage burned in his heart. "Hee, you really are crazy. I feel that Wan Qing is not worth it." His voice was not strong, but at this moment, his power gradually began to surge. The black demonic dragon's aura enveloped his entire body, causing dense scales to appear on the surface of his body. That was not all. 2 clouds of black gas continued to condense behind Su Yan's back. In the end, they directly transformed into a pair of dragon wings. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's heart, you're actually beginning to dragonize. It's a pity, a pity. Your realm is too low and you can't control such a powerful force. If you were in the dragon realm, I'm afraid I would have to run away pathetically. But now, even if you change your appearance, what's the use? He laughed coldly. Facing Su Yan, who had already begun to dragonize, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly attacked. No matter what, he raised his hand and punched down. Between the punch, there was a hidden dragon's roar. The dragon realm was the realm where a human transformed into a dragon. In this realm, when one activated one's power, one's strength would increase in all aspects, displaying unimaginable might. Dragons were the spirits of heaven and earth and possessed unbelievable power. Once a person transformed into a dragon, their strength and spiritual power would increase exponentially. Although Su Yan had already begun to dragonize, he was not afraid at all. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's heart, how could a person who had passively begun to dragonize fight against a powerhouse in the dragon realm? If he were to fight recklessly, he would only die. In an instant, he had already turned into an illusion and directly charged at Su Yan. Su Yan instinctively punched out to meet the attack, but every time they clashed, he would be hit by the powerful force and sent flying. If not for the demonic dragon's aura enveloping his body, which made his body extremely sturdy, he would have been killed long ago. As expected of the demonic dragon's heart, it can actually allow a mere square circle realm brat like you to fight against me. If this goes on for a long time, what will happen? It's a pity that you are destined to be no match for me. He laughed coldly again and activated the Black Cloud Sect's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill again. Countless black clouds appeared and surrounded Su Yan. The terrifying black clouds were filled with extremely terrifying spiritual energy. These spiritual energy exploded in an instant, intending to end Su Yan's life. However, at this time, Su Yan's dragon wings suddenly opened and surrounded his body. The power of the black cloud's explosion was actually blocked by the dragon wings. This was not the end. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a blood-red radiance. That was the blood dragon pupil. At this moment, under the influence of the powerful dragon aura, the blood dragon pupil also began to be stimulated. Two powerful forces were operating at the same time at this moment, and Su Yan's dragon aura flourished. As the dragon aura grew stronger, the demonic dragon's heart began to gradually embed itself into his body. At this time, Su Yan suddenly became sluggish, because he felt that the heart was about to take root in his body. The violent power continued to attack, but Su Yan just ignored it. In other words, he had forgotten all of this at this moment because he was shocked by the condition of his body. The demonic dragon's heart fell next to his original heart, and the two hearts were next to each other. As the demonic dragon's heart fell, blood vessels appeared out of thin air, connecting with the original blood vessels and finally forming a new cycle. I actually have a second heart. At this time, the chi of the Supreme finally began to circulate again. Su Yan only felt that he was so powerful at this time. Now, it seems that I can fight with all my strength. The corner of his mouth moved, revealing a smile, and then his gaze fell directly on Yunhee. Then, he clenched his fist, and a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was not the shocking celestial sword, but the scorching sun god sword. Originally, this was a semi-finished divine sword, and Su Yan would only use it when he used the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, because his strength did not allow him to continuously wield the sword. Now, Su Yan only felt that there was an indescribable power in his body, and now was the time to use the scorching sun god sword. 10,000 mammoth divine skill, immortal sword technique. In Su Yan's eyes, a ray of light directly shot out. This gaze was like a lightning bolt, directly piercing through the black clouds. Then, he waved the scorching sun god's sword in his hand. The blade of the sword rotated, bringing with it rolling heat, and then turned into an extremely terrifying sword aura, directly slashing towards Yunhee. The blade of the sword fell, but the shadow of a demonic dragon had already appeared.